A very good morning to everyone. Thank you for your presence for 16th Annual Conference of SDTP 2023. We are happy to announce that event will start at 10 a.m. The live streaming has begun in YouTube. We kindly ask all attendees to switch their mobile devices to silent mode, refrain from consuming snacks within the premises, and observe silence throughout the duration of the event. Thank you.
start at 10 a.m. The live streaming has begun in YouTube. Thank you. to extend a warm welcome to all doctors, dialysis technologists, faculties, students, volunteers, and sponsors to partake this highly anticipated and engaging occasion.
The remarkable achievements we celebrate today, 16th Annual Conference of SDTP 2023, owes their existence to the unwavering commitment and tireless endeavors of the exceptional committee members. Let us wholeheartedly applaud their continuous dedication in orchestrating this remarkable event for the 16th consecutive occasion.
Furthermore, we wish to wholeheartedly express our deep appreciation
Mode, refrain from consuming snacks within the premises, and observe silence throughout the duration of the event. Once again, we extend a warm welcome to all of you to the 16th Annual Conference of SDTP 2023. At this moment, we kindly ask all of you to stand up for the Tamil Thai Vartha rendition. Thank you, and please take your seats.
I request all to maintain silence in the event hall. At this moment, it is our privilege to come together to show our appreciation and admiration of an extraordinary contribution made by our revered founder for 18 years. Let us unite in a chorus of heartfelt gratitude, expressing our aid to the monumental achievement that have shaped very essence of this gathering. I invite all of you to join me in a thunderous round of applause with profound respect and admiration we hold for the visionary behind it all. So with hearts brimming with enthusiasm, let us extend the warmest welcome to the luminary of this occasion. Let us paint the air with colors of applause for crafting a masterpiece of appreciation, the mirrors of the brilliance of our founder. Let's welcome Mr. R. Sendil, founder and secretary of SDTP 2023, to deliver his welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. வருகை தந்திருக்கும் அனைவருக்கும் என் இனிய காலை வணக்கம். இந்த 16வது கான்ஃபரன்ஸிற்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கும் மருத்துவர்கள், சகோதர சகோதரிகள் மற்றும் மருத்துவ மாணவர்கள், மாணவிகள், மருத்துவத்துறை சார்ந்த நண்பர்கள், மேலும் கான்ஃபரன்ஸுக்கு வருகை தர இருக்கும் மருத்துவர்கள் அனைவரையும் வருக வருக என வரவேற்கிறேன். நான் ஒரு கருத்தை பதிவு செய்ய விரும்புகிறேன். இந்த டயாலிசிஸ் டெக்னாலஜிஸ் சொசைட்டி கருத்தரங்கம் 2005ஆம் ஆண்டு ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்டது. தொடர்ந்து 18 ஆண்டுகளாக நடைபெற்று வருகிறது. கோவிட் காலத்தில் 2 வருடம் கருத்தரங்கம் நடத்த இயலவில்லை. தொடர்ந்து 16 ஆண்டுகள் காலம் கருத்தரங்கம் நடைபெற்று வருகிறது. இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்தை ஆரம்பிக்க காரணம் மிகவும் சென்னையை விட்டு வெளியே இருப்பவர்களுக்கு அந்த காலகட்டத்தில், நான் சொல்வது 2005-2010 ஆண்டுகளில் ஜூனியர் டெக்னாலஜிஸ்க்கு அப்டேட்டுகள் தேவைப்பட்டது. இந்த கருத்தரங்கம் மூலம் அவர்கள் தெரிந்து கொண்டார்கள். இப்பொழுது நிறைய மெடிக்கல் காலேஜில் ஏஹெச்எஸ் மெடிக்கல் கோர்ஸ் தொடங்கி மாணவ மாணவிகள் பயின்று வருகின்றனர். அவர்களுக்கு மேலும் கற்றுக்கொள்ள இந்த கருத்தரங்கம் மிகவும் உதவியாக இருக்கும் என நம்புகிறேன். இங்கு வருகை தராதவர்களுக்கும் யூடியூப் சேனல் மூலியமாக நேரலை ஒளிபரப்பு மூலமாகவும் செய்யப்படுகிறது. காரணம், வர இயலாதவர்கள் மற்றும் அனைவரும் தெரிந்து கொள்வதற்காகவும் மேலும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்கும் என நம்புகிறேன். மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை வருக வருக என வரவேற்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. Without further delay, to commence this thought-provoking event, we are privileged to welcome Mr. V. Jayaraman, Deputy Manager, Clinical, Medical Care, India Private Limited, to address the topic, Right Dialyzer for the Right Patient and UPDF.
முதல் டாபிக். இன்னைக்கு நிறைய பேர் தூரத்துலேருந்து வந்திருக்கலாம். என்னடா இந்த டயாலிசரை பற்றி என்ன அப்படி சொல்லிட்டு போகிறான். Here we go. 2 டாபிக் கொடுத்துக்கிறாங்க. ஒன்று யூபிடிஎஃப், ரைட் பேஷண்ட் ரைட் டயாலிசர். அப்போ நாங்கள் என்ன கரெக்டான டயாலிசர் யூஸ் பண்ணலையா பார்க்க போறீங்க. Just a minute. எப்பவுமே டெக்னிக்கல் கிச்சஸ் இருக்கும். ஸோ உங்கள் மொபைல் ஃபோன்ஸ் இருந்தா கைண்ட்லி ஸ்விட்ச் இட் ஆஃப் ஆர் புட் இட் ஆன் சைலன்ஸ் மோட். ஏன்னா நிறைய விஷயங்கள் இன்னைக்கு தெரிஞ்சுக்கின்னு வீட்டுக்கு போக போறீங்க. என்னோட டாபிக் அடுத்த 30 நிமிஷத்துக்கு டயாலிசிஸ் ஃப்ளூவிட் என்ன கண்டிஷன்ல இருக்கு உங்க யூனிட்ல போகும்போது நீங்க மண்டல ஞாபகம் வச்சுன்னு போறீங்க. அடுத்தது யூபிடிஎஃப்னா என்ன, அதோட பெனிஃபிட்ஸ். அப்பனா நான் எங்க டயாலிசிஸ்ல வந்து என்ன நாங்க சரியா கொடுக்கலையா ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸை பார்ப்பீங்க. பை த வே, டயாலிசிஸ் வந்து ஸ்டிரைல் ஆர் நாட் ஸ்டிரைல்? இஸ் யோர் டயாலிசிஸ் ஸ்டிரைல் ஆர் நாட் ஸ்டிரைல்? ஆன்சர் நானே கந்தசாமி படத்துல கேள்வியை கேட்ட அந்த பதில்ல இருந்து ஒரு கேள்வி, அது மாதிரி நானே ஆன்சர் போட்டு அதிலே கேள்வி. அப்ப பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு நம்ம கொடுக்குற டயாலிசிஸ் இஸ் நாட் ஸ்டிரைல். அதனால தான் ஒரு ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ், என் காலத்தில் அமை ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ், யூரோப்பியன் ரெண்டும் சேர்ந்து we call it as ISO standards 23500 part 1 part 2 part 3 part 4 part 5. ஃபைனலாக அதுக்கு ஒரு ஸ்மால் நட்ஷெல்ல ஒரு சம்மரி. அதுக்கப்புறம் right dialyzer for the right patient. Thanks to this Indian Society for Dialysis Technologies. போன வருஷம் we did it at Omandur, my first talk. Today a slightly different topic. And finally we will conclude with some questions. Here we go. 10% of the dialysis population நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா kidney is affected global populationல. I'm not going to read the slide, I'm going to only highlight it. அப்ப 2030 that means 2030 நம்மளோட dialysis population எங்க இருக்கும்? Whoever is a student sitting in this hall will have a good dialysis job. That's for guarantee. Yeah, maybe they switched off instead of this some other thing. Okay, lot of metals and non-metals, அதனால தான் தண்ணி வந்து நம்ம குடிக்கும்போது no problem because gut is the barrier. But in dialysis, there is no barrier. A dialyzer is a two-way transport. வெளியிலேருந்து உள்ள போகும், உள்ளேருந்து வெளியில வரும். Like nobody business, it moves in and out. But if you see lot of contaminations are there, contaminants, each one will have its own effect. I know many people sitting, I don't want to keep refreshing you. I'm just going to say one word, adverse effect. அப்போ dialysis ஆரம்பிக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்னன்னா பார்க்கணும். Calcium and magnesium with determines hardness. அதை செக் பண்ணணும். அடுத்தது குளோரின் குளோரமின். ஏன்னா இது ரெண்டும் வந்து கல்பிரேட் உள்ள போகும். அப்போ யார் மூல கத்த காரணம்? டேங்க் அல்ல. டேங்க் வந்து பாக்டீரியா ஆர் வாட் எவர். அப்போ எது கேர்ஃபுல்லாக செக் பண்ணணும்? சாஃப்ட்னர். அதில் உப்பு கரெக்டாக போட்டு ரீஜெனரேஷன் பண்ணணும். நிறைய ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்குள்ளே போவேன், 10 நாளுக்கு ஒரு தடவை, 5 நாளுக்கு ஒரு தடவை, ரெண்டும் ராங். அப்போ யூ ஹேவ் டு ஆஸ்க் யுவர் in-house engineer இல்லனா அந்த கம்பெனி whoever gave you the plant எவ்வளவு தடவை நம்ம ரீஜெனரேஷன் பண்ணணும், எத்தனை நாளுக்கு ஒரு தடவை. அவன் ஒரு ஃபார்முலா வச்சிருப்பான், இவ்வளவு லிட்டர்ஸ் உள்ள போனா, அதனால தான் டைமரை போட்டுருங்க. You can relax. So therefore it is critically important that all patients receive purest dialysis fluid. Now my question, are we there? Take home message, I leave it to you. நிறைய contaminants, நிறைய bacterias, endotoxins, all are there. But உள்ள இருக்கிற டாக்டர் is the responsible person. By the way, I am a certified IPC linked nurse from Hong Kong to do audits for my own centers. I do go outside to give them an idea. If I find something, recently I visited one of the Chennai biggest multi-speciality hospital. The doctor was telling me this answer. I don't know my quality of water. Then I said, sir, you being a professor HOD, நீங்க தான் முதல் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். நீங்க தான் responsible for the last quality of life of that patient. I am keeping my fingers crossed. So what is UPDF? போனமா மிஷின் ஆன் பண்ணாம ஆர்வ தண்ணி விழுதா, ஏதோ போகுது உள்ள போகுது டயாலிசிஸ்க்கு போகுது. அதுக்குள்ள பேராம் புள்ள குட்டி அப்பா அம்மா தாத்தா பாட்டி எல்லாம் நீச்சல் அடிச்சுன்னு வருவாங்க. காலையில் மண்டே மார்னிங் எனக்கு ஃபோன் கால் வரும், சார் இந்த மாதிரி ரைகர் வருது. யாரு காரணம்? இஸ் dialysis water. So what I am trying to say from this slide is your RO should be maintained properly, your concentrate should be mixed properly. இது எல்லாம் போயும் மிஷினுக்கு பின்னாடி போய் பார்த்தா கிணறே காணோம் என்ற மாதிரி dialysis flowக்கு போற pathway missing. So what I am trying to say is endotoxin retention capacity filter is mandatory at the rear end of your machine. Otherwise your UPDF is not going to be there. அப்ப UPDF னா என்ன? Ultra pure dialysis fluid. இது mandatory-யா? Is mandatory. இது இந்த கம்பெனி சொல்லல. ISO document states if you are talking about ISO standards part 3, you should have less than 50 per ml. அப்ப நீங்க யோசிக்கலாம், என்னோட ரிப்போர்ட் 0.1 வருது. அப்ப 0.1 per ml into 500 ml dialysis fluid, your answer is there. அப்ப don't you think the ISO document is on dot? So இதனால என்ன பெனிஃபிட்? ஒன்று, அவன் வர யூரின் அவுட்புட் அப்படியே இருக்கும். 6 மாசம் பொறுத்து நிறைய ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் போய் பார்ப்பேன், ஒலிகூரியா or there is zero urine output. So UPDF preserves or maintains residual renal function. No inflammation because it is ultra pure dialysis fluid. Definitely no infection because you are putting an endotoxin retention capacity filter machine பின்னாடி இருக்கும்போது அது ஃபில்டர் பண்ணி அதோட pore size பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 0.2 microns. What else you want? Dialysis related amyloidosis, definitely there is a reduced risk. இது ஒரு study, not a very early one, probably a older one. UPDF 1 month, அதுக்கப்புறம் 6 months போட்டாங்க. திரும்பி they switched off, that means they have removed the diasafe filter, which is this company's brand, or I would say endotoxin filter. இது இல்லைன்னா they again had the endotoxin levels going up. That means C-reactive proteins will also go up. So you have an ultra pure versus a standard, you could see the CVD events, cardiovascular events reduced. Summary. What I would say is, company is giving you a recommendation, which is ISO, not the Fresenius. If you maintain that proper disinfection, proper disinfectant dwelling time, and you go with the protocols by having the endotoxin retention filter, I will bet you your dialysate fluid will almost be sterile. And with that, I would say this company also helps you to maintain those standards with whatever recommendation, with your protocols will bind and will take it forward. Now the real scenario starts. Do we use the right dialyzer for right patient? I am keeping my fingers crossed. My topic will be choosing a dialyzer, not just by the body surface area, where you have the Mosteller's formula, square root of H times V, which is H times W, height into weight, divided by 3,600, which gives you a body surface area. Nowadays, what I would say is, if there are nephrologists or the professor sitting, choosing a dialyzer cannot go only with the body surface area. You need to see which solute you want to pull it out, or you want to transfer to the dialysate. And I would say, நம்ம dialyzer use பண்ற dialyzerலாம் ஒரு அப்பாவி, really அப்பாவி dialyzers. Functionality in depth, TMP, KUF, இதெல்லாம் வந்து நம்ம பார்க்கணும். Fiber configurations and rheology, இதை பற்றியும் கொஞ்சம் 1 or 2 slides I have. The real HD membrane, are we dialyzing a patient with the right surface area, right membrane, and the right solute to transfer? What are the requirements for HDF? இதில் நிறைய ஃபேக்டர்ஸ். ஒரு டயலைசரை எடுத்து மாட்டணுமா, இதாவது ஒரு விவசாயி என்ன பண்ணுவான், மாட்டை எடுத்துன்னு போய் ஏற ஓட்டி கழுவுறானா கழுவுலையோ, மாட்டு பொங்கல் கொண்டு கழுவான், அது மாதிரி எடுத்து மாட்டணுமா கொம்ப மாட்டணும், அந்த கதை இல்லை. You need to have the right dialysis time for the right patient. Vascular access function, அங்கே சக்கு சக்கு சக்குன்னு அடிக்கும், நம்ம பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மாச சம்பளம் உள்ள வந்துடுது. Pre-pump monitoring is very mandatory, because most of the time I see 90% of the Indian hospitals, except my units, we have the pre-pump monitoring. One of my slides will talk on that. Finally, the needle placement. Mid-hourல போயிட்டு நோண்டுறது புள்ள பூச்சி மாதிரி. Don't do that. There are a lot of reasons. If you are doing that, then you are going to say you are not going to optimize the treatment. அன்னைக்கு பார்த்து dialysis, அன்னைக்கு பார்த்து blood flow கொஞ்சம் கம்மியா இருக்கலாம், because you have tunneled it. So if you are using a pump speed, after 2 hours it is sucking, it could be the cardiac output low. Second, if you are not monitoring the pre-pump, என்ன ஆகும், blood flow நீங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மிஷின்ல வந்து உங்களுக்கு காட்டும் cumulative blood flow 200 to 200 வராது, எப்படியும் ஒரு -5 கிட்ட வரலாம். So probably 10% is acceptable. So this is the formula for that. Many times I have seen artery monitoring இல்ல, அப்படியே ஆர்டரி சக்காவும் உங்களுக்கு மானிட்டர் தெரியாது. எங்கே தெரியும்னா வீனஸ் ப்ரெஷரில் தெரியும், மேலேயும் கீழேயும் அச்சிக்கும், இல்லை சேம்பர் வந்து ஆர்டரியல் சேம்பர் அச்சிக்கும். இதனால என்ன ஆகும், இந்த இடத்துலேருந்து இந்த இடத்துக்கு ஆல்மோஸ்ட் 30+ ml அங்கேயே உங்களுக்கு டயலைசர்லேயே ஜகா வாங்கும். அப்போ என்ன ஆகும், அல்ட்ரா ஃபில்ட்ரேஷன் ஆக்ட் ஆகுது, கிளாட்டிங் ஆகும், 8 நடக்கும். When such things happen, your dialyzer will clot. Clot, what will happen? Clearance will decrease. அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன ஆகும், ஹெச்பி குறைஞ்சதுன்னா எரித்ரோபாய்டின் டோசேஜ் ஏறிடும். கிளியரன்ஸ் கம்மியாச்சுன்னா 3 நடக்கும், malnutrition, inflammation, arteriosclerosis. What else? For the mistake of the blood pump speed, for the mistake of not monitoring your arterial pressure. So there are various sterilization methods. Many of you are definitely already well versed. Nowadays we don't have ETO. Many companies go with gamma radiation. I'm not going to give any comment on that. Whether it is gamma or whether it is inline or steam sterilized, my answer will be, if you are using inline steam sterilization, it's a various steps, and at the end of the day, nothing is inside, even a droplet. Then where else you will have an anaphylactic reaction? What I want to conclude is, the saline consumption is going to be less because it's just water at 121 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes, purges out everything, whatever is in the pathway. And last, you don't have anaphylactic reaction. எந்த ஒரு ரியாக்ஷன் இருக்காது புது டயலைசர்ல. இது ஒரு பபிள் டெஸ்ட் டெக்னாலஜில போயிட்டு வெளியில வரும். அப்ப என்ன ஆகுது? டயலைசெட்ல வந்து ஏர் blood compartmentless water will go through. When the water வந்து வெளியில வரும்போது வீனஸ் சைடுல ஒரு கேமரா இருக்கு, அது டிடெக்ட் பண்ணிடும். If bubble comes, if there is one rupture, ஏதாவது ஒரு ஃபைபர் என் தலைமுடி மாதிரி ரப்சர் ஆயிருந்ததுன்னா இந்த காத்து உள்ள போய் ஒரு பபுளை கிரியேட் பண்ணும். bubble is detected by camera, it will reject. அப்ப ரிஜெக்ட் ஆச்சுன்னா அதுல pore filling நடக்குதா? We don't do any pore filling. We reject, it will go to the recycle bin. Many people during my talk and during my in-house visit, நிறைய பேரை கேட்டுக்கிறேன், எத்தனை இருக்கு parts in a dialyzer? Here we go. Blood in, blood out, dialysate in, dialysate out. We have the jacket or the housing. Then we have the arterial header, the venous header. Then we have the O-rings, okay? Then we have the polyurethane housing, the polyethylene or polypropylene housing, and polyurethane is this potting compound. Adanalda, when you reprocess and reuse for the same patient, there can be a rebound. You have to be very, very careful. You have to recirculate during your priming, after your priming. So the fibers can vary from low flux to high flux, 12,000 low flux. High flux, I have measured, உடைச்சி உள்ளம் பிரிச்சு மேஞ்சிட்டேன். அதுல 17,750 ஃபைபர் இருக்கு. ஒரு ஃபைபரும் தனித்தனியா பிரிச்சு I have counted. Then we have blood ports caps and then dialysate float caps. Then you have the diameter 200, 220, 210, 185. 185 is always better. When you have reduced, you get an internal filtration. அப்போ உங்களுக்கு நிறைய ரத்தம் உள்ள போயிட்டு you have a better clearance. இன்னொரு பியூட்டி என்னன்னா, அந்த வால் திக்னஸை சுருக்கிட்டாங்க. அதனால தான் you can't reprocess and reuse. கொஞ்சம் சுருக்கும் போது வேகமா வெளியில வரதுக்கு chances. So that was the parts of the dialyzer. Now the real recipe I am going to give you. ஒரு டயலைசர் எடுத்துக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா 6D முக்கியம். What are those 6 Ds? Here we go. ஒரு டயலைசரை எடுத்துட்டோம். First one, device, கரெக்டான டிவைஸ் நம்ம வெச்சிக்கிறோமா? Ultra filtration controller machines. Yes, most of them. Then the device should have this dialyzer should have a convective one. அப்ப low fluxல you can't. You need to choose a high flux. Downstream blood flow, that means மேல இருந்து வாமா மின்னல் ரத்தம் வரக்கூடாது. அப்போ you should have a fiber which has a ondulations, so that you have a dialysate flow going from down upward. Dose of the dialysis, அதே தான் விவசாயி பண்ற கதை. மாட்டை ஓட்டிட்டு கட்டிட்டு கொம்ப மாட்டுற கதை இல்ல. The dose of the dialysis, lot of factors are involved. Factor number 1, உங்க RO வந்து கரெக்டா இருக்கணும் with calciums and other things. Dialysate flow matching, blood flow ku dialysate flow 500, 600, you can go even 800, whatever, but your machine should have that facility. Drive the session efficacy. If you have these hindrance, when you have a pre-monitoring pressure not there, chakku nachikkum bodu dialyzer ratham bodu ratham return avudhu, but mukkadam povum approximately. I am repeating the same slide, but I am adding few things. அப்ப அது கூட வந்து ஒரு KUF, ultra filtration coefficient. ஒரு டயலைசரை எடுத்து லிட்டரேச்சர் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, say F6 டயலைசர்ல 13 ml, nephrologist control, they decide, right? Sorry, green UFR. அப்போ நிறைய ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் போவோம், டயலைசேட் ஃப்ளோ ஆஃப், ஏன்னா தண்ணி எம்டி, தண்ணி டேங்க் இல்லை, டேங்க்ல தண்ணி இல்லை, எம்டி. அப்போ you are only using UFR, membranes will get clotted very fast. I'm not blaming or pinpointing anybody, this is my real scenario. ஸோ ஒரு டயலைசர் எடுத்து அடிக்கசி எப்படி செக் பண்ணுவீங்கன்னா, யூ நீட் டு see that the right blood flow to the dialyzer. அதுக்கப்புறம் இல்லைன்னா மெரிகோ ரவுண்ட், அதே அரைச்ச மாவு அரைக்குது, சுற்றி சுற்றி அதே இடத்துக்கு வரும். ஸோ இந்த ஒரு சாஃப்ட்வேர் இருக்கு, அதில் எல்லாத்தையும் என்டர் பண்ணிடுங்க. KT/V போடுறதுக்கு முன்னாடி இதை என்டர் பண்ணோம். KT/V இஸ் 1.3. KDIGO guidelines, I'm going back to the KDIGO guidelines is kidney disease improving global outcomes. 2016, they say that you need to have 1.3, 3 times a week, 3.9. So இதெல்லாம் என்டர் பண்ணிட்டு HB times 3 hematocrit போட்டுட்டு அடுத்த இதுக்கு நீங்க கன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணும்போது இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சினாரியோ வரும். இதுல மேபி ஒரு 10 seconds I want to talk. You will get ஒரு 4 hour போடும்போது 3 hour வருதுன்னா காலரை லிஃப்ட் பண்ணி விடக்கூடாது. ஏன்? அரைச்ச மாவு அரைக்குது. ஆர் இட் குட் பி அ பேஷண்ட் உள்ள வரும்போதே அவனுக்கு எங்கேயோ இன்ஃப்ளமேஷன், ஏன் எங்கேயோ இன்ஃபெக்ஷன் ஆயிருக்கு, அதனால சரியா சாப்பிடல, சரியா சாப்பிடாதனால யூரியா கம்மின்றனால யூ வில் see that the dialysis time is faster, சீக்கிரமா முடிஞ்சிடும். What is this? If you are using dry bicarbonate, you will get what you have set in your dialysate sodium prescribed. But this is showing 145. 140 வச்சிருக்கிறோம், 145 காட்டுது. அப்போ என்ன? 2 காரணம். ஒன்று, மார்னிங் ஷிஃப்ட் பைக்காபை தூக்கி மத்தியான ஷிஃப்ட் ஊத்துறது, மத்தியான ஷிஃப்ட் போட்டு தேர்ட் ஷிஃப்ட்டுக்கு போகுது, சூப்பர் சேச்சுரேட்டட். அப்போ இட் இஸ் அ சோடியம் பைகார்ப். ஐம் நாட் பிளேமிங் எனிபடி அகைன் ஹியர். அதர்வைஸ் sodium is coming from RO. What is this? Sodium goes up, IDWG, interdialytic weight gain. That means the person is going to go and have a high sodium, drink more water, come with higher weight gain. Last one is, it can increase the blood pressure because sodium going up. What is this? This is an interesting one. 200 blood flow, and the 200 dialyzer போது 200 ரிட்டர்ன் ஆயிடும். ஆனா அந்த 200 போறதுல 178 தான் ml, நாட் யூரியா. 200 ml உள்ள போகுது, 200 ml ரிட்டர்ன் ஆயிடுது. அதுல 178 ml யூரியா எக்ஸ் வாட் எவர் வேல்யூ வெளியில வந்துடும். அந்த 22 ml உள்ள போயிட்டு அடுத்த சைக்கிள்ல வரலாம், வராமையும் போகலாம். அதனால தான் ஒரு டயலைசர் எடுத்தீங்கன்னா ஓட்டை இருக்கும்போது கரெக்டா அந்த ஓட்டையில வராது யூரியாவோ கிரியாட்டினோ வாட் எவர், அப்போ இடிச்சு திரும்பி உள்ள போயிடும். தட்ஸ் கால்ட் ஸ்டியரிக் ஹிண்ட்ரன்ஸ். அதனால தான் என்னோட ப்ரொஃபசர் மணி இன்று வரையில 4 மணி நேரம் பண்ணதே இல்லை, எழுதி கொடுக்குறேன். ஐ செல்யூட் ஹிம் because of this stearic hindrance. அவர் எப்பவுமே 5 மணி நேரம் தான் டயாலிசிஸ். பட் இந்தியாவில் you may have to increase more because they come twice. So are we accepting the dose, or is it sufficient, or is it right or enough? நம்ம என்னடா அதே தான் கதை சொல்வேன், ஏற ஓட்டிட்டு மாற்ற கட்டுறது, ஏதோ போது ரத்தம் போயிட்டு வெளில வருது போட்டோம். பட் are we giving the right dose, right time for the right patient every session? I doubt. ஸோ சைஸை பொறுத்து தான். ஒரு குண்டாகிற பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு வந்து நம்ம we'll have to give more time. No, I'm now giving you a scenario. Smaller patients can get more dialysis. True, you have to give more dialysis for a smaller size patient, not a fat patient. I took this journal which is talking about choosing a dialyzer. They talk about choosing a dialyzer without albumin loss. That means this company says that it is less than 0.001 negligible loss. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு டயலைசரை சூஸ் பண்ணணும். ஒரு டயலைசர் உங்க யூனிட்ல ஒரு அப்பாவி, ஏன் பிரைமிங் போடுறது 500 ml ஏத்து, 600 700 குத்துந்தார ஏத்துவோம் நம்ம. இன்அடிகேட் பேரனைசேஷன், எல்லாருக்கும் சேம் டோஸ் இன் தி ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்ஸ். டயாலிசிஸ் ஒரே கான்சென்ட்ரேட். Amazing to see in India. I am also an Indian by the way. But short dialysis time, ஒரு பேஷண்ட் வந்து ரொம்ப க்ளோஸ், 4 மணி நேரம் எனக்கு குறை. இதில் வேற அந்த ஸ்டாஃப் என்கிட்ட வந்து நான் 4 ஹவரில் முடிக்கிறத 3 ஹவரில் முடிச்சிட்டேன். ஐ டெல் him UFR/BFR மிஷின் வார்னிங் கொடுத்துருக்கோம். அப்போனா உங்கள் ஃபில்ட்ரேஷன் ஃப்ராக்ஷன் ஏறிடும். அதே மாதிரி ஐஎஸ்ஓ ஒரு 1/2 hour 1 hour கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா யூ ஹேவ் டு ஆட். இதெல்லாம் எனக்கு தெரியும், என்னடா போட்டதை பேசி நிற்கிறேன். தீஸ் ஆர் ஆல் லிங்க் டு தி டயலைசர். நம்ம பண்ணிடுவோம், ஆனால் அந்த அப்பாவி டயலைசர் அதை வாங்கி போய் நீங்கள் ரீயூஸ் பண்ணும்போது வராது. இல்லை அதே நீங்கள் சிங்கிள் யூஸ்லேயே இட் மே நாட் பி எஃபெக்டிவ். ரீசர்க்குலேஷன், சேம் பிளட் கம்மிங், ஸ்மால் சைஸ் ஃபார் பேஷண்ட் வெயிட். எல்லாருக்கும் 1 surface area, எல்லாருக்கும் 1.3, எல்லாருக்கும் 1.7. you will have to go with the patient's blood flow rate. If you have a bigger surface area with a lower blood flow rate, the ultrafiltration is more than 1000. I write and give you, even in single-use dialyzer, you may not get the efficacy. ஏன்னா 2 மணி நேரத்தில் ஈக்குலிபிரியம் ஆகிடும். அதுக்கப்புறம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா protein binding, protein polarization, நிறைய terminologies உள்ள உட்காந்துரும். Then it will have hindrance of the clearance of that particular substance. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி போய் உட்காந்துரும். உங்களுக்கு கண்ணுக்கு தெரியாது, கருப்பா இருப்பாங்க, ஆனா அவங்க மனசு வெள்ளையா இருக்கும். அதனால வெள்ளையா இருக்கவங்க கருப்பா இருக்கான்னு கேட்டுறாதீங்க. தட் இஸ் டிஃப்ரெண்ட். ஓகே, சேம் இன் திஸ். வெளிப்படையா பாத்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் போவேன், அம்மாவோட கட்சிக்கொடி சூப்பர், இதை விட்டா இப்ப ஸ்டாலின் சாரோட கட்சிக்கொடி, அடே வெரி குட். ஃபைனலி வாட் ஐ வுட் கன்க்ளூட் இஸ், வெளிப்படையா பார்க்காதீங்க. அதுக்கு நான் ஒன்னா உள்ள போய் நீச்சல் வச்சா பார்க்க முடியும்? பார்க்க சொல்லல. டிஎம்பி தெரியும்ல, பழைய டிஎம்பி, அதனால தான் ஏபி விபி டிஎம்பி சும்மா ஒரு ஏதின்னு போனோம். நோ, யூ ஹேவ் டு செக் அண்ட் கோரிலேட் டு த பேஷண்ட்ஸ் ப்ரீவியஸ் டிஎம்பி. இந்த டயாலைசர் ஏறி இருக்கா போடா, நான் நியூ டயாலைசர் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணேன். ஈவன் இன் நியூ டயாலைசர் தேர் இஸ் ஒன் டெர்மினாலஜி ஐ ஆல்வேஸ் டெல் மை டாக். அதே பேஷண்ட் அடுத்த டயாலிசிஸ் வந்து அதே பிரிஸ்கிரிப்ஷனாக கொடுக்குறோம். டு எண்ட் தட், இட்ஸ் அ டிஃப்ரெண்ட் பிரிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் ஃபார் த சேம் பேஷண்ட் எவ்ரி டயாலிசிஸ். ஐ ரிப்பீட் இட். ஒரு பேஷண்ட் அடுத்த டயாலிசிஸ் வந்தா அதே பிரிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் நம்ம கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். இட் இஸ் a different, சேம் அல்ட்ராஃபில்ட்ரேஷன் இருக்காது, சேம் டிஎம்பி இருக்காது, சேம் வீனஸ் பிரஷர் இருக்காது, வேரி ஆகும். யூ டோன்ட் கிவ் த சேம். ஸோ வாட் ஐம் ட்ரைங் டு சே, இது உள்ள இருக்கிறது நம்மளுக்கு தெரியாது. ஸோ யூ ஹேவ் டு பி வெரி கேர்ஃபுல் இஃப் யூ ஆர் ரீப்ராசஸிங், ரீயூசிங் ஃபார் த சேம் பேஷண்ட். ஸோ ஐ எம் கோயிங் ஒன் ஸ்டெப் மோர். அப்பாவி டயாலைசர் 3 ஃபேக்டரா டிவைட் பண்ணிட்டேன். Device related, doctor related, apologize if doctor is sitting here, patient related. Mostly doctors are genius, they don't make mistake. They give you the right area, right apparent dose. அப்போ எங்க மிஸ்டேக்? ஒன்று மெயின்டெனன்ஸ் ஆள் உட்காந்தானா forgive me, இல்லை நீங்கள் உங்களை தான் நான் ப்ளேம் பண்ணுவேன். ஆர்ஓ வாட்டர் கரெக்டாக மெயின்டைன் பண்ண, காலையில் கால்சியம் மெக்னீஷியம் குளோரின் குளோராமின், அதுக்கப்புறம் ஆசிட் பைகாப் எம்டி ஆகுதா இல்லையான்னு 2 ஹவரில் போய் பார்க்கணும். இல்லைன்னா எம்டி ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா ஆஃப் பண்ணிடுது. டயாலிசிஸ் ஃப்ளோ போயிட்டு லைக் நோ படி பிஸ்னஸ் வரும்போது வெறும் அல்ட்ரா ஃபில்ட்ரேஷன், நோ டிஃப்யூஷன். கமிங் டு பேஷண்ட் ரிலேட்டட் ஃபேக்டர்ஸ், சக்காவதா போடுப்பா, ரிவர்ஸ் போடுப்பா, டர்னர் கேத்தட்டர் டு ரிவர்ஸ், அங்கேயே அரைச்ச மாவு அரைக்கும், இதெல்லாம் இருக்கு. அப்போ என்ன ஆகும், உங்களுக்கு வந்து பிளட் ஃப்ளோ கரெக்டாக இருக்கும். யூ சால்வ் யுவர் ப்ராப்ளம், பட் யூ ஆர் மெஸ்ட் வித் திஸ். அதனால தான் அந்த வேர்டை போட்டேன், அப்பாவி. This all you will know. Diffusion, you want to optimize the diffusion, you want convection, you have to use the right surface area with the right low flux or high flux. High flux போட்டாதான் you can do a convection, which you will go to the real, near to the real thing, or I would try to say mimic the kidney. கிட்ட உங்களோட dialyzer ஓட function will mimic your normal function கிட்ட வந்துரும். So ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு டயாலிசர் எடுத்தோமா மாட்டணுமா இல்லை, இதுக்கு வந்து ஒரு நெஃப்ராலஜிஸ்ட் ஒரு ரோல். He plays a pivotal role in the nephrology unit where his judgment is the cornerstone, though the right surface area and time are important. அவர் பண்ணி கொடுத்துட்டு போயிடுவாரு, நம்ம வந்து சர்ஃபேஸ் ஏரியா போட்டுருவோம், டைமை வந்து குறைச்சிடுவோம் சில நேரத்தில். இதெல்லாம் பார்த்துக்கணும். ஸோ வென் யூ ஆர் டேக்கிங் அ டயாலைசர், இந்த போர்ஸ்லாம் கரெக்டாக இருக்கா, பண்டில் வால்யூம் கரெக்டாக இருக்கா நீங்கள் செக் பண்ணிடணும். அதுக்கப்புறம் if you are good, I give you a thumbs up. So you prepare for the patient to have good HD, one high flux or low flux, so that you will have a improved anemia because you have the better clearance. Nutrition will definitely, you will have appetite, but if you are using only high flux, because in your low flux up to 5000 or 8000 depending on the dialyzer pore size, 1 nanometer 1.8, high flux is around 3 to 3.3. definitely ஒரு பொருள் வந்து if you are using a convection, leptin is a substance which will clear, determines anorexia. அது ரிமூவ் ஆகலன்னா உள்ளே இருந்ததுன்னா it will cause anorexia. Volume overload, அதாவது ultrafiltration related, control the BP. If you are removing little bit of and maintaining the dialysate sodium, you can. And UPDF will also help in somewhere, I am not saying 100%, 99.9% you will never get, because that 1% is your hand hygiene technique, your care to the patient, all those factors. So I am again dividing to 3. Monitor the patient regularly. You plan the therapy with the right dialyzer. Of course, there is a management risk, okay, where your dialysate composition should be correct, கரெக்டான ஃப்ளக்ஸை யூஸ் பண்ணணும். ஹை ஃப்ளக்ஸ் வேணால் ஹை ஃப்ளக்ஸ் போடுங்க. லாங் டேர்ம் காம்ப்ளிகேஷனை தடுக்கணும். ரீனல் ஆஸ்டியோடிஸ்ட்ரோஃபி you need to. Frequency of the time, and finally the nutrition part and the comorbidity will come under control. So, sorry. You deep look into the dialyzer depth, you will find whether the movement of the water up to 20 millimeters of per hour per 20 ml per hour per millimeters of mercury, we call it as low flux. Lot of companies have come between 15 to 20 middle flux. We are already there, and anything more than 21 is a high flux. So KUF maximum, mostly sitting here will know, but for the students, if you have a KUF of 12 ml per hour per millimeter, if the TMP is 200, then you remove 2.4. There is one journal that was somewhere in 2010. They say KUF is not a fixed value, not for HD. It is for hemodiafiltration, of course, for high flux dialysis. Because the KUF, the convective part will have a better removal. You go and see, they say it becomes a parabola. More, if you want to get more information, log in, it is available in Google. So again, I put it as a Venn diagram. Many factors are there. UFR/BFR, PP on the filtration fraction 25% இருக்கணும். Treatment parameters, arterial, venous, TMP is mandatory. Filters should have a good flow, no resistance. Flow geometry, you should have an ondulation. You can see here, okay? You need to have a wave like one. When you have that, I think I can give it in writing, solute clearance will be on dot. And if you have a larger pore size, you will have the middle molecule clearance. And if you have the dialyzer casing and capillary fibers, if you have ondulations, or if you have a pinnacle structure, which you will see in one of the design. So if you have a asymmetric, அப்போ உள்ள இருக்கிறது வந்து ஒரு டார்ச் லைட் மாதிரி, உள்ள இருக்கிற போர் வந்து சின்னது, வெளியில வர அவுட்டர் வால்ல வரும்போது நான் தான் சொன்ன 2-way communication. அப்போ என்ன ஆகும், ஸ்மூத்தா இருக்கும்போது, which is a PVP, polyvinyl pyrrolidone, இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு PVP இருக்கும்போது ஸ்மூத்தா வாமா மின்னல் மாதிரி டுமுக்குன்னு வெளில வந்துடும் பொருள். ஆனா வர வேகத்துல things can go inside also. So if your dialysis is not to the standard, endotoxin can go into. So ஒரு பாலை வந்து ஒரு நெட்ல தூக்கி அடிக்கிற மாதிரி இதுல பாத்தீங்கன்னா இடைஞ்சல் இருக்கு, இதுல வந்து ஸ்மூத்தா இருக்கு. So this company has a dialyzer, you can see ஸ்லோவா போகுது. இப்போ இது பாத்தீங்கன்னா உள்ள இருக்கிற PVP ஸ்மூத். In the last 12 years of my service, ஒரு டயலைசரோட எடர் மேலே ஊத்துறதுக்கும் சைடில் சுற்றி போகிறதுக்கும் வித்தியாசம் இருக்கு. ஸோ when you have a lateral flow, no stagnation, no velocity zones. அப்போ ஈஸியாக உள்ள போய் you have a 20% clearance, and then you have a காவா மாதிரி இருக்கு, அதில் தண்ணி போகும். கரெக்டான பாதம் போட்டோம்னா அழகாக உள்ள போகும். இதில் வேற வளைஞ்சு போகுது. அப்போ உங்களுக்கு பிளட் ஃப்ளோ மேலேருந்து வருது, டயாலிசிஸ் ஃப்ளோ கீழேருந்து போகும்போது எல்லா ஃபைபர்லையும் பட்டு வெளியில் போகும்போது கிளியரன்ஸ் இஸ் தி பெஸ்ட். அண்ட் த போர் சைஸ் இஸ் 1.8 இன் லோ ஃப்ளக்ஸ், ஹை ஃப்ளக்ஸில் 3.3. ஸோ 20% இன்க்ரீஸ். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் அ லைவ் சினாரியோ இன் ஒன் ஆஃப் தி ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்ஸ் ஐ ஹவ் டேக்கன் அண்ட் ஐ ஹவ் புட். திஸ் இஸ் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் லைக் அ நியூ டயலைசர். I don't know how many people sitting here. நியோநேட்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு டயலைசர் வந்திருக்கு, 0.04 மீட்டர் ஸ்கொயர், ஈஜிப்ட்ல தயாரிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. இட்ஸ் கமிங் சூன். ஸோ வென் யூ டேக் அ டயலைசர், போர்ஸ் வந்து உள்ள சின்னதாக இருக்கும், வெளில பெருசாக இருக்கும். ஹைட்ரோஃபோபிக், ஒரு பட்டரை வந்து தண்ணி போட்டிங்கன்னா பட்டரில் ஒட்டாது. தட்ஸ் த டைப் ஆஃப் த டயலைசர் வி ஹேவ். ஸோ இட் வில் பி ஹைட்ரோஃபோபிக் and you have a better clearance. And the skin sieving coefficient, in one of my slides you will see. So urea வந்து அழகா வெளியில வந்துரும், creatinine வந்துரும், because they are all very less than 500 daltons. But if you see albumin, 66,000 daltons வராது, it is almost zero. அப்போ if you Myoglobin, mostly in rhabdomyolysis, you will see 0.5 is the clearance, 50%. Beta 2 is 0.9. That means 90% of beta 2 microglobins will be cleared. இது எப்படின்னா நம்ம கேரட்டை வந்து சீவிரம் பாருங்க, அதை ஞாபகம் வச்சுங்க. கேரட் ஒட்டின்னு இருக்கும், அது மாதிரி தான் உங்க டயாலைசர் உள்ள ரத்தம் போன பிறகு KUF என்னதான் ஆக்ட் ஆனாலும் you may not be able to get the fluid out, but ultrafiltration இது dialyzer TMP ரைஸ் ஆகி வந்துரும், but you will not have the clearance. So to choose a dialyzer, fibers, correctana fibers, low flux, high flux, surface area is square root of height times weight divided by 3600. This is Mostius formula. You will get the surface area. But அதோட முடிஞ்சதா இல்ல. You need to see if you want a higher solutes to be removed, you need to use a high flux, low flux waste. Biocompatibility, ரத்தம் வந்து மெம்பரேன்ல தொட்ட உடனே உள்ள எந்த ஒரு ரியாக்ஷன் இருக்கா, that's called biocompatibility. ரியாக்ஷன் இருந்தா IN போட்டுக்கலாம் C க்கு முன்னாடி, bio incompatibility membranes. Steam sterilization, autoclave. Steamல ஒன்னு இருக்கு, inline steam sterilization, that's the best so far. Better rheology, that means I think the next topic is about the physics. Rheology is nothing but the study of physics, most probably he will cover in detail. Last is clearance. ஒரு டயாலிசிஸ் எடுத்தா அந்த கேட்டலாக்ல பாருங்க, bovine blood, human blood, of course in vitro clearance, அது in vivo வந்து நம்மளோட டயாலிசிஸ் பேஷண்டோட blood டச் ஆகும்போது. But this company has done n number of testings inside with even our own dialysis centers across the European countries. அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் dialyzer is in the market, and we don't use UF during the testing. அதாவது ஃபேக்டரியில வந்து QF ன்னு வராங்க. QF என்றது filtration. அப்ப 10 ml யூஸ் பண்ணும்போது கேட்டலாக்ல you will have a deceiving value. அவங்க கேட்டலாக்ல அவங்க மென்ஷன் பண்ணிருப்பாங்க பாருங்க, எங்க கேட்டலாக்ல QF ன்னு தான் போட்டிருக்கோம். So ஒரு straight ஃபைபருக்கும் ஒரு ondulation ஃபைபருக்கும் you will have a better clearance. Okay, இது straight fiber. Biocompatibility இப்ப தான் கொஞ்ச நேரத்துக்கு முன்னாடி சொன்னேன், blood touch ஆகணும்னே no interactions, no thrombogenicity or complement trigger C1, C2, C3, C4 and C5. Almost we are coming to high volume hemodiafiltration. You can only if you have a good RO system with UPDF, or I would say ultra pure dialysis fluid. CFU வந்து less than 0.1 per ml and endotoxin 0.03 per ml. அது இருந்ததுன்னா high flux தான் யூஸ் பண்ணணும், low flux you can't. ஏன்? We are targeting beta 2 microglobins and many other substances up to kappa, lambda இதெல்லாம் வரும். Then you should see that albumin leak வந்து நிறைய இருக்கிற 0.001, that means no loss of albumin. ஆனா இங்க நான் என்ன சொல்ல விரும்புறேன்னா, உங்களோட டயாலிசிஸ் பேஷண்ட்ஸ்க்கு மினிமம் எழுதி கொடுக்குறேன் 8 grams is lost every dialysis, even in HD, forget about HDF. So in HDF you will have 2 pumps, one is blood pump and one is substitution pump. This will manufacture based on the dry bicarbonate and acid random mix panni, it will come in the second pump and it will go into the systemic circulation, automatically it is removed. You no need to calculate the CRRT dose, 25 ml per kg body weight up to 40 ml per kg. And the kadala engala, you just have to hook and program the UF of that patient, go have a cup of coffee, the machine is ready. Okay, so all these are required. Water system, concentrate, dialyzer, machine பின்னாடி 2 endotoxin filter இருக்கணும். ஒன்று தான் நீங்கள் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, இந்த மிஷினில் 2, ஒன்று உள்ளே போயிட்டு அடுத்த எண்டோடாக்சின்குள்ளே போயிட்டு டயாலிசேட்டுக்கு வரும். அந்த ரெண்டாவது எண்டோடாக்சின் ஃபில்டரில் இருக்கிற போர் சைஸ் வழியாக வர ஃப்ளூவிட் இந்த பம்ப் வந்து will generate this replacement fluid. Many people must be using it. So when you are having a hemodiafiltration, what is the prerequisite? Good RO water and good vascular access. Of course, a very good dialyzer with a pore size of at least 3+. This is the latest study. 2 weeks before I was addressing many people in North. We had a same IADPCON, Indian Dialysis Technologies. We had around 900 people in Delhi and my talk was on this. So this is a convinced study. 8 European countries participated. This talks about HD versus HDF. And in HDF, 23% decrease in the mortality. That's a good one. And this is somewhere in June 2023. So this study is already there in Google. You can take 23% decrease in the mortality. So more patients are still coming for HD journey. I also expect, you will also be expecting, and students, you will have a better future. 2025, you will see at least 5 millions reaching, needing the dialysis therapy. So let's push towards a better dialysis and a better dialyzer quality. So almost my last slide. I don't know how many sitting here have registered for this. It's a free online education program, ARAP, it's called Advanced Renal Education Program. I am the first to complete in the world, all the topics done, all I have scored 100%. And this is somewhere during my COVID. This is during, you get around 58 modules, you have journals, you have webinars, you have lot inside. It is not for the dialysis technologists alone. I will tell you it is for PGs, it is even professors. There are 2 professors who have already registered and they have said, wonderful one. They have separate ones. They have like webinars, they have journals, they have other things inside. So please register and go ahead. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Praise the Lord. Any questions? Open to you. என்னடா கம்பெனிலேருந்து வந்தால் ஒரு டயாலிசரை பற்றி அவனோட ப்ராடக்டை தான் பற்றி பேசுவான். there was something இல்லை இருக்குல்ல, ரஜினி இப்போ சொன்ன வார்த்தைங்க தான் ஞாபகம் வருது. டயலாக் நிறைய தடவை யூடியூப்பில் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. என்னவோ இருக்கும் உங்கள்கிட்ட, இருக்குல்லன்னு சேம் டயலாக். ஓகே, குட். இஃப் there are no questions, thank you once again for your patient listening. Catch you up next time. Bye.
Excuse me, sir. We have a question for you.
Yes, why not?
Thank you for the rewarding session, and I'm sure it helped the participants to have a better understanding of their professional role. Thank you so much, sir. I have a question for you.
Please.
What is the pore size of low and high flux?
Low flux is around 1 to 1.8. It varies with companies. High flux starts from 3.1. Now the latest one is even 5 nanometers. 5 nm. I will not mention the company's name. Hope I answered the question.
Audience, any questions? ஏதாவது கேள்வி இருக்கா சாருக்கு?
அப்போ போய் நீங்க இதெல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் செக் பண்ணணும். புரியுதுங்களா? Be a dedicated person, because we don't know, touch wood. There can be some of our family members going into the dialysis one. I had my own sister's side going in and I had to do the treatment. So let's work together. Hats off to your morning coming and attending this session. Thank you once again. You have learned today the magic word LEARN. Take off the alphabet L. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We kindly request you to remain on the stage. We express our gratitude for your insightful presentation, sir. Thank you again. We will now proceed to invite Mr. L. Sivamani, Pattern SDTP, to extend a token of appreciation to our esteemed speaker. Thank you, sir. So we request you to remain on the stage. Just a minute. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Here we go for our next topic. We are pleased to present a sponsored session by Rare Dia Solutions. I would like to invite Mr. V. Ramachandran Chellan, Hemodialysis Simplified, to deliver an enlightening talk on the chemistry and physics of dialysis. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to see a very large crowd because I'm really proud of it because basically I'm a dialysis technician. Okay, so probably an old timer, never had an opportunity to learn like guys you are, because you guys are very lucky now because the technology is advanced and a lot of new thing happens. During our time, we don't see much. So that's the reason, like I remember probably in 2002, Senthil and I were sitting and talking, why don't we start some forum for an education of our fellow technicians and nurses on dialysis. So we were sitting in a nursing home and the technology is not advanced. We were sitting with a pen and paper, no mobiles, no social media much. So we were literally collecting the telephone number of people. A lot of work is done for almost 2 years forming this organization. And now I'm really happy that this has grown to a very large extent. And I was asking Senthil this morning what language we should speak, because this year I'm seeing people from Kerala, people from Karnataka, people from Andhra, apart from Tamil Nadu. So it's a very difficult task for talking in a local language, whereas I will try to cover in a very simple English, the way I know. So thanks a lot for Senthil to create a great opportunity for people to understand and learn more about it. Thank you, Senthil. So in my topic, I always believe talking very basic things, because what we are lacking, or what I was lacking, was very basic knowledge about dialysis. So I'm really sorry. I mean, I cannot talk to ನನಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕನ್ನಡ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಮಲಯಾಳ ಹತ್ರ ಅರಿಯತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. So I will see what best way I can speak. So I believe that when we learn dialysis, I undergone certificate course in dialysis, then postgraduate diploma in dialysis. But hardly there was no teaching, and people say if you ask too much, then they keep avoiding you. So I wanted to learn the basic, very basic things on dialysis. So that's what I believe basic is very important. So I thank you for the slot to read our solution, which they organized the slot. And I have a channel. It's a free channel. Anyone can open up and see in the YouTube. I keep posting something called Hemodialysis Simplified. Whenever you are free later on, you can go through that. Initially, I just put only the vascular access, but I have about 60 topics to talk about, so which you can watch it. It's quite a simple language and simple way to understand. So my way of doing thing is simplified way, very simplified way to understand what is it, because we are lacking very basic. Now we talk about molecular level of dialysis, like implantable kidneys, probably stem cells, all these things. Whereas when you talk about the basic, you ask someone what is the composition of dialysate, many will have different opinions. So let me start with the basic. Thanks for, for your attention, and please follow me in this. So what I'm going to cover in this is what is the reason why we need to have a solid basic, and why dialysate is needed. So everyone know that machine require 2 canisters. Okay, so when it is very interesting, when I asked them somewhere in Karnataka during training, I asked them why these 2 canisters are required. So one of the technician was probably he must have cut a joke. He said, these 2 canisters are like petrol for car. So I'm really, like astonished to hear. So structure of dialysate, blood and dialysate path, dialysate composition, proportioning system, balancing system, ultrafiltration, and the latest dialysate regeneration, which is I'm going to talk. So let's have my first slide. If I put a slide like this and try to tell you this is what happening in dialysis machine, how many of you will understand? It's very difficult to understand this. So I don't want to go this way of explaining dialysis. I don't want to say this is how the dialysis is happening in the machine, which even I don't understand. Okay, so let me not talk about this anymore. So what we require is, let's go back to the basics. So we don't want to talk about the molecular level of dialysis. Let us talk about very basics of dialysis. Why? Because we need to have a very strong foundation. So I always enjoy this joke. Like the building is strong, but the basement is weak. So we don't want to have this situation. We want strong foundation and strong knowledge. So with that, let's start the session. So why do we need dialysate? This is very simple question. Why do we require dialysate? So the reason is, blood. It is during stage 5 kidney failure or CKD stage, the blood is filled with a lot of uremic toxin, mounting about 92 numbers. We know only 3 or 4 toxins. There are about 93. One media is the blood, and another media should be another liquid media. Otherwise, toxin cannot go to the air. Toxin cannot go to a solid material. So toxin have to move to another solution through a semi-permeable membrane. So that's what, to create that liquid medium, we require dialysate. So the function of the dialysate is just to clear away the waste, excess of salt and fluid from the blood. So that's what we require dialysate as a liquid media. So from a liquid media, another liquid media is moved in. From the blood, toxins moves into the other liquid media called dialysate. That's what we require dialysate. So basically, one more thing before I talk on dialysate, I wanted to make sure that you know better about dialyzer. If you see the dialyzer, this contains fibers extending from this side to this side, about 35-40 centimeters of just like a, what you call the straw for drinking the soft drink. So this is the fibers made up of various material. Olden days it was cellulosic material, then it become modified cellulose, then now it become synthetic, mainly polysulfone, polyetherosulfone. So the membranes are much better nowadays. And you see this when the dialyzer, the fibers open here and it passes to the other end of the filter through this plotting material. And dialysate solution will be passing from down to up, and it goes out like this. So in between the dialyzer fibers, you have the fluid called dialysate. So the diffusion takes place between the blood and the dialysate through the wall of the fiber. So that's what the dialysis happens. So that's what over here, if you take it as a single one, through the pores, the toxins comes out, excess of water comes out, and blood will be keep circulating here. Blood cannot come out because the blood cells are much bigger. So that's what I just thought I will explain this better before we go further. I'm sorry, the senior guys knows it much better, but this is mainly meant for the beginners or students. So let us say the concentrate. Nowadays you see it comes in the canisters. If you see in the olden days, you don't have two canisters. Now you see one canister with, you call it as part A or acid concentrate, another one called part B or bicarbonate concentrate. So whereas in olden days, we do not have two concentrate. We have only one concentrate which contain all the electrolytes sufficient for performing dialysis. So the advantage of those days, it was very simple, single concentrate, no need to carry two concentrate, simple machine hydraulics, there is no too much of complicated hydraulics, more microbial static, because even if the machine do not have facility for heat disinfection or thermal chemical, it doesn't cause much of a microbial reaction because this solution is more microbial static, because this does not contain bicarbonate and even dextrose in some cases. Whereas there are more disadvantages. Patient get acetate intolerance. I think this will be something new for the new people because you may not have seen this concentrate. So patient will have a kind of acetate intolerance. Normally hypertension, vomiting, uneasiness during dialysis, and unexplained discomfort, and post-dialysis hangover. Most of the time, after dialysis, patient would like to stay for 1 or 2 hours because they are not feeling comfortable after dialysis because some kind of, they says, I'm not comfortable. But if you ask them what is happening, they say, no, I'm not able to explain what's happening, but I'm not comfortable. So this was the case of acetate dialysis. And coming back, most of the patients, once you start, they get a kind of hypoxemia. They feel a little breathless, which is very common those days. Nowadays, we connect, patients are comfortable, there is not much of a problem. And less tolerated by patient with liver disease because normally the acetate get converted into the liver to become bicarbonate. So we are not giving a ready supply of bicarbonate, so patient liver have to convert into bicarbonate so that patient having liver issues or even then patient with CKD, their conversion rate is lesser compared to the other normal population, so they get a kind of discomfort. Especially this is another noted factors, this acetate dialysis was not well tolerated by women, children, especially for growing children, this is not so great. So they get more discomfort. And again, positive acetate balance, meaning the amount of acetate you are pushing to the patient, equal amount is not converted into bicarbonate. So there will be always a little negative balance of acetate in the patient body. That's the reason for all these discomfort. So let me just lower bicarbonate level after dialysis. Patient always go with acidosis at the end of the dialysis, which is not so great. So this was the proportioning system. We have only one concentrate. Here, this will be mixing with water 34 part, and it is directly going to the dialysate lines where patient receive it through their dialyzer. So, whereas these are some of the acetate machine which you may not have seen it, which is so huge and quite complicated and very difficult to use, not having much of facilities. Probably this machine was considered to be the king those days because this was a machine we are seeing first time. I have used this machine as well. This is just like a big dining table and chair. This hall can occupy only 3 machines. So this is called Dracula 4219, only having venous pressure, arterial pressure, and TMP, and wide range of conductivity. Machine will accept most of the patient either get too much of sodium or too little sodium, because it allows a dialysate even with 110 sodium in the dialysate into the dialyzer, and patient land up in hypotension, even sometime massive hemolysis. So this is another machine. So what we were lucky to handle this machine, though this was not having much of facilities compared to today, but this was considered to be a king of those era. So now when you come to the current scenario, let's see what we use. We either use a acid canister or part A, or we use a B. This put together will give the required amount of electrolyte for dialysis. In some cases, what happens? They use a canister for part A and cartridge or powder bicarbonate for part B. So this is the current trend in dialysate. So if you put together, I will come to this in ultimate details. This is very important to understand. That's what I believe in, understanding the basics. So you should understand what is inside a dialysate solution. What happened if the dialysate is wrong? So you need to understand this. So I will explain this in a little detail later on. Part A, this is part A or acid concentrate. This contains most of the electrolyte, whereas part B contains only bicarbonate. So if you see this 104 and 30, you will get 134 sodium. So this is the calculation. So the sodium is a major ion present in the dialysate. Conductivity of a solution is based on sodium majorly and other cation, meaning positively charged ions. So this combinedly provide the conductivity, but if you see that the part A and part B put together will give you the required amount of sodium for the dialysate. Anywhere in dialysate, normally we keep a sodium of 132 to 138 or 140 depending on the nephrologist's suggestion or the patient. Even we do sodium moduling for some patient. But how this 135 come is part A sodium plus sodium present in the bicarbonate. You put together, this will be the sodium in the dialysate. I will come to this 2 millimole of potassium. Why it is 2 millimole? Why? So what you need to understand is machine mixes one part of part A plus 1.83 part of bicarbonate, 34 part of water. So it become finally 1:1.8:34. So altogether it will be 1:36, which I will tell you how to calculate. If I ask someone, what is the exact amount of part A required in ml for a dialysis, people will be hesitant to tell. They will say 3 liter, 4 liter or 5 liter. I will show you how do you arrive that. But please understand, this is the composition. 1 part of part A, 1.83 part of part B, and 34 part of water. Machine mixes inside and form the dialysate. So this is the reason now we totally switched over to bicarbonate based concentrate, because acetate was not well tolerated. This is anywhere not in India except some remote villages in India. Still they use acetate, it's there, but normally it is not there. But normally we use this bicarbonate buffer. So this is the current trend. So I want you guys to understand between concentrate and dialysate. Concentrate is different, dialysate is different. Please understand that. Concentrate is the one which comes in canister. Okay, that's different than what is coming into the dialyzer. Concentrate is the one which comes in canister, which is highly concentrated. Dialysate is the one which is coming into the dialyzer after machine mixing it properly, checking the sodium level, checking the temperature, everything, and it comes to the dialyzer. So that's the dialysate. So let's start. What is dialysis concentrate? This is normally 34 times higher than the serum level of electrolyte. So that's what you need to understand. So that's what if you see the label, normally it comes as non-sterile because nothing can grow in this because of the very high concentration of sodium inside. And this is the concentrate. And highly microbial static. No organism can grow in that because of very high amount of salt inside. Available in non-sterile form. It cannot be sterilized easily and it need not be sterilized because nothing can grow inside. If you put some bacteria inside, immediately the bacteria will die because of the salt concentration inside the concentrate. But it comes to the dialysate, it's a different story. So that's what I wanted to differentiate between the dialysate and concentrate. So the dialysis machine require two concentrate, part A or acid concentrate and part B a bicarbonate concentrate. I will ask you one more question here. Why do we use two concentrate? Why don't you put together in one canister and give it to the machine? It makes our job easy, right? Okay, I will come to that in the question and answer session. So let's see what is dialysate. It's a physiological solution, okay? It's a physiological solution. The composition of the solution, which is, you know that dialyzer is connected with dialysate in and dialysate out. So this solution is coming here at the rate of 500 ml per minute. So this is a physiological solution. What will happen? If you allow the water to come here, all the electrolyte in the blood will be washed away. That's what we want, a physiological solution. So understand, dialysis is a physiological solution which contains electrolyte level similar to the blood. Next one. It is diluted 34 times with RO water to make osmolarity similar to blood. Okay, this point I'll come to you later. Dialysate is highly susceptible for microbial growth. So see the difference here. Here this is highly microbial static, meaning bacteria or microorganism or nothing can grow here. Whereas if it mixes 34 times, the story becomes different. It is highly susceptible for microbial growth, so we need to take care of it differently, which I think someone covers here. So this is the technology. You have two pumps in the machine. One pick up the acid or part A, another pick up the bicarbonate or part B, and mixes together. Check the electrolyte level, check the temperature, then it allow it to pass through the dialyzer, through the dialysate line. So this is the dialysate. Whereas concentrate is different, it comes in the canister. So what is dialysate again? We explained this contains electrolyte similar to the level of extracellular fluid, except bicarbonate and potassium. I'll explain that a little later. It is isotonic in nature, meaning even if the dialysate come directly in contact with blood or through a membrane, it's not going to distract the blood cells. Or suppose what happened if you pour blood in a highly concentrated salt solution, the blood cells will get damaged or hemolysis happen. So this should not happen. That's what is called osmolarity of the solution is the same. If you take the osmolarity, it is approximately same as the blood. and it contains all the electrolyte, sodium, potassium, calcium, magnesium, chloride, and bicarbonate. Normally, it is added with dextrose, okay? So some countries never add dextrose, but in India, we do dextrose, either 100 or 200. Most of the developed countries, they don't use dextrose because it is in the dialysate form, it can attract a lot of microbial organism. And second thing, it can damage the heater of the machine called caramelization. So they don't use dextrose at all. Whereas patient don't get hypoglycemia because the conversion and transformation of the dextrose, it's a little slow process. None of the patient go to hypoglycemia if you use zero glucose. Then the freshly prepared dialysate solution continuously flow through the dialysate line in at the rate of 500 ml or 600 ml or 200 ml or 800 ml as a set flow. Okay, so then after it comes through the dialysate in, it goes to the drainage after checking the blood content in that called blood leak, which I will come to you. So let me ask you, what is conductivity? If I show this slide, it is too complex. You don't understand, even I don't understand, okay? I'll also find difficulty in understanding what is it mentioned. So conductivity in dialysis language is different. Artery in dialysis language is different. Vein in dialysis language is different. So understand the dialysis language. Don't worry about all these big definition, okay? So to me, if I go through that, I get confused or I don't understand properly. So make it very simple as possible. It's nothing but the sodium level in the solution. Okay? So over here, suppose I'm telling you, I'm sure that most of the dialysis unit, suppose you wanted to send the dialysate to the lab, it takes several hours to get the report. What is the sodium? By the time, I don't know whether the patient is alive or not, but it's very difficult to get that report very easy, not very easy. Say for example, I visited one center in Gujarat, Gir Forest area. To reach the city, to get a lab accessed, you have to travel about 7 to 8 kilometers. So you need not go to that level. It's very easy, common sense to understand. If you see the conductivity of the machine, if the machine is calibrated properly, or machine is a good brand, you can understand what is the sodium of the dialysate. It's very simple calculation. You are going to see this. This is the conductivity you are seeing in the machine. Machine will show what is the conductivity and two limits, upper and lower limit. So this you will be seeing. So it's very easy to understand what is the sodium. It's very simple. You multiply your conductivity into 10. Say for example, 14 is the conductivity, multiply by 10. So 140 minus 5 or 4.5 or 5. Why minus 5 is calcium is another cation and potassium is another cation. So all this positive ion will be there, calcium and magnesium and potassium. So calcium you take it to, calcium you take it 1.5 or 1.7, potassium you take it 2 and others, impurities or whatever it is. So that is minus 4, meaning if the conductivity is 14, multiply by 10, minus 4. That will be the approximate sodium in the dialysate. So you need not do any rocket science to understand this. That's what I have given here, the relationship between the conductivity and sodium concentration. This is the conductivity 14.5 and the sodium will be roughly equal to 139. So it's very easy to calculate. Multiply this into 10 minus 5. So you will get what is the sodium concentration approximately. So don't take this as a benchmarking, but you have to send the dialysate once in a month to a good lab or whenever you receive a new batch of concentrate, you have to collect the dialysate and send it to the lab for your reference and keep it in the record. So there are different type of concentrate. I'm not going much in detail. This is with dextrose about 100. This is dextrose about 200, you see here, and this is no dextrose. This is no dextrose, okay? There is no dextrose over here. So there are various things. And there are exemptions like calcium free, potassium free, which I will come to you later. So here, this is why we require the dialysate. If you see the normal plasma sodium or normal values of serum sodium, not plasma, serum sodium, this is the sodium, 135 to 145. This is the sodium in the serum. Whereas the serum, what we keep in the dialysis machine is about 135, not 145. Why? Because most of the patients are not compliant. They take lot of salt and come with a very high salt at the end of 2 or 3 days gap. So that's what we always keep lower sodium in the dialysate. Potassium, again, if you see, it's 3.5 to 5.5 is the normal, but we normally keep about 1.8 to 2 milliequivalents because patient eat from outside and most of the food, vegetarian food contain potassium, especially leaves and vegetables contain a lot of potassium. So we limit the potassium into 1.8 to 2 so that the patient come after 2 or 3 days, the patient potassium will be within the limit. Otherwise, they will end up in hyperkalemia. That's the reason in dialysate we keep potassium lower. Again, if you see, CKD patients are highly prone for acidosis or lower level of bicarbonate over here. So if you see the serum bicarbonate is about 24 to 30 is a normal. But in the dialysate, normally we keep about 30 to 35 so that none of the patient go into acidosis after 3 days or 4 days. So that's the reason we keep always bicarbonate on the higher side. So this is a further explanation of the previous slide. So let me conclude it here. This is the sodium level normally kept it in this one. Potassium, I explained why it is less because most of the patient take a lot of potassium and they come with a higher potassium level. So we wanted to limit it. At the same time, bicarbonate, we always keep 31 to 35 or even some patients go up to 38 if they are not on regular dialysis. So bicarbonate and potassium will be an exemption in the dialysate. Remaining is almost similar to the serum level. So there are 3 things I am going to explain here. I don't take a lot of time, but in a simple way, I will explain a simple way. So if you remember the first diagram I shown you, one hydraulic diagram, it's very, very difficult to understand. To simplify that, I made it into 3. One is proportioning system, balancing system, and UF system. So this makes you to understand things easier. So I'll explain this one by one. Proportional system is nothing but it picks up concentrate, part A and part B, and it removes the gases by heating, and it mixes into 1:1.8 to 34 part of water and produce the solution in a fixed rate, whether it is 500 ml, 600 ml, 200 ml or whatever, and it send it to the dialyzer and it goes out. So this is the one. There will be a blood leak detector. Please understand that during dialysis, never bypass this because if there is any rupture of dialyzer, you never know. So never bypass 2 things in dialysis. One is the blood leak detector, another one is the air bubble detector. So never bypass it. So this will just pick up the part A, part B, mix it in a desirable limit, check the electrolyte level. If everything is good, like sodium is good, temperature is good, it will allow it to pass through the dialyzer. And the used dialysate will go into the drain. So this is the simplest way to explain that. So this is the way. Once you do that, the pH will be about 7.4, PCO2 will be about 50, and bicarbonate will be about 30. So this is the proportioning. So when it comes to balancing, how you get, suppose you keep 2000 ml or 2 liter is a removal, how machine exactly remove that much of amount is, machine have a balancing chamber system, meaning it allows certain amount of fluid to go to the dialyzer, and the other chamber, the chamber 2 require, this is chamber 1, this send about 500 ml of dialysate into the dialyzer, for example, and chamber 2 require 500 ml. It will not accept anything less than that. So what will happen? This will be a case of zero ultrafiltration, where you are not removing any fluid from the patient. Whereas you have some system here called UF system. From this part, before it comes to the, the thumb rule is that this prepare and send 500 ml, this must require 500 ml. So in between this UF pump, ultrafiltration pump, steals some amount of fluid. That's called ultrafiltration. From where this stolen fluid come, it apply pressure on the dialyzer to suck out that much of fluid to compensate to 500 ml. Say for example, you are sending 500 ml and this pump is sucking out 10 ml. So it receive only 490. The second pump will not accept 490. So it sucks out 10 ml from the blood. That's what ultrafiltration happens. So this is the simplest way to explain that everyone need to understand. Okay? So this is a system in ultrafiltration. I'm not going in detail. So let's say the dry canister versus the concentrate. The canister which is popularly used, it's ready to use, no need to mix, batch preparation so that there won't be any issues on the concentrate. High transportation cost because it's a large volume storage, 5 liters or 10 liters, contain trace amount of acetate, whereas in dry powder, it's citrate based. Okay? Please understand, this is easy to, the advantage is only it is easy to transport. Whereas mixing site, more manpower required. Our people are really don't like mixing things. They don't want mixing powder into solution. It's a tedious job and lot of contamination chances. So it need to be mixed on the site, and mixing error can happen. Suppose if you put wrong amount of water or more amount of fluid and conductivity is not coming, companies don't take any responsibility. They will say it's your problem, you guys mix it, we do not know. And another thing is, this is not a batch preparation. Batch preparation of concentrate in the companies, they will prepare a batch of 10,000 liters or 20,000 liters and check the batch, put the batch number. Here we are mixing in the site. We are sole responsible. We do not know whether it is correct or not. It's not a batch preparation. And not suitable. I would say that 30% of the patients, citrate is not suitable because most of the patient will have hypotension, they will have calcium depletion, they will start bleeding. So this have to be selected to the patient. It's not suitable for all the patient. So we have to see whether patient is having good liver function, so whether we need to use it for them or not. So it's not good for all the patients. Need for frequent monitoring and calcium and hemoglobin of the patient, because we need to watch for the calcium and hemoglobin on weekly basis, because this patient tend to get bleeding and they may go to low hemoglobin because of internal hemorrhage. So we need to monitor this in a weekly basis. Sometimes it's allergic to some patient. You see, I've seen people mixing this. They get rough hands or rough skins and they get allergic. So the decision is left to you. How do you manage? So another important thing I wanted to say, mixing of bicarbonate. This is another beautiful thing we can see in many of the dialysis centers. Sometimes they use a bucket and a stick to mix the bicarbonate. Okay? A bucket you take, then put the powder, pour the water, use a stick. Someone use a gloves, probably they put the hand inside and mix. This is a bad practice because this bicarbonate get contaminated very, very bad. Okay, so this need to be taken carefully. Second thing is, as a cost factor, sometimes they buy a mixing machine, but never do rinsing or washing of this machine. In that case, bucket is much better. So sometimes what happens, we'll buy a mixing machine and it's very difficult to clean it. This is supposed to be cleaned, this tank is supposed to be cleaned after every day and with warm water and dry it up. So many of the time you will see some residual bicarbonate lying there and this will be a broth for contamination. So in this case, I would say bucket is better because we are finishing it one time, keeping upside down and drying. So don't do this. If you are not prepared to clean it every day and dry it, better don't use a mixer, better use a bucket as a practical convenience. The best way to do is you should have a machine which mixes without any touching of hand. It pumps water, required amount of water, and put required amount of powder, mix it, deliver it. Once it is over, it disinfects itself by hot water. So this is the ideal situation we should look for. Not this machine buying, and most of the time you see this machine, most of these places are corrosive, and you will see a lot of bicarbonate deposit. Don't do this at all if you are not confident on cleaning this every day. Rather go back to the bucket. But in ideal situation, you should have this kind of completely automated mixing system. So another thing people talk about, the central delivery of concentrate. What they do is they buy the powder instead of canister and mix it in a central place. And none of the system available in India is perfect because they are mixed in a huge tank with a pump and supplying through the line. And this tank is very, very, very difficult to clean and the cleaning is not happening. So either you have a good system or don't have any system. Go back to your canister. And this is the concentrate problem. We require to have an automatic filling and mixing system. If not, and it should be easy to clean. Cleaning is the most difficult part in this solution. So if you don't have a cleaning facility, better don't go for central concentrate delivery. So, and you will have higher chance of contamination. Another thing is central delivery of dialysate, which is not in our country. This is mostly in Japan. Machine do not have any hydraulics. Machine have only on the top. It's in a stand. On the top you will see the machine. It's called dialysis monitor, not dialysis machine. So they will have a central RO plant, and a central portion, a central place to mix part A and part B, and it comes through the pipeline and directly supplied to the coupler of the dialyzer, where you can eliminate the hydraulics of the machine. It is not available. Whereas the dialysis machine become less expensive. It's only 1/4 of the cost of the machine. It's called dialysis monitor. This is just dialysis monitor, not dialysis machine. Only it is having couplers, dialysis connector, monitors, and no hydraulics. Hydraulic is a central one. Mixing is central, RO is central. So this system, one of the biggest difficulty in this system is maintaining the system on daily basis and disinfecting the system. So in Japan, most of these things are automated, so nothing to worry. Everything is automated. cleaning is automated, testing is automated, even the endotoxin testing, pyrogen testing, even hardness testing is automated. So nothing to worry over there. That's the reason in Japan the highest standard of living and the highest year of living in dialysis. Some of the patients are almost like 60 years on dialysis and they live a normal life. So this is the advantage, no individual system required, no individual water treatment system, and it's a central delivery. So another one is, this is an old system, probably about 40 years old system called dialysate regeneration system. I'm sure this is going to be the future because you know that in India, to produce RO water, we require about 120 to 150 liter of RO water for single dialysis. Our ROs, especially the indigenous ROs or make in India ROs, the reject is almost 70% or 75%. So if you feed about 100 liters of water, only 25 liters you are getting as a product water. 75 liters is rejected out. So for each dialysis, I would say you require about 450 liters of water, raw water, to produce 150 liter of RO water. So what is the technology which someone has developed probably about 40 years is, your dialysate after coming to the dialyzer is going to the drain. So instead of it going to the drain, why don't we regenerate it and make it usable? So that what you require is remove the toxins, add additional electrolyte and bicarbonate or whatever, and use the same fluid again. It's nothing but recycling of the dialysate, which is very, very important down the line 10 to 15 years ago, later. So regeneration of this is possible. So if you see here, this is the dialysate coming out, and this pass through the sorbent column, and once it comes out, pure water is added, required electrolyte is added, again the same fluid can be used. So instead of using 450 liters of water, you can do dialysis with 7 to 8 liters of water. So that will be a big saving. So make it a little more understandable way. This is the entire technology. So we use this cartridge. This will regenerate the used dialysate, and the same dialysate can be used the entire time. So this will be a big cost saving in the future. And finally, that's a technology used in home hemodialysis or probably portable machine. This is a machine you can carry in a small suitcase wherever you want. And this is the regeneration system of dialysate and concentrate. The entire thing will be about 34 kilo. The machine will be about 5-6 kilos. The entire system is about 34 kilo. You can carry it in a baggage wherever you wanted to go. So that will be the system which is available at home. You can have the dialysis at home for the facilities available. So I suggest you should have strong foundation. I'm not talking about rocket science. I'm just talking about what is dialysate, what is water, how it is prepared, and so on. So any of the structures are formed by very, very strong foundation. In that, I like this one called dragon blood tree. If you see the tree, these are the branches. Same branching will be on the root. So the root also will be like this. So this can live for probably 3,000, 4,000 years. You can stand down the tree for the entire rainy season. Not even a single drop of water will come to your head. So that's a kind of protection. So what I mean to say, we should have a strong foundation. And this tree have beautiful stories, which I don't know whether we have time to discuss. This, if you cut the tree, blood will come out from this. blood will come out from the tree. Okay? I will show you the picture quickly. This is called, if you cut it, blood will come out from that. Okay, that's not blood, that's a kind of solution. I know you Lebon or Sambrani ellam pandradhukku, they use this one, polishing the violin or whatever, and this is very, very expensive. The skin of the tree is used for liver problems and very, very expensive. If it is in India, someone would have stolen this, but it's lying in Jordan without much problem. Thank you very much for the time, and it's a time for question.
Many thanks for the presentation, sir. That was an impressive information about the dragon blood tree. It was simply given, and we like the enthusiasm and passion with which it was given. So the stage is now open for the Q&A session. If you have any questions related to this topic, kindly raise your hand. Our speaker will address your query. Okay, we have a question for you, sir. So, what are the reasons for high and low conductivity?
Yeah, nowadays the machines are very safe, and you can set the conductivity. Suppose you want a conductivity of 14, you can set the conductivity as 14. If it comes to 13.8, it can give an alarm. If go to 14.2, it can give an alarm. Normally, the reason for low conductivity is wrong concentrate mixing. That's one reason. You get low conductivity. The conductivity seldom come because of the mixing issue or something wrong with the machine. So we need to look into whether you have, instead of pouring 10 liter, whether you have poured 11 liter of water. So that we need to look at. The reverse is the high conductivity. It could be because you are using lesser water, especially when you make a bicarbonate solution. That could be the reason for low and high conductivity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We kindly request you to remain on stage for a moment, sir. Thank you. The car owner of TN09BD 5937, we request you to move the car. Thank you.
So, we will now proceed to invite Mr. V. Arogya Das, Committee Member, SDTP, to extend a token of appreciation to our esteemed speaker.
Thank you. Thanks.
Next, we will now present a short video. Please sit back and take a break.
The world is changing rapidly. The world is changing. The world is changing rapidly. New studies reveal that more than 30 million adults have chronic kidney disease. Here at Redire Solutions, we consciously contribute to the well-being of mankind. The hemodialysis solution is manufactured in a sanitized area. The chemists change into their lab uniforms and accessories in a sanitized zone before they begin the manufacturing process. Redire Solutions uses IP-grade raw material. The raw materials are measured and introduced to a series of quality control tests. The production unit is equipped with mixing tank and storage unit with a capacity to manufacture 50,000 liters of solution daily. The production area has UV and a 4-layer micron filter system. Even though the product is non-sterile, Redire Solutions maintains a sterile environment in the facility. Redire Solutions offers the hemodialysis solutions in different ratio based on requirements. The solution is packed and moved to client facilities. Redire Solutions is committed to enriching people's life and the environment for a better future. With Redire, life thrives.
Welcome to the Business Center, your ultimate one-stop solution for the distribution of surgical items and nephrology products. With over 2 decades of experience, we take pride in providing exceptional services to the healthcare industry since 1996. At the Business Center, we understand the critical role of timely supplies for dialysis treatment centers. Our dedication in delivering high-quality products with speed and precision sets us apart from the rest. Our mission is to ensure quicker access to essential consumables, guaranteeing that dialysis centers can focus on their primary mission, that is providing top-notch patient care. With strategically located warehouses in Chennai and Madurai, we establish faster connections between our regional branch offices and dialysis centers across South India, strengthening our commitment to efficiency and reliability. Our professional approach to logistics ensures that every product reaches its destination with accuracy and promptness. With our state-of-the-art SAP ERP integration and SMS facility, our clients stay informed throughout the entire delivery process. As authorized dealers for prestigious brands, we ensure that our clients receive only the finest quality products. Our unique offering, the dialysis kit, is tailored to meet the specific needs of our customers. This comprehensive kit contains 15 essential products, streamlining the dialysis process and enhancing the patient care. Experience the excellence of the Business Center. From surgical items to nephrology products, we are your trusted partner for all your medical supply needs. The Business Center, empowering healthcare providers with top quality solutions.
The world is changing rapidly. New studies reveal that more than 30 million adults have chronic kidney disease. Here at Redire Solutions, we consciously contribute to the well-being of mankind. The hemodialysis solution is manufactured in a sanitized.
All right, it's time for a short refreshment break. Use this opportunity to network with fellow attendees, exchange ideas, and create meaningful connections. We'll resume the more insightful discussion in 10 minutes. Thank you.
என்ன நேம் சார்?
Just a gentle reminder, we kindly ask all attendees to be seated first, to switch off their mobile devices to silent mode, refrain from consuming snacks within the premises, and observe silence throughout the duration of the event. Thank you. Next, it's our pleasure to invite Dr. N. Malati, Senior Assistant Professor from the Institute of Child Health, Egmore, to present her expertise on the topic, Hemoperfusion in Poison Management. I request all participants to remain silent. Thank you.
I repeat, please maintain silence in the event hall.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Malati from Rajiv Gandhi Government General Hospital. I currently am deputed to the Institute of Child Health, where I continue to work in the Department of Nephrology for Children. Now, my association with this organization is the Society for Dialysis Technicians and Paramedicals is quite long. I think this is my third presentation. I've been presenting in the earlier conferences which were held some years before. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you organizers, Mr. Jayasilan, Mr. Sendil, and my own dialysis guru, Mr. Sivamani, who is a patron, and other organizers for giving me this opportunity here. Now my topic is on hemoperfusion. Now please let me know how many of you have done hemoperfusion in this audience. Could you please raise up your hands? Hemoperfusion. Okay, there are very few. I think I should also raise my hand because I also have a personal experience in hemoperfusion, and that's why I'm talking about this topic. Now, poisoning is a very important aspect of emergency medicine. Day in and day out, we have a lot of poisoning happening, and the poisoning is because of suicides, homicide, or accidental ingestion. Now, a lot of poisons have been identified, lot of toxins have been identified, but the commonly what we come across is snake bite poisoning, pesticide, herbicide poison, and herbs, seeds, plants which are used as poisons, and some of the drugs by overdosage can become poisonous. Now once the poison enters either by ingestion, by exposure to the eyes, or skin exposure, or a lung exposure, it enters into the body, and then from there afterwards it is actually entering into the blood flow, and in the blood flow it distributes into various organs and produces organ failure of various other organs. Now how it distributes, how much is distributed, and how much is toxic depends on the various chemical character of the poison. So once the poison enters into the system, we know it produces cellular destruction, death of the cell, and therefore it produces severe organ injuries in the form of either there could be a renal failure, a liver failure, heart failure, respiratory failure, and disseminated intravascular coagulation, or a cardiac respiratory arrest. So these are the ultimate effects of the ingested or the inhaled or the exposed poison. Now, what are the factors which affect the poison? Now, this is very important. The time interval between the exposure of the poison and the treatment of the poison, that also matters. This is defined as the golden hours. So the earlier the treatment, the better will be the treatment for the poison. And every poison is not the same for every individual. Each poison is different in different individual. What is toxic to some individual, a 10 ml will be toxic to one individual, will not be toxic to the other. So it again differs with respect to the metabolism and excretion status of the individual. So these are different things that we have to keep in mind when the poisoning patient is seen. Now, what do we do once the poison has come into the system? So the first thing is to remove the toxin. So that is the most important thing, because the faster we remove the toxin from the system, the toxic effects will be reduced. And the next thing will be if the poison has got an antidote. So there are defined poisons with defined antidotes. That antidote also should be administered immediately. And with all this, the rest of the system, symptomatic treatment should be given, organ support should be given. So this is the basic core of any poisoning treatment. Now, so any treatment, whether it is a primary health center or a tertiary care center, the first treatment is to give a gastric lavage in poisoning. So whatever is orally ingested, most of the poison is removed by the gastric lavage. The next what we administer is the activated charcoal, multi-dose activated charcoal. Now why I am talking about the activated charcoal is, now this activated charcoal that we are giving orally, which is called as a gut dialysis or a oral dialysis, is the forerunner of this purification system which is called hemoperfusion. So what we are doing as a swallowing mechanism with the activated charcoal was actually converted into a cartridge, and that is the starting of the technique called hemoperfusion. So we here are not talking about the blood purification method. So blood, now after oral ingestion of the poison, we are giving gastric lavage, we are giving multi-dose activated charcoal. So most of the poisons are brought out by that. But the rest of the poison, which is actually absorbed into the system, is actually removed by this purification mechanism. And this purification mechanism is what is called as hemoperfusion. So this is called ECRT, extracorporeal removal of toxins. So we have many methods for removing the extracorporeal method of removing poisons and toxins. Peritoneal dialysis is there, hemodialysis is there, hemoperfusion is there. Peritoneal dialysis is not a very good modality. Hemodialysis to some extent is a good modality for removing toxins and poisons. Hemoperfusion also has got an important role for removing toxins and poisons. Now, how do we choose whether a particular poison should be dialyzed or hemoperfused? It all depends on what is the poison, what is the molecular weight of the poison, what is the solubility of the poison, and what is the half-life of the poison. It also depends on the volume distribution of the poison, the protein binding capacity of the poison, how fastly it is cleared by the kidney or the liver, and various other kinetic and clinical effects of the poison. So this decides whether particular poison should be put for hemodialysis or hemoperfusion. So now let us concentrate on two of the main modalities which is easy for many of us here. One is the hemodialysis, the other is the hemoperfusion, and let us see the comparison between the two. So a dialysable poison has important characteristic. All dialysable poisons should be water soluble, number one. Number two, the molecular weight should be low. So it should be a low molecular weight poison. Number three, the volume of distribution also should be low. And so these are the important criteria for a dialysable poison. So what are the poisons which are hemodialysable? Now, many poisons include lithium, thallium, methanol, metformin, barbiturate, theophylline, salicylic acid, phenytoin, and even ethylene glycol, which is not mentioned there. These are all important poisons which are dialysable. So if a particular poison is not dialysable, we should see whether it could be removed by hemoperfusion. So this is the application of hemoperfusion, and this is the resin cartridge which is available in the Indian market, which is called HA230, and it is produced by the Jaffron Biomedicals. So what is the history start of hemoperfusion? Now way back in the 1948, the first exchange with resin filters was done in animals, and later this was done with drug overdosage poison. Again they used a resin. Then subsequently they understood the importance of the activated charcoal. So the activated charcoal was put into a cartridge. So this is in 1971, the earliest available hemoperfusion cartridge, which was subsequently used for human use in clinical toxicology. From there, so it's almost 1970, the year when I was born, I think. So like 53 years now, we have come to a really evolved, modified, and a modern technology called a resin cartridge, which I'll talk about. Now this is the circuit of a hemoperfusion. Please note, there is no need for RO water, there is no need for hydraulics, there is no need for anything cumbersome. All we need is a central vein catheter, either a jugular catheter or a subclavian catheter, and the blood is actually propelled to the cartridge. And the mechanism used here is adsorption. It is not absorption, it is AD. AD, adsorption. Adsorption means all the toxins and the chemicals will come and collect on the surface of the cartridge. So these cartridges cannot be reused. In fact, for the first day one session, you have to use 2 cartridges with an interval of at least 4 to 6 hours. One in the 6 hours apart, 1 cartridge. Once the cartridge gets saturated, you cannot reuse, you have to discard it. So this is the basic outline of the hemoperfusion circuit. So I talked about activated charcoal. Now activated charcoal is brought out from none other than our tennamaram, our coconut tree, the Kalpataru of India. So Kalpataru, India produces coconut shells, and coconut shells are actually made it into charcoal and they were used. But this is a very primitive form of hemoperfusion. Now what are the disadvantages of using this activated charcoal material is, they are so fine, they can embolize into the bloodstream and they can produce organ failure or thrombotic complications. So that is why we have evolved into resin forms. So these were earlier forms of hemoperfusion cartridges. So this is the first cartridge actually designed by the Gambro, and that was for the Prismaflex machine. So as you could see here, there is a canister with activated charcoal, and blood flows through the, blood is driven by the normal dialysis machine. And as I said earlier, there is no ultrafiltration, no fluid removal, and no dialysis also. Now, if any of your patients also have acute kidney injury due to the poison, because day 1 and day 2 mostly they don't suffer from acute kidney injury, but in the subsequent days they will develop acute kidney injury, wherein you have to use both hemoperfusion as well as hemodialysis. Now this is the resin, macroporous neutral resin that I am talking about, which is the HA230. It's produced by the Jaffron Biomedicals, and these actually overcome, these are technically advanced. I could call this as a superstar of hemoperfusion, because this has actually overcome all the disadvantages, all the bad effects of the original activated charcoal based canisters. So what are the fine properties of this? There is high mechanical strength, a very large, you can see the beads there, which is enlarged in the center. So these are the beads. Now these beads are the macroporous beads. They are neutral and they are with resin material. So unlike the activated charcoal, they do not disseminate into the system. They will remain still within the cartridge. So they have high mechanical strength, a very large adsorptive area. They also have very good biocompatibility. Now what happened with the spicules of activated charcoal? You just imagine and visualize, if you burn a coconut shell, powder them, how hard and how spiky and sharp they are. So imagine if they are to be exposed to blood column, then there's a lot of thrombotic events, a lot of hemolysis happening, and actually a lot of loss of white blood cells, RBCs, platelets and all that. Now this problem is overcome by the macroporous resin-based cartridge, which is shown here. So this amounts to good biocompatibility of the process. And the pore size also is adjustable. We can have variations in pore size according to the poison requirements. So the resin design is definitely used a lot of advanced coating technology, a lot of hemodynamics, and adequately sterilized. So this is presently available for usage for us to use for hemoperfusion in our country. Previously, this was coming from abroad. I believe it was from China. That was before the COVID era, and now presently it is available in India. So this already I have talked about the comparison between a charcoal-based hemoperfusion cartridge and a resin base. So we do understand that technically, mechanically, and biologically, the resin is better than the charcoal. Now this is the process of hemoperfusion. Now, before going into the hemoperfusion, I would like to tell my own history of hemoperfusion. Now, I work in Madras Medical College. We have the Institute of Nephrology. We also have a separate devoted and dedicated poison control training and research center. It is the highest center for the region. So the poison center is actually managed by the medicine department. So what I used to do is, after working in nephrology, I used to go to toxicology. And there the HOD of toxicology actually asked me whether could we do hemoperfusion, which is a new technology arriving. And he mentioned about a particular poison called paraquat, about which I'll describe shortly. So the paraquat is a herbicide. In Tamil Nadu, it is called as pullu marundu. It's kalaikolli. It's a weedicide, exactly to say. Now, in the districts of Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram, where the farmers are there, and a lot of socio-economic crises are much prevalent, this pullu marundu, which is used for plants, is also consumed by the farmers whenever they go for depression. They want to commit suicide. They mix it with alcohol and drink it. And actually, it is a very fatal poison. Even 20 ml will finish. Because in those districts, they have understood. Because we get a lot of patients from Kanchipuram district, Tiruvallur district with this paraquat poison. I would continue my story when I describe about paraquat. Now, this is the process of hemoperfusion. As you could see, the blood through the central vein catheter, it goes out, and then the particles gets absorbed onto the surface. Saturation happens within 4 hours. Usual sessions range between 4 hours to 6 hours, and afterwards we have to discard the cartridge. So all poisons which are technically middle molecule but less than large molecule, and poisons which are liposoluble, and poisons which have very high protein binding, and poisons which have very large volume of distribution are perfect candidates for this particular procedure called hemoperfusion. So the technique is adsorption. We have already mentioned about that. So this is how the adsorption process happens. But you could ask me one point. This resin cartridge is definitely better than the charcoal cartridge, but it also has its own disadvantages. There are some reports of thrombocytopenia, hypocalcemia, hypoglycemia also happening during this session, but you have to tackle them accordingly. You should be well equipped to tackle these. But with my experience of using at least 18 cartridges for around 6 patients, we never had this experience, but still it is recorded, and so it should be thought about, and we should be well equipped to tackle those problems also. So this is how adsorption of all the particles and saturation of the cartridge happens, and the process of hemoperfusion takes place. Now, the most important thing is this process will happen very fast. As soon as you put the patient onto the hemoperfusion, immediately the patient will have a very good effect because most of the toxins are removed. And most importantly, if you have a greater surface area, greater will be the adsorption. So please accordingly adjust your adsorptive surface area of the cartridge. Now, Apart from the herbicides and the pesticides we talked about, there are very many drug overdosages also which could be tackled. Particularly, most of the drugs which has got a benzene ring, like a morphine, phenobarbital, diazepam, dopamine, tetramine, these drugs overdosage also could be tackled by the hemoperfusion cartridges. To summarize, so what are the toxins and poisons which could be very well tackled by this HA230R? Number one, the basic pesticides and the herbicides which are available in India, the rodenticides available like the organophosphorus compound poisons, of course the animal toxin, the animal venom like a snake venom, bee venom, mushroom poison, herbal poisonings could be tackled. Definitely some of the drugs which have got more of lipophilia and has benzene ring, those drug overdosages and some of the industrial toxins also could be removed by this HA230 hemoperfusion cartridge. And I was talking about my experience with pesticide poison. So the important pesticide that I saw in the toxicology department of Madras Medical College was paraquat. Now way back in 2004 when I did nephrology, there was no entity called paraquat. We used to see only copper sulfate poisons and snake venom poison. We've never heard an entity. So this is a new thing in the market. About this, Dr. Giri is about to talk, so not much, but I would like to conclude my experience, what I did with this paraquat. This paraquat easily available. In the European Union, it is banned. In entire Europe, you cannot get paraquat. In America, United States of America, you can only buy it with restriction. So, but in India, in Tamil Nadu, you can just go to any herbicide, pesticide shop and buy paraquat. So this is the major public hazard. So the first case was reported in Madras Medical College in 2009. From there afterwards, the number of cases keep on increasing because this pesticide does not have an antidote, and with 3 days, it is fatal because it acts so fastly. And there's even a rebound. Again, within 1 week, the patient is normal also. Again, the patient will become a rebound from the blood, and then it is ultimately fatal. So these are the various pesticides available, and of which the herbicide, that is the Kalaikolli Marandu, is more commonly used. This is how a paraquat is available in the Indian market. This is the commercial available paraquat. This is how it looks. It's mixed with green color so that they do not accidentally ingest. But most of my patients in my survey, they mixed it with alcohol so that odor they do not realize and they finish it off. This is our experience with paraquat, hemoperfusion. So we do understand that currently the hemoperfusion, which is well available, so it is time that we realize the importance of using it for selective poisons in a much better way. So these are other included indications for paraquat. Of course, we can use it for rodenticide, rat killer poison, which is organophosphorus. In Madras Medical College, we have no experience with organophosphorus. We are thinking about using it, but we have presently used only for hemoperfusion. We could also use for other drug overdosage, like there are reports of hemoperfusion being used for digoxin toxicity and also for carbamazepine toxicity, which is a seizure drug. There are also reports for using in methotrexate. Methotrexate is a drug which is being used for a lot of it's a primary rheumatology department medicine, and so even if that is ingested accidentally, for which the toxicity also, this hemoperfusion could be used. So I end my talk with this. So what we concentrate here is about the newly available, widely marketed now hemoperfusion, which could be safely used. It accelerates the poison elimination. It reduces the metabolic substance, alleviates the complication, improves the survival. It's primarily to be used for pesticides, herbicides, rodenticides, biotoxins, some of the drug overdosages, industrial toxins. The treatment schedule is like the first day we have to use 2 cartridges at an interval gap of 4 hours, and the session can range. We did a session for about 4 to 5 hours, but the recommendation by the company is about 6 hours session. And as I mentioned earlier, there is no reuse. It is compatible with all of the dialysis machines, and it enhances more survival from these patients who commit suicide or accidentally ingest these poisons. Thank you.
Such an interesting presentation, Dr. Malathi.
Thank you.
Please accept our sincere appreciation for the outstanding presentation you made. Thank you for sharing your priceless time and experience with us. The stage is now open for question and answer session. Participants, any questions that you would like to ask Dr. Malathi?
Yeah. Mic.
I am Sabhavati, dialysis technician, Raipata GH.
Okay.
And I have one more question. 4 size, ma'am.
Which one?
4 size.
4 size, I think the manufacturers should be the better people to talk about. Okay. I think during lunch session, Mr. Praveen is there from Jaffron Biomedicals. He's a third person sitting there.
Okay,
so
ma'am.
you can ask him for technical details.
Okay. Ma'am, which type of patients used HP?
I used paraquat.
Paraquat. Okay.
I told you, no, pullu marundu, also known as kalaikolli marundu, available in. Nee gavanikkaliyappa?
Illa paathirudhu.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Any more questions, participants?
Ma'am, I have one question.
Yes, pa.
Filter மட்டும் யூஸ் பண்ணலாமா இல்ல டைலசர் ப்ளஸ் ஃபில்டர் யூஸ் பண்ணலாமா?
நாங்கள் ஆக்சுவலி பேராகோட்டில் என்ன ஆகும்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டே த பேஷண்ட் வில் நெவர் லுக் லைக் அ பேஷண்ட். Means like he'll be so stable, looking nothing. He'll be just normal. In fact, he'll think, why are these doctors getting worked up when I'm so normal? But what happens is, day 1, day 2, day 3, first day mostly invariably renal failure will not set in. So there's no need for dialysis. But invariably around 4th or the 5th day, depending upon the availability, means like the toxicity or the fatal dose, the renal failure also sets in. So same setting, what we'll do is, first we'll finish hemoperfusion and then we'll do dialysis. We'll change the cartridge.
Suppose filter யூஸ் பண்ணா first dialyzer, next filter or first filter?
Illa, first filter pa. Because the burden is on the removal of the toxin more than the renal failure. Because the faster you remove, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 1, 2, day 2, 2, and day 3, 1, something like that. But we had restrictions. We had only this much of cartridges. We had to use it very judiciously. And one more thing, you can't use it in all paraquat, because I'm not talking more about paraquat because sir is going to talk about paraquat. If you choose the right kind of patients only, you can have good benefits. Meaning, it should be only 1 mouthful of paraquat, or less than 1 mouth. 1 mouth is 20 ml of a poison pa. Less than 20 ml only you can do some justice. More than 20 ml, 1.5 mouth also, you don't do hemoperfusion in those setup, because invariably the patient is going to die only. With your treatment also he will die. So it all depends on all of that. How much is the lethal dose, how much was consumed, and also the golden hours. Because Kanchipuram will be far away, Tiruvallur will be far away, from Namakkal, Erode of course we have a lot of poisoning centers, we don't get much patients from there. So the distance of travel also matters, from the time of consuming the poison to the poison center. So if the longer the duration, again there is no benefit with this hemoperfusion. So we have to assess all that. If it is the right kind of patient, definitely we can give a good survival.
Thank you.
I I think we can take one last question, Dr. Malati.
Yeah.
Ma'am, what is the difference between plasmapheresis and plasma perfusion?
Yeah. Hemoperfusion is different, plasmapheresis is different, the plasma cartridge is there. There it will remove almost everything, and then you have to give a replacing fluid. Here there is no replacing. We are just using a cartridge where it gets all the adsorption on the surface. This is a totally different technique, and plasmapheresis is usually used for very high levels of molecular weight of toxin removal. I do agree, but that we all know. We use, in our center, we all use plasmapheresis. We know how it is. This is a totally different thing. As I told you, no, there is no water, there is no hydraulics, nothing is there. Blood goes, toxin removed, blood comes. That's all.
Ma'am, both we are using for toxin removal, no, ma'am? But
Yes.
which is best?
No, there's nothing best and all that. Depending upon molecular weight, if the molecular weight is less than 10,000 Daltons, hemodialysis is good, which is available everywhere. But if it is more than 10,000, it is a middle molecule, hemoperfusion is good. Very high molecule proteins, you have to go for plasmapheresis. So it all depends on the toxic kinetics of the chemical, of the poison and the toxin. So you have to use judiciously according to which toxin will be removed by hemoperfusion. We don't recommend it for everything. You understand?
Thank you.
Okay.
One more.
Madam, there is one more question.
Yes.
Snake venoms பத்தி சொன்னீங்க. What are all the different type of snake venoms? அதுக்கு இந்த டெக்னிக் எந்த வகையில் யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கு?
Yes. Sir, snake venoms வந்து 3 வகையான snakes இருக்கு. The Viperidae group of family. So viper, Russell viper, saw viper. So அது வந்து நம்ம I think தமிழ்ல வந்து we call it as கட்டுவிரியன்.
கட்டுவிரியன் கண்ணாடி.
So அது ஒரு group of viper. அது ரொம்ப டாக்ஸிக். இன்னொரு குரூப் வந்து நம்ம நாகப்பாம்பு, the cobra, Elapidae அப்படிங்கிற அந்த cobra and crate. Okay. So these two go together. அது ஒரு டாக்ஸின். மூணாவது டாக்ஸின் இஸ் த கடலில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஸ்னேக், சீ ஸ்னேக். ஸோ அது 3 வகை டாக்ஸின். இந்த 3 டாக்ஸின் பார்த்தீங்கனாலே 3மே டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டு. கோப்ரா, கிரைட் அப்படின்ற அந்த வகையில் இருக்க பாம்புகள் கிட்ட வர்றது வந்து நியூரோடாக்சிக். ஸோ அது வந்து பெராலிசிஸ் இன்டியூஸ் பண்ணும், அப்புறம் கண்ணெல்லாம் மூடிடும், டோசிஸ் ஆகிடும், ரெஸ்பிரேட்டரி ஃபெயிலியர் வந்து வெண்டிலேட்டரில் போடணும். அது அந்த குரூப் ஆஃப் டாக்ஸின். அடுத்த டாக்ஸின் வந்து வைப்பர் டாக்ஸின். வைப்பர் இஸ் அ ஹீமோலைட்டிக் டாக்ஸின். அப்படியே பிளட்டு உரையாது, அப்படியே பிளட் ஊற்றும். யூனோ ஃப்ரம் த பைட், நம்ம பைட் வச்சே கண்டுபிடிச்சிடலாம். லைக் இன் டாக்ஸிகாலஜி they will teach you how to identify from the fang mark, how to identify from the bite mark. அந்த பைட் வச்சு இது ஒரு நாகப்பாம்பு கடிச்சதா, இல்லை வைப்பர் பாம்பு கடிச்சதா, இல்லை என்ன பாம்பு அப்படின்னு நமக்கு கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கு நிறைய இது இருக்குது. தேர் ஆர் டிஸ்டிங் சைன்ஸ். ஸோ நான் என்ன சொல்ல வரேன்னா, ஸோ கோப்ரா பாய்சன் வந்து நியூரோடாக்சிக், வைப்பர் பாய்சன் வந்து ஹீமோடாக்சிக், தட் இஸ் ஹீமோலைசிஸ், கோஆகுலேஷன், டிசிமினேட்டட் இன்ட்ராவாஸ்குலர் கோஆகுலேஷன் வரும், ப்ளீடிங் ஆகிட்டே இருக்கும். அதுக்கப்புறம் 3வது பாய்சன் வந்து இஸ் தி மயோடாக்சிக், அதாவது மசில்ஸ்லாம் அப்படியே பேரலைஸ் ஆகிடும், இஸ் த கடல் பாம்பு, தட் இஸ் சீ ஸ்னேக். இந்த 3 பாம்புக்கும் சேர்த்தே தான் we have what is called as the anti-snake venom. So anti-snake venom is it is against cobra, against viper, against myotoxic. So first எந்த பாய்சன் சென்டர், நீங்கள் ஒரு பிரைமரி ஹெல்த் சென்டரில் திடீர்னு ஒரு பாம்பு கடி பர்சன் கூட்டு போனீங்கன்னா உடனே அவங்க எந்த பாம்பு இதெல்லாம் யோசிக்க மாட்டாங்க. எடுப்பில் ஏஎஸ்பி போட்டுட்டு தான் உங்களை வந்து ஹையர் சென்டருக்கு அனுப்புவாங்க. ஓகேங்களா? ஸோ இந்த டாக்ஸின்ஸ் அவங்க வந்து ஓரளவுக்கு ஆன்டி ஸ்னேக் வீனம் கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறமும் பாய்சன் உடம்புல இருந்துகிட்டே இருக்குது. ஸோ நீங்கள் உங்கள் சென்டருக்கு வந்தாங்கன்னா நீங்கள் ஹீமோபர்ஃபியூஷன் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். In snake bite, I went to, when I was studying about all this hemoperfusion, I went to Delhi once, I went to the Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences, where liver disease in the variation of this cartridge use பண்றாங்க. Liver toxins remove பண்றதுக்கு liver failure அது ஒன்று இருக்கு. Then I went to Erode also. Erodeல there is a very big Dhanvantri Poison Center. It's a private institute, but I stayed there for 2 days and saw how they are using. It's very dramatic. அவங்க அந்த பாம்பு கடி வந்தோடனே they put it on hemoperfusion. Hemoperfusion வரைக்கும் அதுக்கு வரைக்கும் கண்ணு மூடி அந்த வென்டிலேஷன் ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்க அந்த பேஷண்ட் வந்து அது ரிமூவ் ஆக அப்படியே அந்த கண்ணு நல்லா இட் பிகம்ஸ் ஆல் ரைட். இட்ஸ் வெரி நைஸ். வி ஆர் லிட்டரலி ரிமூவிங் பாய்சன் ஃப்ரம் த பிளட். தட்ஸ் ஆல் வி ஆர் டூயிங். ஸோ தட் பாய்சன் ஷுட் பி compatible with your hemoperfusion. Then we can remove it.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, participants, for the question. We kindly request Dr. Malati to remain on stage for a moment.
Does somebody ask a question?
There's another question?
Yeah.
Sorry, ma'am. Another question for that last time. Actually, the poison, the person don't know how the volume of taken. Then how come we can find the volume of then how then exactly taken for that?
Which one, pa?
Either some mushroom poison is there. We don't know exactly how much volume they taken there. Then how can we find it that exactly?
Mushroom poisoning நம்ம பார்க்கறதில்லப்பா. Common things common. Okay, pesticide poison, rodenticide poison தான் mostly. I have not seen mushroom poison at all in toxicology that I worked there for 3 years before COVID. Now the beauty of it is after COVID there was no poisoning. During COVID, during 2020, 2021, no paraquat reported in MMC. So poisoning also varies between availability. See, it all depends is you can clinically assess the patient. If you feel that is hemodynamically unstable, then you won't want to do. It should be hemodynamically stable to undergo this. It's same like dialysis only. You will not want to do conventional hemodialysis for a hemodynamically unstable patient. So poison வந்து from relatives கேட்கலாம். You can ask how much was consumed, how much is left over. We can have some indirect indicators of what is the level of the consumed poison.
Actually, in paraquat poison affected directly lungs and kidney, ma'am. Another poisons and all related to the multi-organs like heart, lungs, liver, like that.
Yes.
So depend that which poison they taken, assume exactly we can find it means we can.
It is not like that, pa. Any poison which can get into the bloodstream can be removed by, this is the blood purification method. So let us go back to the basics. It's a blood purification method. So whatever has got lipid soluble, higher volume of distribution, and then which is more than 10,000 Daltons, all that can be removed. Higher protein binding. So in the mushroom pathina, protein binding more. So that is why they have identified that mushroom poisoning ku vandu hemoperfusion use pannalam. So it is protein binding also important. Whereas highly protein bound substances cannot be removed by conventional hemodialysis. That's all. So we need to have an understanding of the chemical of the poison, what are the structure, what is the, the chemistry, entire chemistry of the poison. Then only we can use it. Okay.
We will now proceed to invite Mr. R. Sendil to extend a token of appreciation to our esteemed speaker. Can we all give a big round of applause for Dr. Malati? Thank you, ma'am.
Let's now transition into an engaging panel discussion. We are pleased to welcome our esteemed moderator and panelists to the stage to discuss on the topic guidelines for dry weight assessment by technologists and nurses. Our moderator for the session is Dr. Manish Dalwani, Assistant Professor at CMC Vellore. Joining him as panelists are Dr. Divakar, Assistant Professor at CMC Vellore, Dr. Ankit Jain, Assistant Professor at CMC Vellore.
you have to take rounds of all the patients and you have to assess the dry weight for every patient monthly that time. And in between, it was a very subjective concept at that time for me when I joined it. So now also I feel a part of dry weight assessment is subjective, but we will try to, by this discussion, we will try to objectify as much as possible. So the dialysis, the dry weight is the place in dialysis. There is the only thing which is dry is complex, ever-changing concept, and it is even better than the ocean of confusion. Let's begin with the definitions of the dry weight. In 1967, Thomson introduced the first definition of dry weight. The reduction of BP to hypotensive levels during ultrafiltration and unassociated with other obvious causes was defined as the dry weight. Henderson in 1980 improved the definition to patient should not become symptomatic and patient should go into shock at the end of dialysis. This was the definition in 1980s. In 1996, 16 years later, the definition changed to body weight at the end of dialysis, at which patient can remain normotensive till the next dialysis, despite the retention of saline and ideally without the use of antihypertensive medications. 2008 came bioimpedance spectroscopy, where the dry weight was defined as flattening of baseline/impedance ratio curve, which I will come to it later, for at least 2 minutes in the presence of ongoing ultrafiltration. 2009, a combined definition was given using subjective and objective measurements, and it was defined as the lowest tolerated post-dialysis weight achieved with a gradual change in the post-dialysis weight when there are minimal signs or symptoms of hypovolemia or hypervolemia. Now, what is the target weight? Target weight is very different from the dry weight. Dry weight in the initial part cannot be achieved when we begin a patient on dialysis. We cannot achieve dry weight in one single session. So, dry weight is achieved over 4 to 6 weeks. So, what is the target weight? Target weight is the weight which we target to be achieved at the end of that dialysis sessions. That depends upon how much volume overload the patient is. That depends upon whether patient is hypotensive, whether patient is having any other symptoms, whether patient is having cramps. So, target weight should not be confused with the dry weight. Achieving dry weight. To achieving dry weight, we should know what a single definition of dry weight is this. So, all the institutions have made their own definitions, and they follow depending upon the availability of the machines to measure the dry weight. So what is silent overhydration? Some patients, if we assess clinically, we will find that the patient is not in fluid overload. Still, by using bioimpedance spectroscopy, by using radiological methods, we can know that patient is still having some fluid overloads, and a lower weight post-dialysis can be achieved. This is called as silent overhydration. Now, probing the dialysis for fluid overload patients. So, when a patient comes to us, we start the patient on dialysis. For example, patient's initial weight at the start is around 70 kgs, and we know that the dry weight is around 75 kgs. Even after 4 to 6 sessions, we achieve the dry weight of 65 kgs. Then also, there is a lag time for BP to come to normal. The BP may take at least 8 months to come to normal. And this lag time of resolution of the ECF volume and the normalization of the BP is due to the peripheral vascular resistance. So, the NKF KDIGO guidelines say to achieve the dry weight, we have to maintain euvolumia, and patient should be normotensive. We have to restrict the dietary sodium, and we have to restrict the dialysate sodium so that the patient doesn't undergo fluid overload. And we should to decrease the intralytic weight gain. So why is dry weight assessment important? I'll give the mic to my colleague, Dr. Divakar.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to thank the organizer for giving us this opportunity on behalf of Department of Nephrology, CMC. So, we will be having 60 to 70 slides. In each slide, we will be talking specifically about dry weight. So, why dry weight is important? We'll be having multiple pictures and these kind of images which will stress on dry weight. Basically, the basic concept in all this thing is the incorrect assessment of dry weight will directly or indirectly will adds to the mortality of the patient. That is, if the patient is having a dry weight of 60, if you overestimate, that is to around 65 or 64, so it will cause volume overload and it will cause hypertension and increased cardiovascular mortality. The reverse is also true. If the patient is having dry weight is 60, we are keeping it as 55 or 54, they will have depletion of intravascular volume, which will again reduces the organ perfusion to vital organs like heart and kidney, which will also cause the increase in the mortality and increase in the cardiovascular disease. So why dry weight assessment is important? First thing is dry weight directly has an impact on mortality, and it also has an effect on ultrafiltration rate. That is, even the ultrafiltration rate is also having an effect on mortality. As you can see, anything more than 10 ml per kg per hour is directly associated with mortality. So for a patient of 60 kg, if we remove more than 600 ml per hour, is directly associated with mortality. We must have seen multiple patients in our dialysis unit who will come with acute pulmonary edema and fluid overload as an emergency. At that time, what we'll do is we'll start the ultrafiltration first, and once the patient is stable, we'll change to dialysis. That is important, that is life-saving. But for stable patient who is chronically volume overloaded, if the patient is dry weight is around 60, but the patient comes with a weight gain of more than 5 kg, we'll try to remove the entire 5 kg within a short period of, over a period of 4 hours. So that should not be done. The maximum we can remove is only 2.5, that is around 600 ml for a 60 kg weight patient. As you can see in this graph, the y-axis is the mortality and the x-axis is the filtration in ml per kg per hour. So up to 10 ml per kg per hour, the mortality is stable. But once you cross the 10 ml per kg per hour, the mortality increases exponentially. So we should target ultrafiltration rate around less than 10 ml per kg per hour, maximum of 10 ml per kg per hour. This slide shows what are the major treatable causes of hypertension in a dialysis patient. First important thing is volume overload, and the right hand part of the table shows what is the treatment for the cause. So volume overload will directly impact the hypertension. So the treatment will have to correctly estimate the dry weight, and we have to reduce the dry weight correctly. Second thing is obstructive sleep apnea. The treatment for the obstructive sleep apnea is CPAP, but even if we accurately detect the dry weight and the patient is on correct dry weight, even the obstructive sleep apnea incidence will come down. In CKD patients on dialysis, the incidence of obstructive sleep apnea is more than 60%, whereas in general population it is only less than 10%. Apart from the routine risk factors like obesity, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, the fluid overload also plays an important role in the obstructive sleep apnea pathology. Mainly because there will be volume overload that will accumulate in the parapharyngeal space that will cause the obstruction. So even correctly estimating the dry weight will reduce the obstructive sleep apnea. These are the most important causes for hypertension. Simply by correcting the dry weight, we can reduce the two important things that is responsible for hypertension in a dialysis patient. So as mentioned earlier, the incorrect estimation will directly cause cardiovascular mortality. Whether it is overestimation will cause hypertension secondary to volume overload and cardiovascular mortality. Whereas underestimation will cause hypovolemia. Apart from mortality, it will cause loss of residual renal function and immediate effects like cramps, nausea, vomiting the patient will be having. These are the various methods of dry weight assessment. As Dr. Manish has told, it will be subjective and objective. The first three mentioned here is subjective. That is what we will see, how we will establish the dry weight by seeing the patient. That is from history and symptoms, physical examination and blood pressure. So I will be discussing the subjective component. Objective component will be discussed by my colleagues. Coming to the subjective component, most important thing is blood pressure. So how we measure the blood pressure in a dialysis patient? The main problem in measuring a blood pressure is it is subject to variability. So if we measure a blood pressure for a patient at present, it will be like 160/80. After 5 minutes we measure, it is subject to variability. So there are various methods of assessing a blood pressure in a patient. These are the methods. One is peridialytic, that is we will measure the blood pressure both before and after HD. The advantage is it is easily available, but the disadvantage is highly variable. Second is intradialytic. That is we have to take a median of all blood pressure reading during a single HD run. It is also easily available because the patient will be in the hospital setting, but there is no standardization for this intradialytic blood pressure, and there are no standard studies. Gold standard is ambulatory blood pressure monitoring, which means how it is different from a healthy individual is. In a healthy individual, we will do a ambulatory BP monitoring for 24 hours. Whereas in dialysis patient, we have to do ambulatory BP monitoring over a period of 44 hours. That is, if a patient is on Monday and Wednesday dialysis, we have to start the ambulatory BP monitoring at the end of Monday session, and we have to stop at the beginning of Wednesday session. So total will be 44 hours. It is measured every 20 to 30 minutes. It is a gold standard, but it is very difficult to perform routinely for all patients. So other alternative is home blood pressure monitoring. That is, we have to measure blood pressure twice daily at home. Patient has to record that. And good thing about home blood pressure monitoring, it is easy and it correlates well with the gold standard of ambulatory BP monitoring. So how will measure the blood pressure, which is the preferred method? As mentioned, the gold standard is the ambulatory BP monitoring, but it is difficult. So we can take the home BP monitoring as the standard method. So as per the guidelines, blood pressure less than 140/80 helps in reducing the mortality. Other alternative is we can get a median midweek blood pressure monitoring. What is median midweek BP monitoring is, if the patient is getting 3/7 dialysis on Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we can take the blood pressure of Wednesday's value, blood pressure. That will correlate roughly with the home blood pressure monitoring. That is another alternative for a home BP monitoring. Both the home BP monitoring and the median midweek BP correlates well with the dry weight modification. That is, if we reduce the dry weight, the blood pressure will come down. The peridialytic may not come down, but the median midweek BP monitoring and the home BP will correlates with the dry weight. So what are the advantages of home BP monitoring over peridialytic BP? It is the gold standard. It predicts the gold standard ambulatory BP monitoring, reproducibility, and it reflects, as mentioned, reflects a change in dry weight. And other things are, it is directly related with the left ventricular hypertrophy, predicts cardiovascular events, indirectly it predicts the mortality, and there are sufficient RCT evidence for BP control, and it is mainly recommended by major professional societies. So how will we monitor the BP in homes? We have to check the blood pressure twice in a day, that is both in the morning and evening. We have to check for 4 to 7 days consecutively, and we have to check once monthly or more often. If the patient is unstable, we have to do more frequently. The goal for the home BP monitoring should be less than 140/90. So we discussed about hypertension. So what about low BP or normal BP, whether it is beneficial to dialysis patient? So the guideline says systolic BP around 125 to 140 is beneficial. It reduces the mortality. Anything above 145 and anything below 125 is detrimental to the patient. That is, when you plot a graph about the blood with the blood pressure and the mortality, you will get a U-shaped curve. That is, between 125 to 145, the mortality is stable. But once it is beyond or below the range, the mortality is high. So does dry weight reduction actually reduce the blood pressure? Definitely yes. But what is the evidence for this? The DRIP trial is there. DRIP trial is dry weight reduction in hypertensive hemodialysis patient. So this trial randomized long-term dialysis patient into 2 groups. One group with additional ultrafiltration and one is the control group. In the additional ultrafiltration group, they try to reduce the dry weight gradually in subsequent session, but without increasing the duration or the frequency of dialysis. And the primary outcome of the study is change in the systolic blood pressure. So they found out that within 4 weeks, this is the red line in the graph shows change in the systolic blood pressure and in the ultrafiltration group, and the black line is the blood pressure in a control group. So as you can see, at 4 weeks, the blood pressure has come down significantly if we gradually increase the ultrafiltration just without increasing the frequency or the duration of dialysis. The difference is almost 10. And by 8 weeks, further we can reduce the blood pressure differences another 7 millimeters of mercury. So just by reducing, gradually increasing the dry weight, we can reduce the blood pressure, which will have a definite impact on the mortality of patients. So apart from blood pressure, what are the other signs of volume overload that is we can see subjectively? First is the high elevated interdialytic blood pressure. Apart from that, patient will be on multiple antihypertensive medication. This is an indirect evidence that patient's dry weight is not adequately calculated. Third is low interdialytic weight gain. You might think patient with high interdialytic weight gain will have a volume overload. That will be obvious. But patients with low interdialytic weight gain will also have volume overload that we may not look very keen, and we may not be very keen on adjusting the dry weight. And other constellation symptoms like peripheral edema, cardiomegaly, JVP, pulmonary congestion, and pleural effusion. So coming to low interdialytic weight gain, this is the graph of a patient who was on a long-term hemodialysis, who had a very fairly controlled BP, but the patient had an acute illness. After acute illness, the patient, initially the previous dry weight of the patient was around 85. But after the acute illness, the patient blood pressure was very much uncontrolled. In this graph, the blue line is the dry weight, and the dotted lines is the interdialytic weight gain. So they were finding very difficult to control the blood pressure even after adding multiple antihypertensive. They were very reluctant in reducing the dry weight. So once they started to reduce the dry weight, as you can see in the blue line, once the dry weight is reduced, you can see the dotted lines started to, the interdialytic weight gain started to widen. From 1 kg, the interdialytic weight gain went to 2 kgs. So in a patient, low interdialytic weight gain presents an opportunity to challenge the dry weight if we think that a patient is volume overloaded. That is, the patient will be having less than 2 kg of interdialytic weight gain, but the patient's BP will be very much high every time when the patient comes for dialysis. We will be very reluctant that the patient is having only 2 kg weight loss. We will not be trying to remove much more, thinking that patient will go for hypotension. That is not true. So when the patient is persistently having low interdialytic weight gain, we have to challenge the dry weight and reduce the dry weight to further gradually. What are the limitations in the subjective assessment? One, it is inaccurate. It is, as we can say that it is inaccurate because it depends on the person to person. It is mostly a trial and error. We will target a 0.5 kg every session, and it will next session will target another 0.5 kg. It is a very, very inaccurate method. And the other thing is, the patient is having edema, elevated JVP, and breathlessness. These are usually very late. Even before the onset of these findings, the patient will have occult volume overload that we miss on using this method. And other main important thing is there is no standard evidence that is related to the hypertension, edema, and the volume overload. That is, even if you reduce the dry weight based on edema, it doesn't correlate with the other standardized method. So as you can see in this graph shows the relationship between the hypertension and the volume status. So there can be hypertension even with the hyperolemia and even without hyperolemia. That is, hyperolemia is present, the patient will be volume overload secondary to hypertension. But there can be hyperolemia even without hypertension. That is, the patient is having congestive heart failure, because of which the ejection fraction will be very low. That doesn't mean that BP is normal, but patient will be having hyperolemia. And the converse is also true. The patient will be hypovolemic, but the patient will have hypertension because of very stiff arteries, atherosclerosis, or vasoconstriction of the vessels. The patient will be having hypovolemia and true hypotension also. This could be due to volume depletion leading to hypotension. So clinical method of assessing dry weight is very easy, but it is very inaccurate method. So we need other methods of assessing dry weight, which is subjective. Those are biochemical, radiological, and other. dry weight with the period edema. It is subject to variability, like if the patient is having congestive cardiac failure, maybe secondary to cardiac failure, the patient might be having period edema. It is not because of the CKD per se that is causing period edema. So it is very difficult to assess with the period edema. Another thing is many of the patient will be on calcium channel blockers. That will also directly cause ankle edema. So period edema is not a definitive indicator for assessing dry weight.
Very rightly said, there are so many confounding factors which make pedal edema as an inaccurate marker, but pedal edema is a marker of mortality. Further, pedal edema can be graded as pit recovery time. When the recovery time of the pit can help us know the nature of pedal edema and whether it is due to fluid overload or it is due to cardiac failure. If the pit recovery time is more than 40 seconds, it is due to the cardiac failure. If it is less than 40, it is due to hypovolemia, and that can help us to some degree assess the degree of fluid overload.
Thanks a lot, Devakar, and thanks again to the organizer for giving us the wonderful opportunity to be in front of you, as you are all dialysis therapists and you are the point of contact. So this topic may be more useful for you, and it's a pleasure to be in front of you. So we will start with some advanced method of dry weight assessment. So first is the bioimpedance. When you hear the name, you say some fancy name is there and some fancy physics. And from the day started, there is lot of physics and chemistry are going on. So I will not go in the detail of physics and chemistry. So when you hear bioimpedance, the name is fancy, but you must be using in the daily life. You are all young generation is here. They must be must be fitness freak. So you must be aware of there is some machine, smart scale. So smart scale is a type of bioimpedance, nothing else. So what is the principle? Impedance means resistant to alternate current. And our fat tissue gives the resistance to current. So what we do in this method, we pass some alternate current and then we measure what is the percentage of fat, what is the percentage of water, and what is the extracellular volume. When you use when this machine is used with a single frequency, it is called bioimpedance analysis. But when you use multiple frequency, then it is called bioimpedance spectroscopy, which is used for assessing hydration and body composition. What are the advantages? Advantage are it is non-invasive, painless, portable, and requires minimal training. So this technique is very fit for the dialysis therapist. What we have to do, we just have to place the electrode to forearm and ipsilateral ankle with the patient supine. As you can see this image here, this is the BCM body composition monitor from the Fresenius. It has 4 electrodes and we have to apply on the arms, ipsilateral arms, the 4 electrode. And there is one more, this one chip comes with this. You have to insert the chip and there is connection behind this machine also. After this connection of electrode, this machine gives the result. So results are in the thing, results says what is the hydration status of the patient and how much is the overhydration of the patient. This is analyzed by the computer software. We have to give input of height and weight before applying the electrode. So we can quantify the fluid state, which is overhydration, and it can tell about total body water and extracellular water. And it tells about the intracellular water also. Body composition also it measures, which is composed of lean tissue mass, which is our muscle mass, and adipose tissue mass, which is the fat one. You can see the diagram here. What is the lean tissue mass is the muscle mass, and adipose tissue is our fat, and whatever the fluid is there above that, it is called overhydration. So BIA, bioimpedance interpret is we give the interpretation with the reference range. So normal hydration is defined as plus minus 1 liter. Where you can see there is a reference range actually from -1 to 1. That is the normal range. That is the acceptable thing. If it is more than that, then it gives the result in the terms of overhydration. If it is above 15%, it is abnormal actually. So our nowadays medicine is based on the evidence only. So we should know what are the evidence of this using BIA in dialysis patient. There are so many observational studies which demonstrated higher mortality in HD patient in which extracellular water ratio was more than 15%. And in AGKD 2013, there was a RCT done in 156 patient using body bioimpedance analysis and target weight along with echo and ambulatory BP. They observed that BIA in intervention but not control group along with regression of LV mass, left atrial volume index, blood pressure and atrial stiffness. So there are recently published 3 meta-analyses are there in which we can say that adjustment of dry weight according to BIS during a 1-year period resulted in reduction in LVH. LVH is left ventricular hypertrophy. That means that heart volume has come down. Another advantage was that there was a consistent effect on hypertension. And after using that, patient who were targeted dry weight with the use of BIA, there was a persistent improvement in hypertension control. But there is no effect in the mortality, which is which can be said because that these studies were not powered for that. Now we will come for the what are the limitation. There are only small trials available at present, and this normal reference range is derived from the normal population, which may be less applicable to the dialysis patient. It is calculating on the basis of fixed hydration of the lean tissue mass. And we know that our lean tissue mass has lipid and it contains water, so that may be a source of error. And in severely malnourished patient, there will be altered intracellular volume and extracellular volume. And our CKD patients are, most of them are malnourished. There are some absolute contraindication if patient is having pacemaker, because we are transmitting the electric current in the patient, and pacemaker is based on the electricity, it generates its own rhythm. So it's an absolute contraindication. Pregnancy is also a contraindication. Relatively, artificial joint and amputated limb is also a contraindication. It will not give the proper result. Now there is technique comparison. One is the POCUS, which is point of care ultrasound, which will be taken by Dr. Manish, and one is the bioimpedance analysis. So if you can see the difference, BIA can be performed by the paramedic, and it is done before HD. Its time is less than 5 minutes. It is not operator dependent, and it gives the additional information of body composition. There are evidence, but as I said, there are no mortality benefit observed till now. So definitely in the future, BIA will be the main, BIA may become the main modality for assessment of the dry weight. Now we'll come for the biomarkers and dry weight. There are some certain biomarkers like brain natriuretic peptide, N-terminal pro-BNP, which have been proposed as a marker of volume overload in dialysis. The problem with that, these things, it is very costly, it is a research tool, and it may not be applicable in patient who is having LV dysfunction, that means heart dysfunction. So interpretation will be very difficult. If patient is having malnourishment, this levels will be elevated, and it is having low accuracy. Other biomarkers are also there like ANP, CJMP, lactate, but nothing have been till now have been proved for the assessment of dry weight. Now another thing is blood volume monitoring. So as a therapist, you must have been encountering the problem with the hypotension of the patient. Like most commonly you observe that one patient on dialysis suddenly get hypotense. So there is one device which is called this trade name is crit line, but it is based on the optical transmission. It measures the intradialytic change in hematocrit in real time. That means during the dialysis you can know how much UF volume is we can remove, and it is fitted above the dialyzer, and during the mean real time we can know whether the patient is patient needs more ultrafiltration or not. This is the image of the crate line. You can see there is one sensor which is attached to the above the dialyzer, and there is one graph. There's a steep surface which is coming down. It is showing that patient is losing the water very fastly. So there may be chance of hypertension. This crit line can be used, which is basically used for real-time assessment of the ultrafiltration. But this can be used for the assessment of the dry weight. They have done the studies in which they have plotted the graph against blood volume monitoring curve and dry weight, and they found if there is more steep reduction, there will be more reduction in the dry weight. Next is the extracellular volume. This is also not a technique for the real practical use, but it is the technique which is the gold standard actually, and it is used for the research tool. So what we do, we give the sodium bromide, which is because it is a non-toxic and remain in extracellular compartment. And there are some method like chromatography. We can know how much bromide is distributed in the system. So by this we can know how much is extracellular volume in the patient. It is very highly accurate, but the problem is this is a very highly, cost is very high and it is very impractical. It is used mainly for the research tool. Now we will come to the radiological methods, which will be told by the Dr. Manish.
Good afternoon. So I'll like to speak on the radiological methods of assessment of the dry weight. Now, most of the dialysis technicians are disinterested because this is not what primary they can do because of the PNDT Act, and registration should be there for the dialysis machine. But there was an era when only doctors did echo, the technicians never did echo. But now we have a trained course for echo technicians, and it's just approved by the doctors. So I want all of the dialysis technicians to be involved in the POCUS when a doctor is doing, so that by merely seeing the ultrasound they can make out the patient is in fluid overload or not. So we start from the chest X-ray. In chest X-ray, a cardiothoracic ratio of more than 0.5, any curly B lines, any pleural effusions are signs of fluid overload. But what lung ultrasound is much more specific than chest X-ray. Now coming to ultrasound, when you use ultrasound, we will be speaking on two things: seeing the IVC, seeing the lung, and third thing is seeing the vexus by all three organs. So what we'll be reading now is seeing the IVC, seeing the lung, and seeing a vexus scan, starting from the IVC. So normal IVC has respiratory facility. That means during inspiration the IVC collapses, and during expiration the IVC expands. So when do we measure? We measure, and where do we measure? And what all parameters do we see in IVC? So you can see this is the IVC. This is the IVC, and this is the aorta, this is the vertebral body, and this is the sagittal section, and you can see the IVC. This is the IVC RA junction. In the second pic you can see. In the second pic you can see this is the IVC RA junction. This is the IVC, this is the aorta, this is the vertebral body. So in IVC we measure the simple IVC diameter, indexed IVC diameter, IVC diameter to body surface area, collapsibility and distensibility, and the fourth point is Doppler. Just instead of remembering all this data, just remember one figure of 2 centimeter. Instead of 2.1, remember 2 centimeter. Less than 2 centimeter, if the IVC is more than 2 centimeter, that means patient is overhydrated. This is very basic, but I will come to the. So IVC is assessed as per the ratio of IVC diameter to the body surface area. If the IVC diameter to body surface area is less than 8, that means the patient is underhydrated. You can increase the dry weight. If IVC diameter to body surface area is more than 11.5, that means there is still potential to come down on the dry weight. Now we'll see the collapsibility and the distensibility index. Most of the study use collapsibility index. Collapsibility index means IVC, how much IVC is collapsible from the maximum of expiration to minimum diameter in the inspiration. Maximum diameter of the expiration to minimum diameter in the inspiration. And distensibility is how much IVC is distensible maximum diameter in the expiration and minimum diameter in the expiration. So that is known as the distensibility index. For ease purpose, you forget about the distensibility index, just remember collapsibility index. If IVC is collapsible more than 50%, that means we can increase the dry weight. So dry weight is defined by IVC is collapsible more than 50% and there are more than 4 B lines in 8 sites after 30 minutes post dialysis. Now what are B lines? I'll come to it. B lines are in the lung ultrasound. So when you do an ultrasound of the lung is not seen until it is consolidated or atelectasis. For the dialysis technicians and nurses sitting over here, you don't need to see consolidation, you don't need to see atelectasis. What we need to learn is A lines and B lines. A lines are normal lines, B lines indicates fluid overload. I repeat, A lines are normal lines, B lines indicates fluid overload. Now we'll go, how are these formed? So when you put a probe, you will see 2 rib shadows. This is one rib shadow, this is another rib shadow. This is the probe kept on the patient's chest. The first bright line is the pleural line. Beyond the pleural line, these are horizontal lines, these are A lines. So what happens is, when a transducer is producing sound waves and it is coming back to the transducer, these sound waves come back to the transfusion at different rates. So machine perceives it as one line is coming from here, one line is coming from here, one is from here. So these lines between the rib shadows are known as A lines. They have no significance in dry weight. I repeat, these are the A lines. Now coming to the lines which are important for us. These are the B lines. These look like sun rays. Now again, when you put the probe on the patient's chest, what happens is, these are the alveoli. These are the alveoli. This is the interstitial space. When the transducer is throwing the ultrasound waves on the alveoli and the interstitial space, the sound waves reflect within the interstitial space because air reflects the sound space. So sound waves are traveling here. Now imagine sound waves are traveling here. Multiple such interstitial spaces are arranged. That gives rise to the B lines. These B lines. And B lines are seen like this. Now where do you see B lines? Wherever you will keep the probe, you will see the B lines if the patient is in fluid overload. So how do we know patient is in fluid overload or not? There are 28 zones. Ideally, you need to put your probes on. Why 28? Why 16 on one side and 12 on the other side? Because this chest is divided into by the 4 lines: para-external, mid-clavicular, anterior-axillary and posterior-axillary. We are dividing this into 16 zones here. Only 12 zones here because the zone over the heart we do not sono-auscultate. Sono-auscultate means keeping a probe on the chest. So these are the 28. In each zone we will measure the B lines and take how many B lines are there in one zone. So if there are more than 0.5 B lines in one zone, then we will say the patient is having abnormal. Now I'll go back to the definition of the dry weight which I told you. Collapsibility index of more than 50% and more than 4 B lines in 8 sites. As you can understand, 4 B lines in 8 sites, that means the 0.5 B lines per space. Okay. Now coming back to the 28 zone method. So 28 zone method is ideal for estimating the dry weight. That is called the standard protocol 28 zone. Now coming to the abbreviated protocol. You can assess the dry weight when you are in a hurry or you feel the patient, you know the patient is grossly overloaded. And at that time you can do in 8 zones or 4 zones. But once you feel patient is coming near to the dry weight, then you can use the 28 zone method to optimize the optimize the fluid status of the patient. So that is why this focused lung ultrasound is a simple tool, as simple as a stethoscope, to assess the fluid overload state. Normal interlobular, now I'll tell something about the B lines. Normal interlobular septa are not seen, but there are some confounding factors like B lines can be seen in ILD, interstitial lung disease also. And these are echogenic, coherent, dynamic, wedge-shaped signals. You saw the wedge-shaped. These are also called as lung comet. Can you see the wedge-shaped signals? These are also called as lung comets because they look like a comet. So, lung ultrasound is used as the first level exam before dialysis session in patients at high risk of developing intradialytic hypotension. Who are those patients? Who have frequent IDH episodes, frequent fluctuations in dry weight, who have recent surgery on infections, which we know that they can go into hypotension, malnutrition, and recent period of fasting or increased appetite. That means we don't know whether the patient's weight gain is due to the increase in appetite or increase in the fluid level. And a glucocorticoid therapy which can also increase in the weight gain. So, lung ultrasound before dialysis session. If there are less than 8 lines in 28 before the dialysis sessions, that means patient is having less fluid, we can consider increasing the dry weight. Lung ultrasound, if at the end of the dialysis sessions there's less than 5 B lines, that means we can consider lowering, and here we can consider increasing the dry weight for the intradialytic hypotension. B lines appear even before the clinical symptoms. So if a patient comes to you, you started on dialysis, patient's weight is 72 kgs. You put the patient's weight, now patient after dialysis, 5-6 sessions, patient's weight came down to 65 kgs or 66 kgs. Now you know that patient is clinically all right. Still, if you see significant B lines on ultrasound, you will try reducing at least 0.5 kg in the next dialysis session. If you are not able to reduce 0.5 kg, then try for at least 0.2 kg in the next dialysis session. Ultrasound guide treatment is really beneficial. Yes, ultrasound guide is beneficial in pulmonary congestion, but not in the mortality. The trial was the LUST trial. In conclusion, the patient on hemodialysis with high cardiovascular risks, lung ultrasound guide therapy safely reduced congestion, but not more effective than the usual care in the improving mortality. Last method is the VEXUS scan. VEXUS scan is the latest method. We saw how to see IVC, we saw how to see the lung ultrasound. Now in VEXUS scan, what we do is, I'll show you. See, this is our heart. It is connected to hepatic vein, IVC, and renal vein and portal veins. We just saw one part of it, IVC. So if IVC is full, if IVC is more than 2 centimeter, we know the patient is in overload. But if IVC is less than 2 centimeter, we can use this scan to know how much of the fluid overload the patient is in. If IVC is more than 2 centimeter, we know patient is in overload. If IVC is less than 2 centimeter, we will do Doppler of all these veins. We will do Doppler of all these veins, and depending upon the waveform, we will grade the fluid overload, grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. These are the waveforms. So depending upon the, on the VEXUS scan, we can optimize the patient's fluid status. Last method is by the echo. Echo nowadays is being done by the cardiologist, nowadays being done by the nephrologist also, a limited way, which is known as the focused cardiac ultrasound. We see at the deceleration time, tissue Doppler imaging, pulmonary artery pressure, left atrial volume index, TAE index, and right ventricular function. I have mentioned all this, but I will just speak, since I am the one standing between you and lunch, so I will speak only on the left atrial volume index, which is the most important. Left atrial volume index is is just like the IVC. Although IVC, it indicates it is a reflection of the systemic extracellular fluid volume. So this lung focus, IVC scanning, the scanning of the lung to see for the B lines, more than 0.5 B lines per area. Fourth, Wexner's scan. All these scans are essential radiological modalities to help us to achieve, for a patient to attain its dry weight. But I request all of you dialysis technicians, whenever you are with a patient, you want to optimize, you feel the patient is clinically okay, still she has attained on the dry weight or not, then you can ask the doctor to do a POCUS bedside if you have the facility, and be there and see the B lines. At least the lung ultrasound and IVC is the easiest parameter which we all can learn, and we can hope that someday if PNDT guidelines are relaxed by the echo or the linear probe, we all can be involved in the patient care much more integratively. Last, machine learning. Machine learning, AI, all of you must be aware of the ChatGPT. Anyone knows the full form of GPT? So GPT stands for General Purpose Technology. So just like ChatGPT, there are many AI systems available which are developed. The AI systems which are developed for assessing the dry weight are known as, were initially based on a system called neural networking system. Now what is neural networking system? Neural research system is, for example, you show computer show a picture of 1,000 cats, 1,000 tigers, 1,000 leopards, and ask the computer to identify the cats. That's how you train the computer first. After the training period, when the computer sees a cat, it will identify a cat. This system is known as neural networking system. Similarly, there are 2-3 studies which used for AI for dry weight assessment. And you will be surprised to know that what AI and the clinician and the IVC, on one hand is the AI, on the other hand is the clinician with bioimpedance spectroscopy, with IVC, with all the POCUS facilities. Only 30% cases, the POCUS and the clinician's assessment was matching with the AI's assessment. In rest 20% of the cases, AI assessed that patient is overhydrated and we need to decrease the dry weight. Oh, sorry, in 20% of the cases, AI assessed patient is underhydrated and we need to increase the dry weight. In 50% of the cases, AI found out that patient is overhydrated as per the clinicians and POCUS assessment, and we have to decrease the dry weight. So AI helped us achieve a lower dry weight. This AI is developed by machine learning, and in machine learning, particularly neural networking system. So this was the advancements in this. I would like to say thank you for your patient listening. And I would like to ask a question to Dr. Devakar, last question for you, which is a very practical question. Many patients complain, to Dr. Ankit, many patient complains to us, sir, I am feeling very thirsty, how do I avoid the interdialytic weight gain? They come with weight gains of 5 kgs, 4-5 kgs, because they cannot control the thirst. So what are the modalities which we can advise our patient to control the thirst? Dr. Ankit.
Thank you, sir. Actually, this is the very tip for the patients, and all the dialysis therapists can also give. Most important in weight gain is the salt intake. So first thing we should assess whether he is compliant with the salt intake. Second thing which is important is because they feel so many times thirst they used to feel, we can give some chewing-gums to them which should not be salted and sugary. Another thing, they can keep the ice cubes in the mouth if they are feeling thirsty. This ice cube lasts longer. And there are some there's some method in which they freeze the grapes, and they can keep the grapes in the mouth for whenever they feel the thirst. So these are the practical methods which can be used for low interdialectic weight gain.
In fact, regarding the salt-free chewing gums and sugar-free chewing gum, there is a study Dr. Devakar is doing in our department, the CHART study. Secondly, I would also like to say that in Japan, what they do is they have a shell of a crustacean in which they extract chitosin. Chitosin is a pigment, and they make chitosin chewing gums. And you must be aware that the highest phosphate content is in the saliva. So that chewing gum, when used, decreases the thirst, as well as when it is spit out, it decreases the phosphate also in the patient. So that helps, that has a dual benefit. Thank you. And I hope you guys will be more involved in the focus sessions now. Thank you.
We extend our heartfelt appreciation to all of you, and kindly we request the speakers to remain on the stage. Now I am requesting Mr. L. Svamani to extend a token of appreciation to them.
We will now proceed to invite Mr. Jay Seelan to extend a token of appreciation to our doctors.
Sendil was a trainee hemodialysis technician way back in 1996 in my unit. And after a 2-year period, he migrated to Chennai and has grown to this high levels. Congratulations, Sendil. And the other person, patron Sivamani, is a senior technologist in MMC. He was the main technologist during my period when I joined as a nephrology DNB PG. So he taught me dialysis there. So that is my association with your Dialysis Technology Association. This particular topic, why I thought I should tell you was, we recently had a case about 4 months back of a case of paraquat poisoning with some classical presentations. We tried all to help the person. Ultimately, the patient died. Because the patient died, we said we will read up on this, and we had it in our nephrology meet about this and what we can do, why we are doing a few things, what can be done to improve. Subsequently to which, the other nephrologists have seen about 4 patients in 4 months, of which 3 patients survived because of our knowledge on this paraquat poisoning which we discussed. So I thought, as a technologist, you should be aware of what is called as paraquat poisoning and what can be done when and how can you save life. So, as my previous speaker, Dr. Malati, has told you, it is a weed killer as an effective grass or a herbicide. It's very commonly used in India. It's a toxic chemical. It's a toxic chemical used as a herbicide or a plant, mainly for a grass. Related population to save them. If you don't save them, there is so much of loss. So, to save is what we like to learn more. How does it produce toxicity? It concentrates in the alveolar cells, type 1 and type 2 cells, and the proximal tubular cells in the kidney. Because it comes into the blood within 2 to 4 hours, maximum concentration goes to the alveoli and the tubular cells. They cause lung and renal injury. This is due to toxic reactive oxygen species causing lung and renal damage. Renal failure is directly dependent on paraquat level. As the previous speaker said, have you taken 10 ml, have you taken 50 ml, or have you taken 100 ml? This would be the 3 category of mild, moderate, or severe. Depending upon the volume you have taken is the onset of symptoms. Lung damage causes lung fibrosis leading to hypoxia and hypercapnia. So how do you diagnose it? We can have a history of paraquat injection from the patient or from the observer giving you a container of this paraquat. Evidence of paraquat injection like a suicide note or an empty container. Clinically, they'll have vomiting, a burning sensation of the mouth, throat and stomach with ulceration of the mucosa, classically called as Paracut tongue. The first aid, what should you do? When you suspect Paracut, the patient is conscious. They'll always be conscious, oriented, very active, stable. Blood pressure, saturation will be normal. When you see them, you start them with activated charcoal, 50 or 100 grams in an adult. It comes in a powder, it's easily available. In the absence of activated charcoal, we have what is called as fuller's earth, which is 15% solution, or bentonite as 7.5% solution. These two material are mainly used as facial packs. They'll be available in the cosmetic shops, which you can keep them and use it. And then you can immediately transfer to the concerned hospital. This is what we have as activated charcoal. This is what we have as a bentonite. This is what we have as a fuller's earth. These are the three things available easily. This mild poisoning, what you said when you are using about 10 to 20 ml or milligram per kg body weight, you have a minimal GA symptoms. Your renal or hepatic lesions are limited. We have a mild pulmonary involvement with complete recovery. So the volume matters. Somebody threatens by taking this, they escape. When you have a moderate poisoning, it is around 50 ml per kg body weight, immediate damage. The third group is where you have large amount of volume consumption, 100 ml or more than 50 ml per kg, immediate vomiting. They have abdominal pain, diarrhea, plus renal or hepatic failure within a day or two. They have GI ulceration, pancreatitis, myocarditis, refractic hypotension, and coma. What are two important things? They have a very red tongue, and the bedside test is a urine test with soda bicarb and sodium thionite, which gives a blue color. Within 4 hours of ingestion is positive to say that they have taken Paraquat. This is why the whole topic came. This was the boy who came to us with 2 days history of Paraquat injection, first aid locally, then referred. Came to us very, very stable in the morning of admission, but mild derangements in parameters. OTPT started rising. His urea creatinine was some 50 and 2. So started him on the form of therapy. Because of the presence of renal failure, he was initiated on dialysis. He developed tachypnea, hypoxia, requiring ventilatory support, and he died 24 hours later. And that was the reason why this topic was started. And after this, by knowing what to do and when to do, we are able to save 3 more patients with this poisoning. So the initial management is airway, breathing, and circulation, well known to all. Control vomiting, Ondansetron and IV. Activated charcoal, fuller's earth or bentonite orally. What is important is, in this patient of Paraquat poisoning, when you are giving charcoal, you are not doing gastric lavage. For all patients with poisoning, you will do a gastric lavage. However, here, when you add charcoal for them, it has to get absorbed, and subsequently it goes down. So you do not use a gastric lavage. You look at the hydration. And important thing here, in all our patients of poisoning, we start them on oxygen. And oxygen therapy is not to be given in Paraquat poisoning to start with, unless they develop severe hypoxia. 2 changes, please remember. Lab confirmation, what I said, when you have mixing with alkali and sodium thiothionate, within about 2 to 4 hours, you get a blue color, confirms that the drug is in the urine. If negative, repeat after 6 hours. Measurement in the plasma, yes, it is to be possible, and you have to measure. Remember, you have to measure in the plasma, not in the serum, because serum levels are 3 times lower. So check in the plasma. Plasma level Paraquat is an indicator for recovery. Early management is fluids, analgesics, mouth care, nilper orally, antibiotics, supportive renal function, hemodialysis, hemofiltration, or a hemoperfusion. So what is important for us here is this hemoperfusion. As a previous speaker also has told, important things are when ingested in moderate lethal dose, arrival should be within 4 hours after injection. After taking the poisoning, you should be there within 4 hours. Very vital. 7 hemoperfusion sessions has to be done. Roughly 1 cartridge per session, it goes away. You have to do it for 6 to 8 hours. With the presence of renal failure, continue with hemodialysis. So it's only a cartridge, add on, finish 6 to 8 hours, then continue on with the hemo. This is PrimaFlex system, HB or an absorb cartridge, which removes the drugs as well as by using a charcoal perfusion. The advantage being a huge area of absorption with this charcoal, and so this can be useful in severe drug toxicity. And this charcoal perfusion cartridges is ideal, especially with immediate elimination of the toxic substance, and gives you 2 benefits. It has got a high efficiency and it's got a large absorption capacity. So the absorption capacity is high, the removal of the drug is very quick. This is what was shown by the speaker and people at Zarba, where we use 300 grams of activated charcoal, blood flow to the canister in a normal dialysis machine, no ultrafiltration required, followed it by a hemodialysis. This is what is a schematic diagram where you have a pump. From the pump you use a HA130 filter. From the filter you can have the routine dialysis and comes to the venous and then comes out. This diagram shows it for a hemoperfusion with hemodialysis because majority developed renal failure within 2 to 3 days in moderate and severe poisoning. So the next is the lung damage. The lung damage can be prevented by starting therapy early from day 1 or day 2 itself. Start with IV cyclophosphamide, 1 gram IV, once a day for 2 days, followed with methylprednisolone, 1 gram for 3 days. Both to be given together, along followed by dexamethasone, 8 milligram 3 times a day per orally for 14 days. This is, you start on day 1 with a hemoperfusion, remove the paraquat, support with dialysis, remember to take care of your lungs, and so you prevent the lung fibrosis. There are the other group of therapy because it affects the free radicals. We can use vitamin E, vitamin C IV, N-acetylcysteine at least for 3 weeks, salicylic acid and desferoxamine for pulmonary fibrosis, but they are not very effective. The things what we told as hydration, hemoperfusion, lung damage prevention are the vital things. So what is your take-home message of this particular topic to you? 1, paraquat poisoning is very common than what you think. Common in agricultural field. 2, they are highly toxic. 3, you have to reach the hospital within 4 hours. By the time they reach, always have a charcoal stomach ingestion, not a wash. Supportive therapy, what is important is don't give a gastric wash. However, avoid oxygen in the initial phase to prevent lung damage. Charcoal hemoperfusion, but the later one is a resin perfusion, are very effective when started early. Suppose they reach within 6 to 8 hours, do not look at their values. If the ingestion is moderate, go ahead with a charcoal perfusion or a resin type of hemofilters, which is useful. Immunosuppressive therapy for a lung fibrosis is very effective. This therapy is very useful to save life. Even 1 life saved is 1 life that we get in our society. Thank you for the patient hearing.
On behalf of the participants, thank you for the insightful presentation, sir. So we have gathered some questions from technologists and fellow staffs. So the first question is, can we give stomach wash in paraquat poisoning?
Yeah, the main important thing is that prior to the knowledge that it is paraquat, stomach wash is generally given. But once you know that it is paraquat, stomach wash is best avoided. Give activated charcoal and wait for it to be absorbed from the stomach, go to the intestine and come out via naturalis, and stomach wash to be avoided.
The second question is, what should be our monitoring protocol in paraquat poisoning?
The monitoring protocols are only 2 major things and others are minor. The major is urine examination every 6 to 12 hours using a bicarbonate and dithionate to look for this color. As the blue color causes reducing in the urine, because 90% is eliminated through the kidney, the color comes down. It says that the amount of the paraquat in the body is reducing. And 2 is this serum, paraquat levels. However, frequent evaluation of your renal function, liver function every day, along with respiratory function for carbon dioxide and oxygen, is very vital to know the progression of this patient.
Yeah, thank you, sir. We kindly request to remain on the stage. We will now proceed to invite Mr. T. Jayashilan, President of SDTP, to extend a token of appreciation to our esteemed speaker. We are now privileged to have Mr. Prabhakaran Bhaskaran, Deputy General Manager of Polymed, here to present on the topic of clinical significance and maintenance of treated water for dialysis. Let's extend a warm welcome as we invite him to the stage.
Thank you. You can take this. So good afternoon, everyone, and just want to congratulate the organizing committee of SDTPCON for the 16th annual conference, and like to welcome professors, senior nephrologists, and technologists, and renal nurses too, actually. So today we are just going to see a very important topic on this water quality, that is water treatment actually. We are just going to see a very important topic in maybe next 30 minutes. So are we telling our patients, like what is the water quality you are providing to the patients actually? Now, patients are exposed to the social media. They started asking it what type of dialyzer you are using, what is the what is the benefit of using a single use versus multi-use, or whether we want to reuse the dialyzer, how many times you are using, what is my fiber bundle volume, what is my clearance level. So they started seeing into this social media, gathering a lot of information and just asking it actually. So now, yes, we can also provide the documentations for, especially for the treated water. We can list down it, we can share it, what is the important points which we need to discuss on this, RO maintenance. What is the protocols, maintenance? So we will see all in the upcoming slides. So if you see a PET bottle actually, if you see a PET bottle or any materials where it is already mentioned what is the compositions of it actually. Like if you see a water bottle, yes, they are mentioning what is the calcium, magnesium, sodium, TDS level. If you check the trend is there actually. But if you look at the dialysis end water, treated water actually, whether
whether we are listing out what is the electrolytes level, or what is the endotoxin level, or what is the bacterial level which is there in this treated water actually. So it is mandatory to mention, to make a proper documented, to maintain it, and we need to follow the process of maintaining this RO system actually. So why we need a pure water for dialysis? Because just differentiating between two types. One is that your normal drinking water, and other one is your dialysis. If you take a normal drinking water, but you will be exposed to around close to 20 to 25 liters per week, and especially whatever the water you consume passes through your GI tract. And in a healthy persons, yes, all the impurities and contaminants are excreted by your renal system. But in dialysis, yes, the patient is exposed to almost around 350 to 400 liters of water per week actually. And the water is a direct contact with the blood that diffuses across the dialyzer membrane actually. So there is a topic, we will see it, what is the importance of a membrane, whether the membrane should have an endotoxin retention capacity or not, we will be seeing it along with this topic actually. So when there is a kidney failure issues is there, when kidney does not function or excretion, so it is all this water removal is happening only through the dialysis process actually. So we just want to understand what are the total impurities in the water actually, because you have your particulate, you have your sediments, your grit sand, and you have inorganic substances like dissolved salt, hardness, and organic substances, chloramine, the major challenges which we are facing at the dialysis unit actually. The pesticides, insecticide, chemical impurities, microbiological impurities. And if you classify the chemical impurities, yes, you have your calcium, magnesium, aluminum, lead, iron, copper, nitrate, sulfates, and chloramine. So microbial contaminants, you already know that we have your bacteria, virus, yeast, fungi, algae, and endotoxins. So depending on the needs, basically we are purifying the water, whether it is need for our own uses, or for drinking purpose, or for dialysis use, or for just for the semiconductor industry. We use an ultra pure water for in the semiconductors actually. So just different sources, you know, because based on the sources of water, your TDS will vary actually. Whether it is a surface water or it is a well-ground water actually. So in case the surface water, it comes to the refineries, and the well-ground well water, it also comes to the refineries and it goes to the distribution ground and it is get distributed. So in the surface water, we feel that it majorly has all the organic material breakdowns of flora and fauna, chemicals, collects chemicals from the farming lands, and is usually a soft water low in mineral salts and content potential high in toxins. But if you take it to well water, yes, it has collects mineral salts from soils and rock. It is filtered by permeation process, and it's usually in hard water actually, which is particularly of calcium and magnesium, which makes the hardness of the water. And this is also usually a toxin-free substance. So hence the first requirement is specifying the water treatment for dialysis is to know the source and chemistry of water supply actually. So we need to just understand where exactly we are collecting the source of water for the dialysis patients. Accordingly, we have to plan the RO system. And please remember friends, like it's not like there is no particular fixed RO model for all the dialysis treatment actually, for the dialysis machines. So based on the TDS level, based on your electrolytes level, based on your chemical compositions in the water, you have to plan and you have to design your RO systems actually. So now coming into the clinical impact of having all this impurities in the water. So if you have high amount of albumin, which will definitely lead to dialysis encephalopathy and bone diseases, then anemia. If you have calcium and magnesium, you will have a hot water syndrome, hypertension, chloramines, yes. Because we have faced a lot of challenges with chloramines, especially with the municipal water, where a lot of chlorine content is there. We have to definitely remove it. So major cause of hemolysis is because of chloramines and anemia. So, and coming into the copper, it causes high hemolysis, hepatitis, fluoride, bone diseases, osteomalacia, nitrites, you have a cyanosis, hypotension, and sulfates, its metabolic acidosis will be there, microbiological, it will have more of pyrogenic reactions, and hypotension and shock. So chloramine toxicity, we will just see. So what is chloramine toxicity? So the chemical used to disinfect municipal water supplies, especially for chlorine plus ammonia actually. And what are the symptoms? We will see it from the patient end actually, especially when the chloramines levels are very high. So the patients will complain of hemolysis, hemolytic anemia, chest pain will be there, arrhythmias will be there, shortness of breath, nausea and vomiting. So these are the common symptoms where patient complains if they are exposed to chloramines in the dialysis water. So how we can make sure that our center is good for dialysis? Yes. Is there any standards? Yes, of course we have a standards. And so what are the standards? See, generally we have AMI standard and European Pharmacopoeia. These are the general standards which has been followed. Yes, based on the standard recommendations and guidelines, we can also maintain, document it. We can also share to the patients in case if they require and they are asking for the same. So what are the chemical standards for water used for preparation of dialysis? You can see that for calcium, the limit as per AMI standard is 2. For magnesium, it is 4. Potassium, 8. Sodium, it is 70. And the toxic substances regulated by Safe Drinking Water Act, you have all your arsenic, barium, chlorium, lead, mercury, all in a very, very minimal level actually. In very minimal level. And other substances identified as toxic in dialysis, you have your aluminum, ammonium, chlorines, free chloramines, chloride, copper, fluorides, etc. So based on the guidelines, yes, we can maintain it and plan for the same system. So what are the various means of water purifications we need to understand? Yes, first you have your boiling, you have distillation, chlorination, filtration, UV filtration, ion exchange, and reverse osmosis. So what is the common method which is used for the purification of dialysis need actually? So it's majorly RO system, that is reverse osmosis. So water is treated into 3 phases actually. First, we need to understand there is a pre-treatment, treatment and post-treatment actually. So this is basic a layout of a water treatment plant. Here you are getting your inlet water, you're collecting into the raw water tank, then again it goes to the booster pump. From here you are passing it to a sediment filter. Then it passes to the activated carbon filter. Then you can fix a 5 micron filter over there. Then you have your softener where you have a brine tank, you put your salt pellets. Your regeneration process starts from there. Then again it goes to again a 5 micron filter. Then with the high pressure pump, RO membrane to the product water tank, stainless steel. Then it circulated into dialysis unit actually. So coming into pre-treatment. So just what is the, we will understand what is pre-treatment and what are the components which are involved in the pre-treatment and maintenance actually. So this is in the pre-treatment you have your raw water storage tank where you have an input and output, and you have a sand filter where in the sand filter you have the components of sand, silice, pebbles, 100, pebbles, 150, and water softening because your hardness of the dialysis water, because you have to reduce it to less than 10 ppm actually. Okay. So when water softening is there, like you have your brine tank, you put your salt pellets, where in this you can see that your calcium and magnesium ions are completely displaces and replaces with sodium ions actually. So from hard water with the help of ion exchange we are converting into the soft water actually. See, there are very important factors, the softness, carbon filters, then your RO system. That plays a very important role. Maintaining of this frequently, maintenance is very much required, and we will see in this coming slides. So what does exactly this charcoal filter absorption does it actually? So basically this activated charcoal absorbs chlorine and chloramines. You can see that it binds in the filters, and this activated charcoal completely, this chlorine and chloramines, as we already said, that it has a high impact in the causing complications to the dialysis patients. So we have to properly maintain this carbon filter also. Coming into the treatment part, and the basic principles, like we know that we have to follow this osmosis. So what is osmosis? like it's different to diffusion. The dissolved particles cannot pass through the membrane. So nevertheless, the concentrations tend to equal out, thus passes waters into the membrane. And reverse osmosis, where we apply time and pressure actually, to get an ultra pure water, to get an permeate good water. So you can see this basically an RO system where you have a RO module and you have a controlling unit. You keep it, and which includes of pre and post conductivity cells, basically with microprocessors, alarms, and all control functions. And in the reverse osmosis, you in this membrane, you basically like how we have a semi-permeable membrane, how you have a membrane in this dialyzer. Similarly, you have a semi-permeable membrane, you have a high pressure water feed, and you have a reject water, and you have a permeate with osmotic pressure. We need to understand, like for example, now the systems, RO systems which you have it, maybe the rejection rate is around close to 70 to 80% actually. Here, if you see it, around 90 to 99% solutes is getting rejected in the reverse osmosis system. And in this diagram, you can see this, the fed water, like how it is passing inside the system and how it is getting purified, how these unwanted molecules are getting out from the system, what is the use of the membrane, and how this purified water is coming out. So here, in the center, you can see that this untreated water will pass to a medium concentrated. All your permeate water will go on the either sides, top and bottom. And the other thing is that this RO membrane biofilm and scaling actually. So we will see in detail like what is biofilling, scaling, actually what we need to do it. Usually, like we have a blackwash system, like backwash system, like in manual, all the technicians, they morning when they do the backwash. But we have automated systems also where it automatically does the backwash. So it depends upon the unit, and it is very mandatory required that please ensure that your system is getting backwash on regular basis. So the safety systems needs to prevent growth and subsequent damage to the membrane actually. That is by backflushing actually. So what is the effectiveness of different water treatment device in the removing various contaminants actually? As we already know that we have seen the sediment filter activated carbon softener. So here, especially if you want to remove your aluminum or barium or calcium, your deionizers and RO system can do it actually. If you want to remove your viruses, organic substances, organic contaminants, endotoxins, bacteria, yes, your RO system will do it. But if you want to remove your calcium, chloramines, your softener can handle it. In case if this activated carbons, yes, that is also your chloramine and chloride will be taken care. So basically based on that, we will have an understanding like what are the substances which will be reported in which devices, in which part of the system actually. So coming into the post-treatment, we have a RO unit, and we pass it via your ultraviolet radiations. Then ultrafiltration, then you put your filter, like 0.2 micron filter actually. And coming into this permeate supply, what is this? So we need to understand there are two models of systems. That is, one is online and another one is offline actually. So what is online, offline? Yes, we need to see. Because we would have cited most of the books, yes, online and offline. So we will see in detail what is online, offline, how to maintain it, how to disinfect these systems. We will see. So in this online systems, as I already showed you that, where you will not be using this product water tank actually. So everything will be on the continuous circulation mode actually. Where in the offline system, you will keep this product water tank, which will act as a system where you store this water and it gets circulated inside the department. So this is the offline system. So what is the comparison of both the systems? In the online systems, yes, you have exposure of more hygienic, bacteria-free, which is completely cost-effectiveness is there. So all safety systems are active, but only the major challenge is in case of any breakdown system, the complete units also get on hold actually. Electricity failure, yes, we will face a challenge. In case of interruptions of water supply, yes, we will face a challenge on this. But in terms of offline systems, you need to disinfect it properly because your bacterial growth will be possible and it will be in a higher level, and more cost is involved because previously it was syntax tanks. Now it has been SS steel, which is already recommended, and most of the places has been installed then. And safety systems underutilized. So under breakdown also your unit will still, you can dialyze your patient, and even in case of electricity failure you can manage systems, and you will have uninterruptions of water supply. So how can we be sure that the water in our dialysis compile to the standards actually? So what are the standards and what are the protocols which we need to follow? One is that you have your AMI standards on the half-yearly basis, and the use of standard kits which is already available in the market. You have your chlorine test kits, water hardness test kits, and you have a STI tool that is a simple tool for you're checking your silt density index and your daily check of your pressures, temperatures. Make sure that your temperature, this optimal temperature should be around 77 degree Fahrenheit or 25 degrees Celsius. Ranges can be around 50 to 90 degree Fahrenheit. And monitor your pH, and it should be free chlorine and chloramine. So in this slide we can see that a human hair, which is almost around close to 100 micron, but if you take a bacteria, the common contaminants, the microbial contaminants, like if you take H. pylori bacteria, which is around 0.5 to 3 micron, or if you take E. coli bacteria, which is around close to 1 to 1.5, which is around 2 to 6 micron actually. So what we need to understand is that the relative pore size of some common filtration media, the pore size is often measured in microns, and there is an importance of understanding this pore size, maintaining it, and we will see that the major challenge which will be facing your bacterial growth and also your endotoxins level, which you need to check it. And as per the Center of Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, the major cause, the second leading cause of death is infection. So where infection plays, the other causes like it can be cardiac or it can be cerebrovascular disease, malignant disease and other things. But the major things, the second major factor is infection. So we will take care of all the necessary precautions so that the patients, we can dialyze them without having infections to them. So how is the disinfection of systems? In the online systems, it's completely automated, and complete disinfection in a single step, we can do it. Exact dilutions is disinfected done by the system itself, and it's around 35 minutes, which is much cost effective, and the operator can do it. But in terms of offline, it's completely manual, and where you require complete disinfection involves with 2 steps. Dilution can be done manually, a lot of precautions has to be followed. Complete disinfection time should be more than minimum 3 hours, and required a trained dialysis technologist for doing this. And now we will go into the disinfection of systems. So the complete system is to be disinfected from time to time frame to prevent the bacterial growth. The correct dilution of disinfectant is very important because from low concentrations would not be able to remove bacterial growth. But if you use a higher concentration, that could definitely damage the membrane, and it can, because a high cost also will be involved into it actually. And no more formalin, because formalin being a carcinogenic substance, we should not use formalin at all, because when I had a chance to visit other centers and somewhere in the remote areas where still they are using formalin in tier 3, tier B cities actually. And recommended is that like you use a peroxytic acid base, hydrogen peroxide and acetic acid based, with a dilution of 1:34, with like for example if you want to prepare of 70 liters, we need to add 68 liters of water and 2 liters of disinfectant. Prefer aldehyde-free disinfectant, which is non-carcinogenic, non-toxic residues with a broad spectrum and excellent removal of biofilm formation. And this is the online disinfection of setup where in this high pressure pump actually you can have a loop where you can provide, we can input your disinfectant where it can be completely circulated in the loop actually. In the offline system, you will be using this product water tank as a disinfectant tank. You will be using that. You will be pouring that based on the recommendations from the department or the concerned nephrologist. So we'll be using this product water tank as a disinfectant tank in the offline system. So your permeate tank will become the disinfected tank in the offline disinfection. The major challenge is that the distribution loop. So just we need to understand the component choice is critical, especially avoid this T-joints, especially those bends, dead ends. Try to stop it because there will be organism growth will be there, and it's always a risky factor. Try to avoid all this dead ends thing. Try to be in the complete circulations where there cannot be stagnation of water should not be there actually in the system. So in the loop piping, you can see that in this T-joint where this water is getting accumulated, getting stagnated, you find these microorganisms, neurotoxins, and the exotoxins can be possibly seen in this line. So just you can see this in the bottom where you have your ring piping, where it is, you can see the loop where there is no stagnations of water is there in the dialysis unit. And endotoxin levels in the water treatment and distribution, see, like if you take your raw water or your softener, carbon filter, where it will be around close to 350 plus and above. But it gradually comes down. If you use an RO filter, then again your dialysate and again your ultra filter. And we have a guidelines for it. I will just share you what is the guidelines for this endotoxin level and also for this bacterial level. And we can see that it has gone to a very minimal level actually. So it has gone to less than 1 actually when you use an endotoxin filter. And in this dialysate ultrafiltration, you can see that the endotoxin concentration, like in your dialysate, there is a chances of in a very higher side. So the dialysate, you know that it comprises of your water, your concentrate. So we make sure that all the necessary precautions has been followed to maintain your endotoxins level in the unit. And this is the tool for checking your silt density index. And we have a hardness, hard water checking kit is there, which is durable A. We can check the hardness of the water. So what is the regular maintenance of water treated systems? Yes, you need to change the filters every 3 to 6 months. And based on your source water actually, and understanding like what is the TDS content, what is the electrolytes levels, you need to check it. And regular filling of brine tank. And can please maintain your brine tank. And there can be like a high amount of algae formation can be there if it is not properly cleaned or properly maintained. So because many people will not go, and mostly like all the juniors will be visiting this RO system and just checking it whether this water is coming or not actually. So at least now, especially for this RO system, the seniors has to go there, check it exactly what is it is happening in every part level actually. Regular disinfection of complete systems, changing of charcoal granulate in the carbon filter is very much needed. Monitoring of conductivity of the permeate, changing of aroma, it depends upon the permeate flow and water quality, and obviously your TDS level. And in the microbiological testing, like the cultures are used to determine the live bacteria level, and you have your Lemnis amosite lysate, LAL. They used to measure the gram-negative bacteria that can form the endotoxin actually. So what are the standards like microbial testing? Like your bacterial level should be less than 200 colony forming units per ml in the dialysis water. The action level of bacteria in the water for dialysis should be less than 50. In the ultra pure water, when you use an endotoxin filter, then the level should be less than 0.1 colony forming unit per ml. And the endotoxin level must be less than 2 EU per ml in your water. And when you use in a dialysate, after using your endotoxin filter, then it must be less than 0.03 EU per ml. And what is the frequency of microbiological testing time frame? You can see that every month we can categorize into 3 types: monthly basis, 6 months once, and also yearly basis. Like every month, you need to check your sodium, potassium, calcium, magnesium, bicarb, and CFU, and needed your calcium, magnesium in the RO water. And in the 6 months once in the RO water, you can check your endotoxin level because there is a cost involved into it actually. And every year, try to check for a complete chemical and microbiological testing actually. It's a very mandatory clause. You can document it actually. Coming into this membrane geometry actually, because we have seen the RO systems, now we are going to see the dialyzer. Yes, definitely we will make sure that this water, the dialysate is completely endotoxin free, it's as per the limit. But the dialyzer also should have an endotoxin retention capacity, because your dialysate pore size will keep varying it. For example, you can classify the dialyzer into 4 types, that is your low flux, mid flux, high flux and super flux. So what is that? We will just see it, because the pore size also will changes based on your flux of the dialyzer. Maybe if you take a low flux, it can be around close to 1 or 1.5. But if you take the mid flux from 1.8 to 2.5 and above, if you take a high flux, it should be 3 or above 3 in nanometers. So we are just classifying it. There is a need for the dialysate therapy that efficiently removes larger middle molecules in uremic substance. So we are classifying based on the molecular weight actually. Majorly we'll be focusing, our concerns will be on, especially on urea creatine vitamin B12, because it has a molecular weight of 60 and 125, and which has a general toxicity in the span. But if you take a middle molecules actually, where you need to target your beta-2 microglobulin or leptin or myoglobulin, where your molecular weight subsequently for beta-2 microglobulin is around 11,800 daltons around, leptin around 16,000, and myoglobin around 17,000. So what does it does? Basically it leads to amyloidosis and malnutrition, and your organ damage can be there. If you take a large molecule where you have your prolactin, your IL-6, and your TNF, that is your tumor necrosis factor, which is around 51,000 daltons. This all leads to complications of toxicity, inflammations, acute phase complications, inflammations. So then coming into the essential proteins, because if you take albumin, the albumin molecular weight is around close to 60,000 daltons. So it has a toxin bind capacity. And from this large middle molecules, uremic toxins will get accumulated in the ESRD patients, which will cause an inflammation, then atherosclerosis, malnutrition, etc., etc. And which can lead to current dialytic therapy have a limited capability of removing these molecules. So understanding what exactly we require, which molecule we are going to target, and what kind of dialyzer we are going to do it based on the pore size section. So here, I just want to classify it, small molecules, middle, large, and all things, where you can see your, up to, you can see that inulin, and now there are certain dialyzers which has been developed, where you can target a middle flux dialyzer which can reach up to 12,000 daltons to take care of your beta-2 microglobulin actually. Where in this, when you use a middle flux dialyzer, you will be using, you can target a molecule and you can remove your inulin, your glucose, uric acid, phosphate, urea. Because when you use a low flux, actually, because it will be mostly, it will be like less than 5,000 or 6,000 daltons, it can remove it. But it is always good, like if you target a higher molecular weight substances, you can use a specific dialyzer for it, actually. I was saying that because we have low flux, middle flux, high flux, and also super flux. Super flux is nothing but your plasma filters, where your pore size also will be higher size, because the molecular weight is also higher for albumin, which is around more than 60,000 daltons. And for example, if you take a pore size, it will be around close to 6 to 7 actually in terms of superflux. So what molecules we are going to remove? So because you have a water soluble, free water soluble, and low molecular weight substances are there actually, where generally your urea, uric acid, you can see that your uric acid level will be around close to 168, and urea with 60, and creatinine is 113, because generally it's a free water soluble which can pass easily across the dialyzer actually. And it's a very simple molecules, and it's not much of interest as of now. So what molecules will be? Second thing, we have a protein bound solutes, where you can feel that like your phenols is there actually, which has a molecular weight of close to 195. And you have your middle molecules. Middle molecules, you can see your interleukins, that is 6 is there, your parathyroid hormone, your cystine, your complement factor D. So where your molecular weight is around close to 24K actually, and if you take your interleukins, it will be around close to 25K. And parathyroid hormone, it is around 9,000 to 55. So what does the difference that improves is basically the clearance is the membrane structure. So make sure that when you have a cross-sectional and a micropic structure of a membrane, where you have 3 layers structured. One is that you should have a high and stable uremic toxins of varying middle molecules, and should have a selective in high albumin ratio, middle molecule versus albumin ratio, high retention capacity for microbial contaminants. And also there is a 3 layer. One is a skin layer, which is the outer part, and you have a sponge layer, and you have your finger layer. So there is 3 different types of layer, and if you take a fiber, actually, the membrane. So when a patient, you can just take, there is a dialysis membrane is there. When there is a bacterial derivatives or endotoxin fragment which is passes across the membrane with the pore size. So where in this monocyte, where your complement activation is for your from this interleukin 1 and tumor necrosis factor, it can lead to endothelial cells, atherosclerosis, osteoporosis, anorexia, sleep disturbances in dialysis patients actually. So make sure that the main thing is that the membrane also should have an endotoxin retention capacity along with your RO system actually. This on the double stage filtrations, and this is very important for the upcoming days. So the difference is completely, which will have an impact on the clearance. You can see the structure like when in this blood compartment or the dialysate compartment, where in terms of any fragments, a small fragments is there, it will be stuck inside this, your second part of the membrane structured in the 3-layered asymmetric membrane, where it cannot passes into the bloodstream and it will not treat any complications. And ensure that your membranes also has this BPA, that is bisphenol A. You can see that all the PET bottles, where feeding bottles actually, and where it is completely BPA free, it has been mentioned over there. And what is DHP is basically is a diethyl hexylphthalate. It's basically a chemical which is added to a plastic to make it more softer actually. Make sure that it should be a DHP free substance which is completely high biocompatible and low side toxicity, and make sure that the membranes also removes wide range of toxins and with endotoxin retention capacity. So this is just a structure of a fiber which I already discussed with you, which will have a stable mass transfer rate, selective permeability, mechanical strength stability, endotoxin retention, and the smooth PES membranes will have a coating surface which will basically reduce the clotting tendency in the dialyzer actually. Yes. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much. Any questions, please let me know.
This session is so rewarding, sir. I'm sure it helped the participant to have a better understanding of their role. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Any questions from the participants?
Sure.
Yes. It was a nice talk.
Thank you, sir.
I think quite elaborate.
Yes, sir.
See, the future is about miniaturization, flexibility, portability, and wearability, right? You think of wearable artificial kidney in the future, right?
Yes, sir.
So I think in few days, few years from now, this is going to be obsolete. All these RO, all these
Yes,
things.
sir. Yes.
What do you suggest?
Sir,
See, you are focusing only on dialyzers, making of dialyzers, marketing dialyzers and selling, right? So none of the companies thinking about miniaturization of RO. It was in existence some almost 70 years back, which was thought of ready sorbent. I think you read during your technology course.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think we need to have a relook into it, because it's not like 130 to 200 liters of water. We use only 6 liters of water, right? To an absorbent column.
Agree,
right?
sir.
So when you're thinking about portable dialysis in the future, and home dialysis is on the increase now,
Yes,
right? So what is your take
Yes,
on
sir.
it?
Yes, sir. Sir, thanks for the question. And yes, sir, I strongly agree on your point, because as of now, because here, especially because we don't have the proper funding for the dialysis that way. Yes, in terms of corporate, yes, people can afford it, but there are many centers where, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities, and there are a lot of poor patients who are completely dependent upon the cost factor also actually. So that being a very major impact in this system, because what happened, they are getting a very minimal amount in terms of scheme, because most of them they're going for the scheme dialysis, and all these things is there. But down to earth, I think in the coming days, yes, that what you said, like there will be more advancement on this portable system, and things will be gradually shaping up. And this is as of now, because whatever the existing system is there, just to streamline it and to maintain to the higher level, this has been presented.
Yeah, I think scheme dialysis is not free. It is taxpayers' money.
Correct, sir.
So the huge amount of money is being spent, drained for the free dialysis in the government centers. They don't use raw water, right? They also use the RO water.
RO water,
right?
yes, sir.
So in most of the private hospitals also, the pre-treated water is from the tanker.
Right.
Peripheries, you may have some little groundwater, but city, it's very, very difficult, especially in Chennai, right? You have to, even bore wells are dry. So we always depend on the tanker water. I think you need to seriously look into it. It's not like, again I'm telling, government is spending huge amount of money on dialysis, and you know, anything between 30 to 90% reject water is there.
Yes.
And that is not being properly recycled also. It goes down the drain.
Yes, sir.
So I think it's time that we have to relook into the regeneration or recycling of dialysate effluent.
Yes, sir. Right. Sir, as of now, yes, I strongly agree, sir, because now we are completely dependent on the tanker waters and the local sources, but especially the water is also consumed more in the reuse side actually, because if it is a single use, because now like all the top corporate hospitals has been shifted to single use. But in terms of multi-use, yes, during the dialysis reprocessing, yes, also the water is also consumed actually, a lot of water. And a lot of research is going on for this dialysate regeneration, and even the earlier topics we have seen about the importance of dialysate regeneration, I think so. Actually. So, yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, Fresenius has started in 2009 and 10, and they shelved it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there was one sorbent machine called Alien. It was introduced, and within few months it was taken off. Yes. I don't know why. So you have to think of it.
No, it will be highly welcome to have this kind of upcoming systems for us actually, and hoping that it should reach soon actually for the beneficial of the dialysis patients. Yes. Thanks. Any other questions? Thank you.
Mr. Prabhakar, we kindly request you to remain on the stage for a moment. We will now proceed to invite Mr. B. Reuben, committee member, to extend a token of appreciation to our honorable speaker. Thank you, Mr. Prabhakar. It has come to our attention that one of you here may have lost your Bluetooth. Approach us with the color and brand name of the Bluetooth, and you can collect it from us. Thank you. We extend a warm invitation to our moderator and esteemed panelists to join us on stage for a panel discussion. It is our pleasure to welcome them to deliberate on the topic, infection control in the dialysis unit. Our distinguished moderator for this discussion is Dr. Sanjeev Nair, a senior consultant nephrologist from Madras Medical Mission. Joining him as panelists are Dr. B. Karthikeyan, senior consultant nephrologist from Kaveri Hospital, and Dr. M. Subhashri, assistant professor at Government Toothukudi Medical College and Hospital.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me and my fellow panelists to this conference, post-lunch session. It is an important topic, and I hope that we will do it justice. So, infection control in dialysis is one of the most important things that we need to focus on. Our dialysis patients present with fever, chills, rigors. Generally, the usual default action is put them on a little Avel, some hydrocortisone. If we are a little more active, maybe some vancomycin or some other antibiotic. But that's really not what we should do. The patient will land up in problems after some time. And it is probably better to prevent rather than treat those infections. So how we will go about doing this is there are a bunch of questions that we've divided this topic into. And our panelists will answer those questions, and hopefully that will be a little more interaction from the audience as well. So for the first question, Karthik, why are HD patients at risk of infection?
Hemodialysis patients, especially they are mostly in the immunosuppressed state because of the reduced cellular immunity. And they comes in contact with the hospital environment, with the patients, other caregivers, and other hospital environment. And they comes in contact with the dialysis machines, healthcare workers, and dialysis water, dialysate, all these things. This makes them prone to get infected very easily. So these are the reasons for high risk of infection in hemodialysis patients.
Thanks. Subhashri, what are the modes of spread of infection in a hemodialysis unit?
So we have multiple modes of procuring an infection in a dialysis unit, and the 5 commonest modes could be: one is the skin contamination at the fistula site. It could be either at the time of initiation or when the dialysis is happening during the session and during the termination of the session as well. The second would be from the healthcare personnel. So it includes not just the doctor, the dialysis technician, the dialysis unit staff nurse as well. So these people who are taking care of patients in the dialysis unit, from them the patients can contact infection. And finally, the dialysis machine per se. If the machine is not going to be disinfected in a proper way, that can be a mode of infection. And also we had an extensive talk previously about the water treatment. So if the water quality is not good, if there's back filtration, and that can be a source again. And finally, the immunocompromised patients who do not present with typical features of infection, the CKD patients per se. So all these are the modes of infection in a dialysis unit.
Right. So what are the hand hygiene indications that a dialysis unit staff must know, Karthik?
Actually, there are 5 moments of hand hygiene. Usually before touching the patient, we have to do hand hygiene. Before doing any procedures, then after touching the patient, then after touching the patient surroundings, and after doing procedures. So these are the various moments of hand hygiene measures they have to follow. And important thing is, like in hand hygiene, we have to follow the following steps. They have to, this has to be sticked on the dialysis unit or hand hygiene in the wash basin area, where they have to do the proper hand hygiene measures like washing the hands and doing hand rubs. So these are the main things they have to follow, and these are the indications they have to follow in the dialysis unit to prevent the infection.
So that is a lot of number of times that you actually have to do it in an individual dialysis session. What do you think is the estimated number of times that a hand hygiene is required per dialysis per patient, Subhashri?
So if you actually look into the estimated number, per patient it takes around 30 times. So to memorize such a long chart, it actually involves right from preparing the trolley for cannulation, taking care of or preparing the IV medications, vials, etc. before touching the patient. So there's a long list. So per dialysis technician, if he or she is going to cater to 3 patients in a shift, it will be somewhere around 70 to 100 times that you're supposed to practice hand hygiene. So if you can't remember such long list, we have what is called the My 5 moments of hand hygiene, which Sir spoke about. You have to remember that you have to practice hand hygiene before touching a patient, and while resorting to any aseptic procedures after touching the patient. If you're exposed to any body fluid, it could be a used dialyzer or the dialysis circuit that has been used in the treatment. And when you're finally leaving the patient surroundings. So you have to keep these 5 instances in mind that during which you have to practice hand hygiene.
So from approximately 30, you can bring it down to 5. Can we have a show of hands? How many people in our unit here, when you see your individual patients, do you do it more than 2 times? Show of hands. When you see a patient, you're managing the patient, cannulation and all that, how many times you use hand rub more than 2 times? How many people do that on a regular basis? Less than 10%? Yeah, less than 10%. All right. Karthik, what steps can we take to improve hand hygiene among healthcare workers in dialysis?
I think proper education of the dialysis technicians and staffs is the main important thing. Other thing is like we have to keep reminders, visible reminders or boards in the dialysis units itself to maintain the proper hand hygiene and to proper the hand rub protocol. And other important thing is in most of the dialysis unit there may not be proper hand rubs. Because of the unavailability of hand rubs, people may not do. So proper consistent supply of alcohol-based hand rub and soap at the point of care should be there. And sometimes wash basins will not be available. So dialysis unit will have all these things. Proper hand washing facilities should be available, and proper retraining of the staffs every month, and audit of these hand hygiene measures has to be followed in the dialysis unit every month to check whether staffs, even doctors are doing hand hygiene properly.
Again, auditing and surveillance of the infection control protocols. How many of you in your unit, if you have, do you have a infection control department in your dialysis unit? How many infection control departments are there which are tied to dialysis unit? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many times have you, when you see a patient, if the doctor comes to see the dialysis patient, have you offered a hand rub to the doctor? Very, very few. All right. So basically what I'd like to try and imprint upon all of you is that infection control is not a top-down measure. It is an everyone measure, which means all of us are stakeholders. If the doctor forgets, if your senior technician forgets, you can remind them. You can offer them. So as long as you are part of the process, we can all get together and control infections. Subhashri, what are the high-touch surfaces in a dialysis unit, and how do we ensure adequate cleaning and disinfection of these surfaces?
So to know what high contact surfaces are, you should know what's a patient zone. So patient zone is something that the patient comes in contact with, or anything that comes in contact with the patient. That could include the dialysis bed or chair, the armrest, any handles that the patient touches. It also includes a hemodialysis machine per se. So high contact surfaces are something that includes both the patient zone and whatever the healthcare personnel also has access to, right from your case sheets, charts, the computer boards wherein you feed lot of data about the patient. So all these are going to be called high contact surfaces. And how you disinfect them is, it's basically very simple. So you have to start with performing hand hygiene, and then you don the gloves. You start with either a germicidal wipes or you can use a clean cloth. But what's very important is you have to notice or observe how it is clean. You can't just like that use a worded cloth, like something that has been crumpled or packed like a bundle. You have to have it folded in a proper way into folds of squares. Start from the above, from the top, and then work down. See to that you don't start at the place where there is visible soil. You start wiping there, and then you should not spread it everywhere else across the surface. So you have to start from top and then work below. What is more important is once you see that the cloth or the wipe is dirty, don't dip it again in the detergent or a disinfect solution. You have to switch on to a new cloth or a wipe. And finally, you have to see that all these disinfectants are stored separately from patients' povidone ointment or other solutions which are used in the treatment of patient care.
Yeah. Karthik, what are your thoughts on the use of PPEs in staff and dialysis unit?
I think there are PPEs like gloves, mask, and eye goggles, and the PPE gowns. These are the main things. Gloves should be worn during every procedure, like before cannulation, before touching the patient, before touching the catheter, and it should be changed for different patients, as also on the same patient between different activities. When you are changing from soil surfaces to the sterile surface, when you are doing giving any injections, at that time you have to wear the gloves, or doing reprocessing, at the time you have to wear the gloves. And eye goggles and mask has to be worn whenever you are cannulating. These are the recommended ones. Whenever we are cannulating, we have to wear the mask as well as the eye goggles. But in most of our dialysis unit, it is not being followed. And the PP gowns has to be worn. And also during reprocessing, at that time you have to wear the mask, eye goggles, as well as the gowns. And for during carrying of the isolated patients, hepatitis B positive patients, we have to wear the gowns. And whenever there is possibility that there is exposure of body fluids or blood, then you have to wear the proper PPE kit.
So gloves, goggles, and gowns. How many people use all three if you are dealing with a seropositive patient? Show of hands. You use gloves, goggles, and gowns if you have a seropositive patient? I think the hands have also got on. People like, okay, we don't want anymore. All right. What care should be taken in between sessions to ensure that infection does not spread from patient to patient? Subhashri.
So after each patient treatment, you have to see to that the environment is disinfected. So this would include the dialysis chair or bed, any tables or countertops that are attached to the cot, and the external surface of the dialysis machine should also be clean. And finally, the containers that has prime waste also should be disinfected. So how do you disinfect is either you can use soap detergents or detergent germicides. But what is very important, or the first step in disinfecting, is that the surface has to be pre-cleaned. By which what we mean is, if there is going to be a drop of blood, you don't apply the germicide directly. You take a clean paper towel, you wipe it off, then apply the disinfectant, allow it to the minimum amount of time that comes with the manufacturer label also to allow disinfection. And you have have to see to that by the time you call in the next patient, like a lot of centers where there's going to be high volume load, dialyzing around 60 patients per day, you have to ensure that every part of the dialysis machine is clean before you call in the next patient. So some of the common sites that you can probably look into is the pumps, the multiple holders, the buttons, the housing, also the backside. And what you see here is an internal transducer protector. This has to be disinfected when you are suspecting or when there's an obvious blood leak in the dialysis machine. And what you see here is an external transducer protector which has to be invariably replaced before calling the next patient for dialysis. So it has only one transducer protector external should be allotted for one patient. The other surfaces which has to be looked into is all the priming buckets and disposable jugs or jars which contain acids and bicarbonates. Ensure that you're not using the bicarbonate holders, containers beyond 24 hours. So the shift basically starts with preparing the bicarbonate solution. Do not use that has been prepared the previous day. So don't use them. And how you disinfect the other items is that if you're going to have certain items which are going to be dedicated to a single patient, for example, you're taking an iron sucrose vial, you're not supposed to use it for another patient. So ideally what is taken into one patient hemodialysis station should not be brought back. But if it's going to be a resource constrained setting, you have to see to that it's disinfected properly before shifting it to another patient station or bringing it back to the common area. And non-disposable items such as adhesive tapes. So the one common thing that we kind of keep reusing is the heparin vial. So that has to be allocated and used only for that particular patient. And as I told earlier, you have the external transducer protectors which has to be changed after every patient session. And the internal transducer is not changed routinely unless you think there's a suspected or a proven blood leak. And finally, when you're taking the dialysis after treatment, when you're going to take it, if you're going to reprocess it, there are some centers which reprocess the dialysis for multiple sessions for a single patient. Ensure that no body fluid is being dripping along while you're carrying it to the reprocessing area. So the dialysis ports should be closed, the tubings has to be clamped before you are going to shift it from the patient's side to the reprocessing area. And all equipments, all surfaces in front of the dialysis machine should also be disinfected. And there are certain items which you can't keep disposing, like if you're going to cannulate an IJV catheter, you use scissors, hemostats, clamps, etc. So those we can't just use for single time and throw it away. So what you should be doing is, the hinges and joints in the scissors are going to be infected when it comes to coming into surface contact. So just by wiping with alcohol wipes, you can't get rid of the microorganisms. So they should be ideally submerged for a determined amount of time, then disinfected. Or the other way is what you could do is send for a sterile processing department, like auto-cleaning those instruments before reusing them again. So these are the list of disinfectants that we can have or use. What you have at the lower end is a low-level disinfectant which primarily has sodium hypochlorite or your bleach, and it also has hydrogen peroxide. Intermediate level disinfectant is you have to use these chemicals whenever there is going to be a visible dirt or blood, any fluid that has been present on the surface which you want to disinfect. So when there is obviously something visible to your eyes, you have to resort to intermediate level of disinfectant, whereas for the routine purpose you can just use a low level disinfectant.
Karthik, do you have a comment on heat disinfection versus chemical disinfection?
Internal disinfection of machine is as important as external disinfection, and most of the times we have to follow the manufacturer recommendations, but usually in our unit we used to do rinse in between the dialysis sessions, and the recommended one is heat disinfection in between the dialysis sessions, between every patient. Once the patient is gone, then you have to do the heat disinfection, and this will remove the, whenever you do rinse, it will remove the dialysate, as well as this heat disinfection will remove the bacteria and the biofilm in the internal hydraulic circuit. And other than that, like usually citrosterol will be used in our unit with the heat disinfection at the end of the day. And bleach is one of the other important disinfection, chemical disinfection, which need to be, as per the manufacturer recommendation, it has to be used once weekly. But bleach can cause damage to the internal parts, so it is not most used frequently. Whenever there is any blood leak or any significant infection, like we have done dialysis for a positive patient or something, then we used to use the bleach.
So Karthik spoke about leak in the machine. What do you do when we suspect a leak, Subhashri?
So when there is a suspected leak, it is important to address it. Why? Because whenever there is a leak, there is a chance of cross-contamination between patients in contracting blood infections. So in that case, an internal disinfection is mandatory, and that is done by both heat and or chemical disinfection, which has been dealt just now. But what I want to emphasize is there are centers where you have a machine that's been kept idle for some reason, and then you want to start a patient on dialysis, you're in a hurry, you're not having access to the serology test, and if you want to use that particular machine, you have to chemically disinfect prior to use. So that's one important point that I wanted to make.
Oh, wait, sorry. All right. Moving on to CRBSIs. What specific measures should dialysis staff take to prevent CRBSIs in patients with either tunneled or non-tunnel catheters? Karthik.
So most of the patients we use non-tunnel catheters whenever we are starting dialysis. So once they create the fistula, then we used to change it, and some of the patients will be on the tunnel catheters. The main thing is to prevent the catheter bloodstream infections. We need to give proper care to prevent CRBSI. So proper hand washing before touching the catheter parts, and mask. Like most of the times we forgot about the mask, like even for the patient as well as the staffs, and we have to wear the disposable clean gloves, and we have to follow the no touch technique. Once it is once it is clean, we should not touch back. And the proper exit site care and catheter hub care is very, very important during connection and disconnection of the dialysis lines, which will prevent further infection. So for the catheter care, we used to use at least chlorhexidine gluconate 0.5% with the alcohol. Most of the times we are using that, or we use 10% povidone iodine. The exit side care, we have to apply solution over the exit side in a rounded circular motion. We have to repeat it twice, and we have to allow it to dry it completely. We should not use another gauze to wipe it off. And regarding the catheter hub care, before cap removal, disinfect the caps, catheter hubs and the part of the hub, then discard the antiseptic pad, that is gauze. And then next we have to remove the caps and disinfect the hub from the hub caps to the hub in a clean manner, and then use the antiseptic pad, and it should not touch the like other parts. Whenever there is under asepsis, it should not touch the unclean parts. Then we have to attach the blood lines with the catheter in the aseptic precautions.
What additional? Okay, what is the current evidence for the use of antibiotic locks, and which is the antibiotic lock of choice in your unit?
Most of the times, like there are so many studies which has proven that antibiotic locks is beneficial, but there is no proper guideline to say that use of antibiotic lock is beneficial to prevent CRBSI. So in routine, prophylactic antibiotic locks are not used. Especially in our unit, we are not using routine antibiotic locks to prevent CRBSI. We are using antibiotic locks whenever there is patient had an episode of CRBSI in spite of proper adherence to the aseptic technique, or when catheter salvage is attempted. So in our unit, we use based on the blood culture report, like if the patient is having gram-positive sepsis or gram-negative sepsis, based on that, we use either vancomycin or gentamicin lock for the patients for the catheter salvage.
Thanks. So what additional precautions do we take if it is a AV fistula or AV graft, Subhashri?
So the aseptic precautions when you're going to cannulate a fistula or graft is almost similar to that of you attending to a catheter. But what is very important to note here is that whenever you're going to cannulate a fistula or a graft, you're going to predetermine the site where you're going to put in the needles. So you have to, any fistula or graft, always look, feel and palpate. And once you've determined the area where the needles are going to go in, then ask the patient to wash the access site either with soap or water. Then again we have the same germicidal agents, which includes 0.5% chlorhexidine, alcohol and povidone. And again, the point that I would like to stress here is whenever there's going to be excess of solution at the site, don't blot it off and remove it. Allow it to dry. And finally, use gloves before you're going to cannulate. And for some reason, if you have made the cannulation site sterile and then suppose the patient is going to again touch it, making it unsterile, you have to repeat the steps again to ensure aseptic precautions. And finally, always change the gloves before you're going to cannulate. One patient, finish off the procedure, you have another patient, again resort to hand hygiene, put on a new pair of gloves. So you have safety checks. Both at the time of cannulation and at the time of decannulation. You can probably have this checklist by the side of the patient to ensure that you are resorting to all the steps properly. So as I said, apart from these safety checks, what you can have is tell your patients a few tips, like taking care of the fistula site at home, not to scratch it, and then you tell them to wash their hands before coming into the dialysis unit and finishing off the dialysis treatment, washing the access site, the entire limb. And also, the patient has to be educated to such an extent that if the healthcare personnel skips one of these steps, he should be able to help you and say that this step has been missed. So that will also reinforce better hygiene and infection control in the dialysis unit. The important part here is going to be again educating the patient regarding the signs and symptoms of infection at the fistula site. See, tell him to come back to you if the skin is going to be more stretched and shiny, if there's going to be a sudden swelling or increase in the size of fistula, if there is going to be a surgery that has been done recently, there is some amount of watery fluid oozing out, all these, and if the patient has got any signs of fever, all these things has to be told to the patient because he is also going to be an integral part in infection control. And finally, when the patient is educated, he is going to come back to us on time so that all these conditions are going to get troubleshooted and the patient gets better care.
Coming to injection safety, what are the steps towards injection safety that we should take in a dialysis patient?
Regarding injection safety, use single-dose vials as possible. In most of the units, we are getting the packs, including everything in the same pack, even heparin syringes, heparin vials, everything in the same pack. And do not administer medications from the single vials to multiple patients. Whenever you are taking injection, you take injection from a common, not from the patient area, not from the common area. And once you take the injection from the common area to the patient side, don't bring the injection back to the common area. So these are the things we have to follow. And do not use IV bottles and bags, intravenous bags, as a common source for all the patients. So these are the most things, injection safety, we need to follow to prevent infection.
We've just had quite an exhaustive talk on water treatment standards. So I think these can be skipped except for maybe this question. What are the sites to collect water samples from, Karthik?
So usually we have to collect at the point where the water leaves the RO machine, and from the point where there is where the water leaves from the holding tank, and at the point where there is return line to the RO distribution loop, And in the unit where there is dialyzer reprocessing system, the point where water enters the dialyzer reprocessing system, and at the point where the water enters the area to prepare bicarbonate and acid, and where the dialysis machine is hooked up to the water loop, there also we have to take the water sample for collection.
Vaccination in the dialysis. Which vaccines do you routinely prescribe in your unit, and what about vaccines for dialysis staff, Subhashri?
So vaccination in dialysis population per se is an extensive topic. So the commonest vaccines that we'll be covering is one, hepatitis B. So in hepatitis B vaccine, we have the Recombivax and Engerix. So before initiating a patient on dialysis, if it's Recombivax, we have to give 10 micrograms at 0, 1 and 6 months. That is the schedule. If it's Engerix B, 20 micrograms, again 3 doses, 0, 1 and at 6 months. If the patient is initiated on dialysis, the dose becomes 40 micrograms, again 3 doses, same schedule. If it's Engerix B in a patient who is on dialysis, the dose becomes, from 3 it becomes 4. So it is 0, 1, 2 and 6. And we also have some other vaccines like Heplisab. We just have 2 doses 1 month apart. This is with regards to hepatitis B vaccine. And always ensure that when you're prescribing hepatitis B vaccine, give it at earlier stage, because as the days or the kidney function deteriorates, the efficacy of the vaccine falls. And that is one reason why, if it's going to be a 3-dose vaccine, the efficacy is the protection is somewhere only around 40 to 60%. By increasing it to 4 doses, the efficacy improves to 70 to 92%. And this again, the first time you see the patient, always ensure the patient also gets vaccinated. Pneumococcal vaccine, so there are multiple ifs and buts, multiple scenarios, but probably the take-home message or single statement that I would like to make is when you are giving a PCV13 vaccine, 8 weeks later give polysaccharide vaccine, PPSV23. But if the patient has already got PPSV23, you have to wait for 1 year before giving PCV13. And the second dose of PPSV23 happens 5 years later. The other vaccines that are looked into in dialysis population is the annual influenza vaccine, and you have varicella vaccines, MMR, inactivated polio vaccine, and finally diphtheria toxoid vaccines. All these are given usually when the patient is beyond 17 years of age, and as and when the condition requires. Like for example, right now most of us would have forgotten the COVID pandemic. So though we did not have any clear-cut guidelines per se, we believe that patients with CKD and on dialysis should also be protected against COVID, and based on what the vaccine that we are going to administer, the doses were either 3 or 2 in the interval of 4 to 8 weeks. And when a COVID vaccine has to be administered along with another vaccine, it should always be kept in mind that the COVID was considered to be having priority. So if a COVID vaccine and a hepatitis B vaccine was coming somewhere simultaneously within a week or so, first give the COVID vaccine, wait for 14 days, that is 2 weeks, then give the hepatitis B vaccine or whatever vaccine that the patient was supposed to get. With regards to healthcare workers, again, hepatitis B vaccine has to be taken by all healthcare personnel, which involves the doctors, the dialysis staff nurse, and the dialysis technicians. The first question that somebody enters into our dialysis unit, we always ask, have you been vaccinated against hepatitis B? And the other vaccines that involve for the healthcare workers include the measles, mumps and rubella, the annual influenza vaccine, and tetanus, diphtheria, acellular pertussis, and finally varicella vaccine.
Just before we move on, I was wondering, sir, are you using the Shingrix vaccine? This is the new, using it? Started using. You guys? Shingrix? Yeah. Okay, so when coming on to specific infections, when should you suspect tuberculosis in a dialysis patient, and how do you evaluate for it?
Our dialysis patients are more at risk of other infections like tuberculosis, which is very most common among dialysis patients, because they have reduced the cellular immunity, as I already previously told you. So it can be extrapulmonary, it need not be pulmonary tuberculosis. And whenever the patient is having significant weight loss, prolonged fever, cough, or most of the patients presents with the only lymphadenopathy. Sometimes whenever we are working up for transplant, at that time we usually when we go through CT, most of the times we find tuberculosis in that patients without any symptoms at all. So, so we have to, if there is any history of past history of tuberculosis or any family history of tuberculosis, we need to be very cautious about diagnosing this tuberculosis. And usually we do, most of the times previously we used to do chest X-ray before COVID era, but most of the times now we are doing CT thorax. With that, we are able to find out, and we used to use BAL or EBUS to diagnose tuberculosis. So, and sometimes IGRA, but IGRA is rarely used, mostly CT as well as BAL.
And also one word on nutrition. If the patient is on dialysis, adequate dialysis, and refusing, not gaining weight on dialysis, I think it's a good thing to suspect tuberculosis in these patients. What are the steps to prevent bloodborne infections, starting with hepatitis B, Subhashri? And why is Hep B so dangerous?
So it is very important to isolate patients who are going to be hepatitis B positive. Why? Because the virus has got environmental stability as long as 7 days. That is one. The second reason is the level of titer of the hepatitis B virus present in the environmental surface is going to be much higher than hepatitis C or HIV. So the standard precaution that are usually followed in a dialysis unit is enough to prevent against hepatitis C and HIV, whereas it's not so for hepatitis B. So that is why you have to isolate these patients. You have to have a segregated area. The dialysis machine should be separate again for these patients. It should be a dedicated dialysis machine. The dialysis should never be reused. It should be only single-use dialysis. Always, in terms of the healthcare personnel, their precaution should be they should always don gloves and gown along with masks, and also with eye protection. And also ensure that even if you're going to have shortage of staff, one dialysis technician who is taking care of a hepatitis B positive patient should not go and attend a hepatitis B negative patient. Now, having said that, this technician or the staff or the doctor who is taking care of a positive patient should be HBV immune. So you have to ensure that your vaccine status, your vaccine schedule is completed and your anti-HBs titers are adequate, at least more than 10.
How many of you technicians here are hepatitis B vaccinated? Okay, many more hands are going up. How many of you have checked your titers? Not so many hands going up. Okay, for hepatitis C and HIV, Karthik.
For hepatitis C and HIV, it is not like hepatitis B. The risk of transmission is less. But CDC recommends not to isolate these patients. But in most of our dialysis unit, we used to isolate hepatitis C as well as HIV patients, and we won't reuse the dialyzer. And so this is we are following. I think most of the centers follows the same thing because of the risk of transmission. Because we had transmissions of hepatitis C in the dialysis unit. Even though the treatment is there, but still infection prevention is the main priority. So I feel better to isolate hepatitis C as well as HIV patients also, and avoid reuse in these patients also.
Sir,
and other thing is regular screening of the patients for serological testing for all the patients should be done.
Yeah. Sir, are you aware of any difference in that opinion? Hepatitis C treated seronegative now, do you take them back into regular pool? You do? Take them back. Do you monitor them for Hep C? How often? 3 to 6 months. For only 3 to 6 months or every 3 to 6 months? Every 3 to 6 months. Change. How do you ensure quality control of infection prevention measures, and what metrics do you monitor, both of you?
We have to regularly monitor, review, and evaluate all the infection data in our unit. The dialysis unit in charge and all the team members has to coordinate. I think it is a team effort to reduce the infection. So we have to have infection rates, like we have to have separately catheter bloodstream infection rates and other infection. Other than that, pulmonary infections are more common. So these are the things we need to have in our unit. And regular serology testing, as I told, has to be done. And about the machine cleaning also, we should follow certain records, and we need to regularly evaluate these kind of things, like cleaning of dialysis machines, external cleaning of dialysis machines, unit cleaning, and all these things has to be properly evaluated. And other important thing is vaccination for the patients as well as staffs. And other thing is about the educating the caregivers and the patient, and regular auditing about the compliance of the infection control measures has to be done in all the unit. Probably maybe every monthly we can do that.
Last word, Subhashri.
Yeah, so apart from all the audit tools and checklists that are resorted to, we still believe that infection control is a team effort. So the one of the core components of the team is going to be the in-charge doctor. So whenever there's an outbreak, whenever there's an infection in your unit, the doctor should not lose cool and try to blame the team per se. So the doctor should conduct himself in a very professional manner, should be accessible to the questions that are being put forth in front of him by the patients and the treating team, the technicians and the staff nurse. The in-charge staff should also be experienced and updated, attending probably educational sessions like this, and then frequent updating of knowledge regarding how infections are being controlled across various places. The caregiver from the patient side also should be motivated enough to bring the patient, and also a lot of times the caregiver is the one who picks what's wrong with the patient and comes to us with the patient. And finally, the component which is very important is the patient himself, who should be aware and should be educated enough to tell you that there is something wrong with me, I may be suffering from an infection, look, you have missed this step in disinfecting during cannulating the catheter or fistula. So it's ultimately team effort that is going to help us in terms of infection control in a hemodialysis unit.
Thank you. I didn't want to stop without putting in at least one slide on PD. I know this is more of a hemodialysis kind of thing. How many of you are exposed to patients on PD? How many are actively dealing with PD patients? One cluster in front and one in the back. Okay. So for those of you who are not, obviously infection control in CAPD is just as important. We've just spent a good 35-45 minutes speaking about infection control and dialysis, and we don't take PD patients because infection is supposed to be the biggest risk. In fact, patients don't go on PD because of that. And it's also the biggest reason for technique failure, converting patients from PD to HD. And it leads to their morbidity and mortality. There are a number of patient factors which result in increased risk of infection, extremes of age being one, poor and lower socioeconomic status being another. Patients who don't have a motivational support system, if they have to do it on their own, that's a problem. Their MRSA status is something that we have to check at the beginning and following every infection status. Diabetics are obviously at higher risk of infections, and poor nutritional status. There are also issues with regards to the prescription of PD that we use, the type of catheter, location of the exit site. Ideally, the exit site should be individualized to that patient. There should not be a stitch at the exit site, and it should snugly fit in. The catheter should snugly fit in. Care of the exit site should be taught to the patient. It should be maintained properly. The use of antibiotic prophylaxis before the insertion of a catheter, and flush before fill. This has to be taught before the patient. It's one of the dogmas of PD. Last but most importantly, training and technique. Each time they have a PD peritonitis, they need to be retrained. You need to actually go into a sort of detective mode to see what they did wrong, how it came to be an infection, what was wrong in the whole process, identify it, correct it, retrain them. And the technique has to be taught and retaught throughout. Every visit that they come in, you have to go through a checklist to see if the things that you've taught, because there is attrition of knowledge as the patient stays on PD longer. So it has to be rethought to every visit. I think with that we can stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak out at our event. Your insights and perspective were truly valuable, and we were all engaged by your discussion. It was a pleasure to have you with us. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to all of you and kindly request you to remain on stage. We will have the privilege of inviting Mr. Jay Seelan, President SDTP, to extend a token of honor to our esteemed speakers. Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev, Dr. Karthikeyan, and Dr. Subhashri.
We are now moving to an insightful panel discussion. We are pleased to welcome Professor N. Sridharan, Director and Professor at the Institute of Vascular Surgery, Rajiv Gandhi Government General Hospital, Madras Medical Hospital. Mr. D. Ruben, In charge Dialysis Therapist at CMC Vellore, Ms. Gajashri, Lecturer at RDBGS Global Institute of Allied Health Science, Bangalore, Mr. Muthammal, Lecturer at RDT SRM Medical College, Chennai. They will engage in an enlightening conversation on the topic vascular access complications and maintenance.
ஸ்லைட்ஸு அங்கே இருக்கா எடுத்துடா லேப்டாப்பு.
Good evening, everyone. I thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity on panel discussion on AV fistula creation, and I welcome my co-panelists, Mr. Ruben, Ms. Gajashri, and Mr. Muthammal. And AV fistula is an important lifeline for the patient. So the role of the vascular surgeon is just doing an AV fistula, and maintaining the fistula lies mostly with the dialysis technician. And fortunately, I have been associated with many of the senior dialysis technicians who have kept the AV fistula for more than 10 years. And we have patients with patent AV fistula for more than 20 years also. So remember that the life of the patient is in your hands. Okay, we'll have our informal panel discussion on AV fistula creation in this panel discussion. And meanwhile, if you have any questions, you can write it in a piece of paper and pass it on to us so that we'll be able to just answer all those questions at the end of the session if time permits. And moving on to the panel discussion, I now invite Mr. Ruben to just start the discussion.
sir. Sir, I would like to ask about fistula, sir, AV fistula. Why we are choosing AVF as the better access for dialysis rather than other vascular access?
See, there are 3 types of access. One is an AV fistula using a native vein. Another one is a AV graft using a synthetic tube. And another one is a permanent tunnel catheter. And if you compare all 3, AV fistula scores better because it is cost effective. That is one thing. And you are not putting any artificial material into the patient body. As we all know, renal failure patients, the immunity is very less. So any AV graft, it is prone for infection. And I have 25 years of experience, more than 25 years in creating an AV access. And I would have done more than 7,000 AV fistulas. I lost count of number of fistulas I have done. But the number of AV grafts which I have done is less than 50, which equals to just 0.5% of all the fistulas I have done. So I don't prefer an AV graft. AV fistula is cost effective, it is economical, it is more biological. There is no chance for infection, and if you take the longevity, it is very durable. So these are, and it is very easy to cannulate for the technicians also. These are the reasons why I prefer an AV fistula over other forms of AV access.
Good afternoon, sir. I want to ask about what are the different sites and types of anastomosis is involved in AVF creation?
Can you just repeat that question, ma'am?
Sir, what are the different sites and types of anastomosis is involved in AVF creation?
Okay. So, any AV fistula, you have to think in long term because these patients are going to have a fistula failure in future course. So, always start with a radiocephalic fistula at the distal forearm. And then we can progress into the mid forearm. You can go for a brachiocephalic fistula where you create an anastomosis between the cephalic vein and the brachial artery in the cubital fossa. And then next comes the basilic vein transposition. As you know, the basilic vein, it lies in the medial aspect of the arm, which is not accessible for cannulation because it is deeply situated. So you take the basilic vein outside of its bed and then create a loop where the cephalic vein will usually come. We call it as a transposition. That is called basilic vein transposition. These are the options which we can do in the upper limb. And if the upper limb options are exhausted, because if there are no veins, or if the patient has got a central venous occlusion, suppose if there is an occlusion of the superior vena cava, then the option of creating a fistula in the upper limb is lost forever. And in those situations, we go to the thigh level. In the thigh, you can just use a great saphenous vein. You can take the great saphenous vein and do it as an anastomosis, or you can use a deeper vein. Femoral vein can also be taken in the superficial plane and kept as a fistula, and you can also use a AV graft. And usually the incidence of using a thigh AV graft is very less, whereas you can use a arm AV graft. So as you can see, this is the AV fistula creation, and the types of fistula can be either it can be an end-to-side fistula where you anastomose the end of the artery to the side of the vein, or side of the artery to the side of the vein, or side of the end of the vein to the side of the artery, and end to end. And of all these 3 things, we prefer an end-to-side anastomosis where the end of the vein is anastomosed to the side of the artery. Why? Because you have to take 3 parameters into consideration. What is more important to us? It is the flow rate. We need to have a maximum flow rate with least complication possible. Out of the complications you can expect, the complications can be a steal phenomena because in a side to side, most of the blood comes from the heart in the antegrade direction, and 30% of the flow comes in the reverse direction. So if the reverse flow, it takes most of the blood which are going to the hand, the patient is going to develop blood circulation deficit to the hand. That we call as a steal phenomena. And another thing is a distal venous hypertension. So a procedure which will avoid distal venous hypertension and the distal ischemia, but ensure maximum flow happens only in an end-to-side anastomosis. So most of the fistula technique is done as an end-to-side anastomosis. So as I told you, the flow rate is highest in end-to-side, And distal venous hypertension is minimal and steel is also minimal, so we prefer an end-to-side anastomosis of an AV fistula creation.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, kindly share your experience regarding the arterial steel syndrome and how we will diagnose it, and finally add your experience about the banding or drill procedure, how successful that procedure was.
Okay, steel phenomena, most of the patients who are female patients, who are diabetic patients, and when you are going to do a proximal anastomosis, brachiocephalic fistula, these are the patients who are more prone to get a steel phenomena. As I told you, steel phenomena, there is lack of blood circulation to the distal part of the hand. And if you inquire all the patients, especially female patients, diabetic patients who undergo a brachiocephalic fistula, they will say some numbness in the hand in the immediate post-operative period, which is a mild form of steel phenomena. And the steel phenomena can be categorized into mild, moderate and severe. And mild forms, you can always treat it conservatively with medicines. And only when the steel phenomena is very severe, then you need to go for intervention procedures like, as Mr. Muthamar said, you have to go for a banding, or we do another procedure called drill, which is distal revascularization with interval ligation. We do a bypass to the distal artery and ligate the proximal one. And so this is the steel phenomena. As you can see here, there is a gangrene of the entire hand. And here there is an ulceration of the tip of the hand, and that hand is dusky. And all these patients, they need some form of intervention, and our aim is to preserve the fistula whenever possible. And only if the patient comes with a gross gangrene of the hand, then we need to ligate the fistula. And otherwise, we can reduce the flow through the fistula by banding, by which we just tie the outer surface of the vein so that the flow through the vein becomes less, or we put an interposition anastomotic channels to reduce the flow through the fistula and increase the flow to the distal vessels. And suppose if the patient is very sick, you can always ligate the fistula, thereby improve the circulation to the distal tree. These are some techniques by which we can prevent the distal ischemia. Okay.
Sir, next question is, after constructing fistula, what is the time duration we have to wait to cannulate the fistula, and what all the things to follow till the development period, sir?
Okay, minimum duration you have to wait for 4 weeks. And initially when I start my career, Sindhil was the dialysis technician. I used to do a fistula. 3 days after that, when I come, the patient will be in a dialysis unit and this vein will be cannulated. I had very difficult time convincing Sindhil not to cannulate in the immediate post-op. I think Sindhil remembers that. No, Sindhil? So minimum period is 4 weeks, and maximum you can wait for 3 months, 12 weeks. If the vein is not matured till 12 weeks, then you can take it for granted that that vein will not mature. You have to do another fistula at some other site. And there are some basic principles by which you can say that whether the fistula is maturing or not. You should have a minimum flow rate of 300 to 600 ml through the fistula. And the size of the fistula should be more than 6 mm. For Indian population, it can be, if it is more than 4 mm, then that is okay. And it should be 4 mm just beneath the skin. It should not be too deep. And there are reasons for non-maturation of the fistula. The reasons can be cardiac function may be very poor. The patient will have a very poor cardiac contraction. That way the ejection fraction will be very less. Or there may be some narrowing in the artery. The inflow channel may not be proper. Or the vein may not be proper. The caliber of the vein may be very low. The vein may be phlebitic. Or there may be multiple tributaries in the vein. If you see some of the veins, you will not have a single channel. There will be multiple tributaries in the vein. And in cases which you are not maturing, it is worthwhile re-examining this fistula, because most of the fistula maturation can be enhanced by ligating the tributaries if you feel that most of the blood is going through all those tributaries. And in some Western countries, they also do a balloon angioplasty of the vein. If the vein is very small, they put, by endovascular means, they just put an angioplasty balloon, serially dilate. This dilatation has to be done once in 4 weeks so that the fistula matures easily. And the maturation and the cannulation is mostly decided by you people, the dialysis technician. You should have the confidence to prick the vein. Unless you have the confidence, don't do. The patient might compel you to do dialysis through the fistula, because they'll be very apprehensive and very uncomfortable having the catheter. So don't budge for that. Only when you are confident, then you have to needle the fistula.
So my question is, how to assess that the AVF is measured and it's ready for the first time cannulation?
See, that is what I told you. It is the dialysis technician who should have the confidence. And as I told you earlier, the fistula should have a good thrill. If the thrill is feeble, don't attempt to do it. And if the thrill is feeble, then what you can do, you can ask them to apply a tourniquet just at the proximal forearm or the cubital fossa, and with the tourniquet you can ask them to do a hand exercise. This will cause the vein to just distend. And recently another equipment has come which is called fist assist. What does that? Instead of manually doing it, it will have an automatic compression. It's a balloon dilatation of the thing, which you just apply it over that vein side. It will automatically inflate and deflate. Once it inflates, the vein gets obstructed and that is going to dilate. This is called fist assist. That helps in early maturation of the fistula. So one thing is, you should have a good caliber vein and there should be a good thrill, and the vein should not be deeply located. It should be just superficial to the skin, amenable for cannulation. And more important, the dialysis technician should have the confidence to put needle in that vein. That is the single most factor which decides on cannulation of the fistula. That is what I will tell. And all others are secondary. Because there are some of the veins which are very deep, and most of the senior technician would have the confidence to put the needle in those veins. Whereas if you give that case to a fresher who has just finished, he will not have the confidence and he will just counter that vein. So it all depends on the dialysis ability of the dialysis technician and the experience of the dialysis technician rather than the flow rate.
Sir, regarding AVF fistula cannulation, how come we select that needle sizes regarding blood flow rate according to the first dialysis or the later on?
See, that I am not sure, but usually use a 16 gauge cannula. Suppose if you want more flow rate, you can just reduce the number. You can go for 14 or 15. But the problem with having a larger size needle is it might injure the vein wall. So always stick to 16. And in occasional, exceptional cases, you can go for 14 or 15.
Is it good to use tourniquet or the adhesive tapes after removing that cannulation? After termination, we need to remove the cannulated needle and we need to arrest the bleeding. So is it good to use tourniquet or semicircular adhesive, which is best, or both we can use?
I don't get your question, sir.
After terminating, we need to arrest the bleeding after removal the cannulation. So during that time, is the tourniquet black belt is we using to arrest the bleeding, or semicircular adhesive tapes are using? So which is best or use?
I'll ask the audience, how many of you are using tourniquet? Can you just raise your hands? Only few. That's very good. But see, the use of tourniquet should be discouraged. So what has to be done? It has to be a 2-finger pressure, because you cannulate the needle at 45 degrees. The skin prick will be at some point and the vein prick will be just beneath that. So with a single finger pressure, you will not occlude the puncture site. So it has to be a 2-finger technique, and you occlude that for minimum 10 minutes. And if it is the first time cannulation, you can even occlude that for 20 minutes. But the occlusion should be such that you should be able to feel the thrill. You should not occlude it too much. So after that, you can just remove that, look for the site, and then put a plaster. But tourniquet, it is not advisable now, because most of the patients who go home, they don't remove the tourniquet after 2 hours or 4 hours, as you say. They will just forget to remove the tourniquet, and next day they will come with a thrombosed AV graft. So better to check for the bleeding at the dialysis unit, arrest the bleeding, put a plaster, observe the patient, and then send him home.
Sir, pseudoaneurysm, sir. How to prevent it, and what are the causes for it, sir?
So I'll ask the audience, what are the causes for the pseudoaneurysm? I just want this to be an interactive session. See, pseudoaneurysm, aneurysm is ballooning out. It is a dilatation of the vessel wall. Anything which is not aneurysm, but which mimics aneurysm, it is called pseudoaneurysm. So we call it as a pseudoaneurysm. Pseudoaneurysm mostly happens because of one infection. This it can happen in the anastomotic site. Fistula பண்ற இடத்துல வரலாம். It can be at the radiocephalic site, brachiocephalic site, or it can be at the puncture site. But ரெண்டுத்துக்கும் difference இருக்கு. Anastomosis level pseudoaneurysm is always infective. Take it for granted. And puncture site level it is degeneration. Repeated needle puncture nala there may not be any infection, but vein wall weakenoid. So adanala varudhu. So what is the implication? So if there is a pseudoaneurysm at the anastomotic site, you have to ligate that. There is no chance for repair of the fistula. And if there is a needle puncture pseudoaneurysm, that can always be repaired. And in fact, I still remember one patient which was done 15 years back, and she had a pseudoaneurysm, puncture site pseudoaneurysm of brachiocephalic fistula. Usually we do it under supraclavicular block. So I didn't see the anesthetist has given 500 ml of normal saline during the procedure. So I just closed the fistula, went home, slept nicely. 1 o'clock, patient developed pulmonary edema. And again, Mr. Sendil, he called me at 1 o'clock at night. Sir, what to do? I said, we cannot ask someone to come and put the cannula, the dialysis catheter. You just puncture below and above the repaired site. So puncture site pseudoaneurysm can always be repaired. And the cause for the pseudoaneurysm is always infection. And you need to identify certain subtle signs which will lead to the pseudoaneurysm. Because only the dialysis technician is the first contact with the patient. Any patient who is on long-term indwelling catheter, because of reasons like he is not willing for an AV fistula creation, or he has wantonly postponed the AV fistula, or when the fistula is not maturing enough. So these patients are likely to have long-term. So in the long-term patients, you should always be suspicious of a pseudoaneurysm, because these patients are more prone to get it because of catheter infection. So catheter-related infection, you can go to the bloodstream, lodge in the anastomosis and cause pseudoaneurysm. Another one, whenever the patient complains of pain at the fistula site. So take it for granted, that is the fistula, pseudoaneurysm. And another one, if there is an immediate bulge in the post-operative period. Skin or reddish இருக்கும். And சில சமயம் ஸ்கின்ல ஒரு அல்சரேஷன் மாதிரி வரலாம். இதெல்லாம் லேட் ஸ்டேஜஸ். ஏர்லி ஸ்டேஜஸ் பெயின் இருக்கும், ஃபீவர் இருக்கும், கொஞ்சம் ஒரு மைல்ட் டிஸ்சார்ஜ் மட்டும் இருக்கலாம். பேஷண்ட் ஒரு ஸ்மால் டிஸ்சார்ஜ் இந்த இது. அண்ட் ஸ்கின் எட்ஜ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கொஞ்சம் ரெட்டிஷாக இருக்கும், எரித்திமெட்டஸாக இருக்கலாம். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி இதில் ஆல்வேஸ் சஸ்பெக்டாக ஃபிஸ்டுலா. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ஸ்டேஜில் யூ கேன் control it by giving higher antibiotic, because this is the initial stage. Once swelling வந்துடுச்சு, skin discoloration, skin ulceration, or ஒரு spurt of bleed அந்த மாதிரி வந்துடுச்சுன்னா, then those fistulas needs to be ligated. I have just few examples of pseudoaneurysm. And this is a vein locator which you use it for a difficult cannulation. And recently, I think you need to have an experience in the ultrasound also for cannulation, especially in a vein which is very deep. Try to have an ultrasound and have some experience in the ultrasound Doppler probe handling. It will be very handy when you have a difficult cannulation. And these are the AV fistulas. You can see the swelling and erythema on that side. And this one, it is almost about to rupture. This is the puncture site pseudoaneurysm which is about to rupture. And here you can see some blood which is coming out and a frank granule, and that is a Doppler which shows this is the AV fistula, and this is where the pseudoaneurysm which is just coming out of the rent in the AV fistula site. Yeah. So the treatment.
Inviting Mr. Shivamani, pattern SDTP, to extend a honor to our Vishruta Healthcare and Nipro have organized a quiz program at stall number 9. Out of that, 10 people were got selected in the lucky draw. We request Mr. Vishnu Kumar, General Manager Nipro Medical India, to distribute the gift for the following winners. Mr. Ilangovan, Government Thiruvalluvar Medical College. Mrs. Lavanya, Sri Chandra Shekhar College. Mr. Rajashekhar, Savita Medical College. Mr. Muthamal, SRM College. Ms. Geetu Lakshmi, Jipmore. Mrs. Maha from KMCH. Mrs. Rebecca, CMCH. And Bhavani from Savita Medical. Now we request Dr. N. Sridharan, Director and Professor, Institute of Vascular Surgery, Madras Medical College, to honor our committee members. Mr. Shivamani, Pattern, SDTP. Mr. R. Sendil, Founder and Secretary. Mr. T. Jayashilan, President, SDTP. Mr. A. T. Sri Mukundan, Treasurer. Mr. C. Marikani. Organizing Committee, Mr. N. Nishit Kumar, VK. Mr. P. Kumaran. Mr. Sudhakar. Mr. V. Mudiyarasan. Mr. Niranjan. Mr. Ruben. Mr. Y. Arakyadas.
I request all of you to stand up for our national anthem. The organizers to be on the stage for photography session.